Woo 17. K9 Karokog K9 Karokog K9 Karokog K9 Karokog K9 Karokog K9 Karokog 16. Opricum
'Wait, where am I? Why am I over here? Eh? What the? Ah! There we go. Ah! Hello. Hello, chat. Hope you're feeling better. I am actually. I am feeling better. I am feeling much better. Hello, hello. Welcome. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It is technically noon. Daylight hours? Yeah, ideally. Ideally, daylight hours. I am comfy. I didn't think that I would be like, I don't know, good enough to stream today, but I felt pretty good, so we just hang out. I was in the middle of eating breakfast. Yeah! Don't push too hard. I won't stream for an ungodly amount of hours. I'll stream for a little bit. I wanted to let chat know what happened. And also be here and stuff. Jester! Thank you for 50! What the frick? 50 gifted subs! What the? Holy! Thank you! Thank you so much! Wow! Thank you! Giga Chad, Giga Chad. Giga Chad gift. Thank you, thank you! Wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you! I'm sure I'll be like 100% in a couple of days. I was really scared because the doctor I went to, I had never met in my entire life. I feel much better now. The pain I have is like considerably less than what it was before. So it's much better. Much better. Yeah, what ended up happening was that I had like severe tooth pain. Like severe toothache. It wasn't last night, but the night before last night, like Friday night, I had really bad toothache, and it was so bad that I was like flipping my house upside down to try and find a solution for it. Like painkillers were not working. It was so bad. Like I don't even want to imagine how bad it would have been if I didn't take painkillers, because it was already bad with them. I was trying everything. I was using alcohol, like I was soaking cotton with alcohol and putting it in like the painful area. And I was like swishing salt water in my mouth and nothing was working, and it was just so bad. They don't tell you that toothache is one of the like worst feelings ever. So, and the way like the dentist works in the UK is just like you can't get an emergency dentist appointment unless you pay out the wazoo, because the hospital doesn't do anything about tooth treatment. Yeah. Wazoo. So nothing was open. I just had to deal with so much pain like that night. And then the day after, I was trying to get a hold of so many dentists that were near me that had emergency appointments available, and the furthest one was like, or the closest one that was available was like in the next
35 years Opry Hick.
And they didn't even have an appointment available until like 7 p.m. So I had to wait that a whole day. And when I went there, it was so sus. I don't know. I'd never been in that area before. And I got an X-ray, and I'll show you. I drew a picture of it to explain it. What the X-ray looked like. Bones. Let me get the other OST up. I like this one. Look! This is what my X-ray showed. And basically my wisdom tooth had grown in sideways and only broke the skin on the gum slightly. And because it did that, it caused a tiny little like pocket that food fell into that I couldn't brush. Like I couldn't clean it. And over time, it had slowly decayed my entire like molar. And it was reaching my nerves. And it was so painful. And I couldn't even see it. Like you can't even see that was happening. So I had to get this molar completely removed, like, immediately. He was like, yeah, we're gonna have to take that out with your consent. I mean, you can keep the teeth and make it get worse, but... teeth's in it. I should have got my wisdom teeth taken out ages ago, but... I heard that that's a pain. You had the same pain? It's so bad. It's so bad. I was thinking to myself, like, I was terrified at the dentist because they were like... They had numbed me and they were using like drills and like surgical kits, and like he had to like split my gum open to get the rest of the tooth out. And I got stitches! Why do wisdom teeth betray us? I have to get mine out. They're in a similar position. I heard that sideways wisdom teeth can cause a lot of problems. Oh, Testa! Thank you for 3 gifted souls! Thank you! Arigato! Tier 3? Oh my god, thank you! Arigato! Don't tell me that I have 4 to get out. No. Oh no. My brother got his wisdom teeth taken out when he was a teenager, and they looked at my teeth and they were like, you don't need your teeth taken out. But my brother did for some reason, even though we're twins. What's the plan today? I have no idea. I just wanted to like go live and update people and not feel guilty about not streaming when I just came back from a long hiatus. I was gonna finish my breakfast and watch some TV with chat for a little bit and then maybe play some games. I don't know what yet. I didn't plan anything. I was just like, you know what? I'll just go live and see what happens. React Andy time. Yeah. Are you like me, chat, where you're surfing YouTube and you just click on any random video that like even looks remotely interesting? Oh, never seen this YouTuber before, but this video concept sounds interesting. Click! Or do you like stick to the same like handful of YouTubers? That used to be me. Spring has... I know, it was like... Oh, you started streaming again? Bam! How about you feel this pain, huh? Oh, you wanted to stream on Saturday? Nope, you're gonna get that tooth taken out. Ori and the Blind Forest? I've never heard of that before. Generally sticking to the same. I ordered half an English breakfast because I can only eat scrambled eggs and beans. But I figured that any pain that came, because he was like, okay, after the procedure, you're gonna feel a bit of pain, and I'm thinking in my head, ain't no pain that's gonna be as worse as what it was before I got the tooth taken out, so I'm okay with that. Like, I felt pain yesterday when I went to bed, and I was like, huh, this isn't so bad. Comparing it to what it was before. So I was like, damn, that dentist did a great job. My pain tolerance, I don't really know. I don't know how to measure pain tolerance because I can't feel what other people feel. So it's like, you know what I mean? It's hard to know. Did you feel any pain before it hit you hard? I did. I felt a tiny bit of pain like a month prior, but I thought it would just go away. Like I thought it was just like a minor issue, but I guess don't take minor tooth pain too lightly, I guess. Most can heal pretty quick. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's healed a lot since yesterday. Yeah. I want to sing so bad, but I can't. Maybe tomorrow I can sing again. I have a high pain tolerance, but when it comes to tooth pain, it sucks. I feel like Everyone always says how tooth pain is like the worst, and I agree. I agree. They said when I was making an appointment, they were like, in terms of how much pain you're feeling from 1 to 10, how painful is it? And I gave them a 9 because the pain was so bad that it made me nauseous, but it didn't make me like throw up. I feel like if it made me throw up, I would have given it a 10, you know? But I did say 9, it was so bad. It made me like lightheaded and I couldn't think straight. But it's all good now, it's all good now. It's all fixed. It's all fixed. Yeah, 9 was really bad. Like, I couldn't handle being awake, that I was praying someone to hit me in the head so I could knock out so I didn't have to feel it anymore. The surgery was terrifying because I was like shaking the whole time, because it's like, even though the dentist said if you need a break just lift your hand, and he kept asking me because I kept shaking, and he was like, are you okay? Like every 50 seconds. I don't know why I was that specific. Every 1 minute. He said it often. But in my head I was like, no breaks. I don't care how scary it is right now. I want it over and done with. Yeah, I don't like the dentist. Dentists always stress me out too. Why do they have to make it so scary? Especially when they're like, okay, hand me the surgical kit. And I'm like, the surgical kit? I'm awake! What do you mean, surgical kit? You're not supposed to sleep? I was just scared, because even though they numbed it, I was just scared of feeling anything. I think one of the scariest moments that went through my head was... I can hear everything and feel, like, kind of feel everything that's happening, but if they didn't numb it, how scary would it have been? Ugh, this is scary. I don't mind the dentist because it's in a city with particularly great boba. Ah, I wish I could get boba. But I didn't eat anything for the rest of the night after that. My dentist is super chill. My old one is super chill, and then he retired. And I don't trust anyone with my teeth anymore. My old one, he retired. He was like a really kind dad with the nicest voice. But he had been doing it my whole life, so it makes sense. Like, the first time I went to the dentist, it was him. Bring him back! But you don't have teeth, you're a frog. I'm a different kind of frog. I'm a rare type of frog, the one with teeth. I think the weirdest thing was that yesterday I walked out my house with all my teeth and I came back home with one less tooth. It's so weird. At least I won't have any problems anymore. I thought that I had more issues in my other teeth on that side of my face. Cause I was like, I have pain in this tooth and this tooth too. Can you check that, like those? And he checked them and he's like, no, those are like perfectly healthy teeth. So I was like, why are they painful then? And he's like, when you have like a painful tooth, cause all the nerves are connected, your brain gets confused about which tooth it's coming from. So it feels like you have pain in more than one tooth.
Fruit sit.
Cozy! No, you! Thank you for the 25. Thank you. But yeah, I slept really well, so... I was scared about him not doing a very good job, but I guess he did a great job, because I feel great today. 3 had to be pulled. Ugh. My brother had to get 4 of his molars removed to make room for his wisdom teeth. I didn't have anesthesia. Anesthesia? I am taking ibuprofen though. Ow! But yeah, let's watch some YouTube. While I finish my breakfast. I hope you don't mind. TV time. I've never seen this YouTuber before, but the title of the video sounded interesting. The worst ghost hunting show on Netflix.
Seen me debunk ghost videos before, but what about an entire ghost hunting TV show? This is a show on Netflix called 28 Days Haunted. It's got it all.
You slept for 3 days in a row. You slept for three. You slept for three. Listen, you slept.
Suspense.
This tunnel looks like a tomb.
Horror.
What do you mean
That Charlie, that is a demon.
And a healthy dose of obviously fake.
Whoa. Holy
Whoa.
shit. This is like a copper pentagram there.
So if you
That's
like
a
rotating
stop.
stuff as much as I do, you're in for a treat with this one.
Drama
The
in a
first thing you
ghost
should know
show.
about 28
Okay.
Days Haunted is that the entire conceit of the show, I would say concept, but conceit makes me sound smarter, is based on a theory by notorious paranormal experts Ed and
Papa
Lorraine
Pentagram.
Warren, who you
Just
probably know from the
stop.
Conjuring movies.
Ed and Lorraine Warren.
The theory is that if you spend a full 28 days connecting with spirits at a haunted location, which would involve you quitting your job and recklessly abandoning all other everyday responsibilities and duties in your life for almost a full month, then you'll reach optimal connectivity with those spirits. So what are we waiting for? Let's all go do it. Come on, don't you want to connect with the spirits? Thankfully, the onus isn't on us to prove the Warrens' 28-day cycle. The show has recruited 3 teams of paranormal investigators who will each be spending 28 days in their respective haunted locations trying to connect with the spirits there. The show even has 2 hosts, Aaron and Tony, who occasionally interject with their commentary on the team's progress. Now, before we get into all the funny and ridiculous things that happen in the show, I just want to get ahead of things and state my skepticism for this claim that the teams actually spend 28 days straight in these locations, because I don't think that they do. I'll try to point it out as it happens throughout the video, but there's several times where the show will just ignore one
How
of
you
the
feeling? I'm
teams
feeling
for as
good.
many as 5 days at a time. Not to mention you got this corny setup over here with the 2 hosts who act like they're watching the events unfold live over the course of 28 days, but obviously they're not.
This is really going to ramp up.
Here's them on day 1, and here's them on day 28. I can't even imagine how bad that black hoodie smells on day 28. Obviously,
Ugh.
they're doing it this way for dramatic presentation, but for a show that's constantly making claims about truth and evidence,
tried to watch
it's not a
this?
great sign that they're framing it deceitfully. So yeah, we're off to a bad start when even the validity of the conceit of the show is immediately in question. Anyway, let's meet our 3 teams of paranormal experts. Over at the Lumber Baron Inn, we have
I love
Amy, Ray,
debunking the
and Shane.
paranormal.
Shane and Ray are paranormal investigators, and Amy's
I can't believe
sensitive.
this is like
Then there's the
someone's
Captain
real
Branson
career as a
team,
paranormal
which consists of
investigator.
Sean, who's a quote psychic.
Ever since the beginning of my journey in the paranormal field, it's been like a calling.
Pet.
Nick, the quote skeptic,
I'm a skeptic, but I'm also a tech and an audio guy.
and Aaron, who mostly just stands around.
Me? Just hanging around.
The Captain Grant's Inn team is probably my least favorite because out of all the teams, they have the highest concentration of obviously fake paranormal activity. And the psychic, Sean, is just really annoying.
There's definitely spirits that are dying for help here.
And that brings us to
How
my
could a
favorite
spirit
team,
die for help?
Jeremy and
It's
Brandy.
already
By
dead.
night, I am a demonologist.
I am a 5th
generation psychic medium.
They're in charge of connecting with the
Why do
spirits
all
at a store
the
called
paranormal
Madison
investigators
Dry
look the
Goods.
same?
And in contrast to the other teams, this one has only 2 people, and they're both extremely entertaining.
Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me.
Holy shit. Are you shitting me right now?
Now, from the get-go, all 3 of these teams claim that their
just see a
respective
coffin and a
locations
picture of
are
Jesus and, like,
swimming in paranormal
oh my God.
activity. For example, the Lumber Baron Inn team is in the house for 5 minutes before they start freaking out over the old house
Wait until they see my
settling.
house. I think they'd all
Listen.
freak out.
Holy shit. It's a click, click. Like just something being hit. That's creepy as shit.
That's a
I'm
cool
getting a
bed.
vision of a woman with blood dripping down her face.
Meanwhile, my faves over at Madison Dry Goods are already planning how to best make some good reality TV.
So tonight, Brandy, I'm gonna put you in a coffin.
Are you serious?
I can't think of any other explanation why Jeremy would want to put Brandy into a coffin, except that it would make for an entertaining clip on the show. Although Jeremy says it's to provoke
Your
the
job tonight,
spirits.
I'm gonna put you in a
Putting Brandy
coffin.
in one will definitely invoke the spirits and put them on notice real quick.
Put them on notice for what, Jeremy? That you have a penchant for the dramatic? The ghosts aren't intimidated by coffins. They've already been in one before. It's like ghost orientation. I guess he just wanted to show how much danger they were willing to put themselves in. On that note, 28 Days Haunted is a show that's very interested in playing up how much danger their investigators are in. They're so interested in it that it's almost exclusively what the 2 hosts comment on during their cutaways.
I've seen investigations where little to no activity takes place, or ones where investigators can't even survive the entire night.
You mean you watch
Okay,
people
well,
die?
what are you saying, man? Are you saying you know people who have died while paranormal investigating? Like who?
I feel like that would be in
you're
the
an
news.
expert, huh? Name every paranormal investigator. Don't worry, no one's actually in danger on the show, despite their many protests to the contrary.
Dark forces trying to overtake me. I mean, that can be really dangerous.
It's scary because they can drain my energy, and that can be very dangerous.
This is an example of just how dangerous it can be participating in the 28-day cycle.
Even if they were in danger, something that I noticed about this cast is that they won't let any amount of danger get in the way of that sweet screen
I think it would be
time.
cool to
Sean,
get
the
possessed.
psychic at the Captain Grant's Inn, is probably the biggest culprit of this. He really craves the spotlight.
I hear that that name Adelaide or something.
Just said Adelaide.
I believe I've made contact with a spirit of a woman named Adelaide. Shut up.
He spends most of the
Sometimes I think of a really cute concept with ghosts that if you think you have a ghost living in your house, and you're making food or something, and the ghost possesses you because it wants to know what your food tastes like, or it wants to remember what a strawberry tastes like.
first night concentrated on contacting a
Something,
ghost he
wholesome.
says is named Adelaide. I want you to remember that name, Adelaide. It's very important. He insists that Adelaide was the captain's wife, and her restless spirit still waits for him to return.
If you know Captain Grant, wife. It just said wife.
Sean has a dream where Adelaide points out the window.
Wife.
So then the team goes the direction she pointed and finds a graveyard that they totally didn't know would be there beforehand.
I think Adelaide is trying to show us where she is buried.
You're about to see an example of what I meant earlier
Imagine if-
by this
what?
is the
That's
team with the
awful.
highest concentration of obviously fake stuff. Like, offensively
disturbing.
obvious. All right, here we go. Our
A
heroes
grave?
find
Is there a ghost in my
Adelaide's
house that
gravestone
Mother Fu
in the
could better
graveyard.
She's
be
probably
paying?
buried there.
I don't
Leave her
know
alone.
what they were thinking here, but they give us a really clear shot of the gravestone multiple times. And it clearly says her name was Mercy. It says, in memory of Mercy, wife of Captain William Grant.
Wife.
But they just don't mention it at all, and they keep calling her Adelaide.
I do believe that there's a dark force here at hand and is trapping Adelaide and other spirits here.
If it's a production mistake, it's a really lazy one. I'm torn between the idea that this continuity error, if you will, came from sloppy production, and the idea that maybe it was just Sean bulldozing everyone else. Like, I don't care what the gravestone says, okay? She said in my dream that her name was Adelaide,
Mercy,
so
rest.
her name is Adelaide.
I can't pick up the rest of my scrambled
Bottom line,
egg.
this team sucks.
When I hear names or words telepathically. Most of the time, I don't hear the voice. It's literally a message. It's a thought. It has energy, and they're able to transmit it to me like I'm an antenna.
From this point on, we'll do brief check-ins with the team at Captain Granson, but I'll be honest.
You know, if I had the power to do that, I would literally go on a game show about like general knowledge, and I'll just have the spirits tell me the answers.
Experiment. What if an evil energy attacks me while I'm laying there?
Now, Madison
could be
Dry
using
Goods
it
is
for
a
stuff
store
like
that
that.
used to be a funeral home, which is
If
why
it
there's
was
coffins
real.
just lying around. Notoriously, it was a funeral home that housed the bodies of an entire family that was massacred in 1929 by the father of the family, Charlie Lawson. Now, Brandy's a psychic, so throughout their time there, she's always seeing the spirits of the family just hanging around, and she's often surrounded by them.
I feel like I'm being surrounded right now.
Surrounded.
Like from all directions. Like it's just like they're forming a circle around us. I was immediately surrounded with negative energy all the way around me. I'm feeling surrounded.
Thankfully, she has the demonologist Jeremy there to protect her.
Is it just me, or do you like naturally feel like you're not alone whenever you are alone? Like the feeling of being alone makes you feel like you're not alone. I don't know. It's weird.
Jeremy?
You know what I mean?
Surrounding the casket right now.
I get that feeling all the time, but I think it's because I grew up
Come
with
on,
a
Jeremy.
twin.
She's being surrounded.
So I'm just
Do
used
something.
to being
As
around
you may
other
expect, the
people.
coffin experiment goes horribly wrong. But what's more interesting to me is something they don't focus on in this next clip. See if you can spot what I'm talking about.
Tell me what you feel.
Her face is in my face right now.
Is she trying to tell you
She's
something?
not telling me anything. She's just looking at me. Jeremy? They're surrounding the casket right now.
Did you see it? What's with this teleporting cross in the background?
Oh.
First it's there, then it's in one corner, then it's in the next, then it's not there anymore, then it's there again. Now, this could just be sloppy production again, and they just edited things out of sync, but the cynical side of me wonders if there wasn't a producer on the scene like, hey, why don't we put a crossover here in the shot? That could be pretty cool. Okay, actually, I kind of like the crossover on this corner, so it's more in the center of the shot. So we'll just put it over here. We'll fix this in post. Also, this is the way the first episode ends.
Something just touched the top of my head, Jeremy.
He's just like looking around like, okay.
I just love how Jeremy is just standing around like,
Yeah.
I don't know what you expect me to do about it. It's okay though, guys, because as soon as Brandy takes the blindfold
He's
off,
in a different room.
everything just magically stops. Bravo, guys, bravo. The dynamic between Brandy and Jeremy is really interesting to me. I noticed that in these early episodes, Brandy takes center stage on almost everything they do, and you can tell Jeremy starts to get a little annoyed with it.
Hey. I'm up. You got my attention.
Brandy keeps leading the charge, and Jeremy takes a back seat. I don't know if he was just camera shy at first or what, but I think he gets jealous of all the attention she's getting because later in the series, he starts really hamming it up.
Get off of me!
But he's not attention-starved enough yet, so instead we get Brandy constantly pointing out spirits
It's
that
so
are nearby,
funny when that's
and
so
Jeremy
bad at
just
acting.
sort of looking around. Oh, one thing I liked about this whiteboard scene is the fact that they wrote "possible secret" on the whiteboard.
Could there be some secrets here, possibly?
Anyway, let's check in on the other teams. You may be wondering, for example, how the Lumber Baron Inn team is getting on.
I had a dream last night. Fleetwood Mac was playing real loud.
Frankly, there's not a lot happening with them. They do a lot of this thing called the Estes method, where
Sorry to pause it, but I learned something recently that if you have a dream and you wake up and you remember the dream, it means you didn't have a good night's rest. That's what I learned.
they wear headphones and a blindfold and relay messages from the spirits.
Help. Help.
Wow, they both said help. That's how you know it's real. The Lumber Baron Inn
I always
team
remember my
is
dreams
a weird
too.
one. While the Madison Dry Goods team is having all these spectacular over-the-top moments like the coffin experiment, and the Captain Grand's Inn
definitely
team
slept,
is
but
doing
you
all
didn't
this
have good
obviously
sleep.
fake stuff like having the wrong name on the gravestone, the Lumber Baron Inn team is comparatively pretty boring, to the point where they start trying to force things really hard. For example, in one of their
I
Estes
don't remember my
sessions, they
dreams
get
like
the
ever.
word
That
basement.
means like
We
you
got
had
the
a
word
good night's
basement
sleep.
on one of our SD sessions, so we think something may be done.
They go down into the basement all excited
Hope you're doing well, fruit smile.
Yeah, we're going in there.
before they start hardcore panicking.
Let's get out.
Amy, let's get out of here now.
We gotta go.
What happened?
There was a loud ass clanging right there. Let's get out of here.
All right.
What happened to all the excitement from earlier?
Oh, yeah, we're going in there.
Apparently, a few decades ago, there was a double
Those stairs
homicide
look
in
so
the Lumber
cool.
Baron Inn.
What they don't know is that in October of 1970, two women, 18
I just want to say, if they are paranormal investigators, why don't they know this? Why don't they know that then?
year-old Mary Ann Weaver and 17-year-old Caroline
If you're
Oak
investigating
were found
paranormal
slain in their
activity
apartment.
at an old place, wouldn't
And
you
what is
try and
now
research
the
its
Valentine
entire
Suite.
history?
The killer was never caught.
In contrast to the other two teams who are dealing with things from the past
Yeah,
that
you didn't
no
investigate
living
very
person
well.
is really concerned with, the Lumber Baron Inn team is dealing with a comparatively recent tragedy.
Nah,
and
just talk
by
to
the
the
end of their
ghosts.
story arc, I felt kind of gross about the whole thing, but more on that later. The Lumber Baron Inn team decides to investigate the third floor of the inn for the first time, even though it's night 5. Why did they wait so long? Anyway, while they're up there, the spirits decide to open up all the cabinets for no reason, except I guess to freak them out.
Look at the cabinets!
Look at the cabinet.
Oh my god.
Now, hilariously, the two co-hosts who are pretending to watch this live decide to double
If a
down
spirit
on
has the power
illusion.
to open
We
a,
know for
like
a
all
fact
those
that these were
cabinets, like
not
why wouldn't
open.
they do
And they
something
even play
else?
back the cabinets opening while the investigators weren't in the room.
I want to get rollback on this.
It's highly unusual.
Come on. They've got a camera automatically rolling, pointing straight at the cabinets. Well, isn't that convenient? This is the only time they do this, by the way. For every other instance of paranormal activity that supposedly happens in the show, they never go, let's get rollback on this. It's just for this special little sequence. As for the footage of the cabinets opening, all I'll say is that, again, it's a very convenient angle where almost all the cabinets are behind the bar where you can't see if they got some poor PAs down there crawling around opening them up. But whether or not it's real, their reactions are really over the top, and this is exactly what I meant when I said they kind of start forcing things.
Oh man, I don't feel too good right now.
Oh yeah, it's just
The
looking
hosts
for
in
food.
particular are inexplicably really freaked out by the case of the mysterious opening cabinets.
These guys got to be careful.
I'm actually worried about these guys.
Worried about what? The gentlemanly ghosts politely opening doors for them? I guess chivalry really is dead. Back at Madison Dry Goods, Brandy's having another crisis while communicating with the spirits.
Something's over here telling me to get out, but it's not. It's not human form.
Look at Jeremy snap to attention when he hears not human form. A demon? For the demonologist?
That was jacked up. That was some serious shit. This is the last time I come up here.
We're 3 episodes in now, and Brandy's
Her
stealing the
acting
show.
is so bad.
Jeremy knows it. So he decides to do what he does best, which is to just yell at the ghosts.
Spirit of our God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, most holy Trinity, descend upon me. Please purify me, mold me, fill me with yourself.
But Brandy's not going to let him have the spotlight for long.
Banish from me in this place all curses, hexes.
But don't worry. Jeremy's hero arc is coming soon. Now, remember at the beginning of the video when I said that there's a few points where they just skip forward a lot in the timeline and hope you don't notice? Well, at the start of episode 3, we lose an entire week of this alleged 28-day experiment, and there's almost no footage of it. Episode 3 starts with Brandy and Jeremy on night 7. Then only a few minutes later, they skip to night 10. And then all of a sudden, it's day 13.
What?
We haven't heard Sean talk about Adelaide in almost 10 days by the time we check back in with Captain Grant's Inn team. And we end up waiting all that time for some more obviously fake shenanigans from Sean. Sean-anigans, if you will.
Shenanigans.
Wrote in your mirror? Yeah.
I'm looking at it trying to decipher them. Like it says "see you" backwards.
Sean says that after a shower,
Looks like
a
a
ghost
square.
wrote "see you" on the mirror.
Who is writing on my mirrors?
This is a really weird sequence on the
I don't
show.
know, is it you?
Seems like they only included it so that they could buff up the character of Nick, the so-called skeptic.
Yeah, there's a CU in his mirror, but it looks like a finger. I really don't think it was anything paranormal that wrote CU in the mirror. I really think it was just Sean.
Later, Sean asked the spirits who wrote "CU" on his mirror, and they supposedly say that it was him.
Sounds like the spirits are saying Sean wrote CU on his mirror.
EU.
Who is writing this on the mirror?
Who is writing this on the mirror?
Psychic.
I mean, come on. It's just weird. It kind of stinks to me of something that
It
production
looks
thought
so
would be a funny
American.
little
It's
bit,
so funny to
but
me.
it didn't really land.
Like that's how an unemployed
And
American
speaking of
looks.
bits that didn't land, there also is this weird part where Aaron speaks up for the first time after they hear a few thumps on the wall in Sean's room. And he says he and Sean should go to the cemetery?
You and I will go to the cemetery.
And again, Nick the Skeptic responds exactly how you might expect a skeptic to respond.
Great idea, but it doesn't make sense for right now because you got all this shit happening around the house. And you're like, well, let's leave.
In response to this, Aaron gets really upset.
Like, I'm not ripping on you, buddy. I'm just
You're
saying.
sandbagging me, dude.
Huh?
You're sandbagging.
And even starts crying.
He just wanted to go to the
It's weird.
cemetery.
On one hand, I'm like, this reeks of a production-driven bit of drama, right? But having seen the whole series, this is pretty much the last time that Aaron does anything besides
Just hanging around.
Makes me wonder if Aaron is a legit paranormal investigator and he eventually broke down and just refused to participate any further in all the stuff that was clearly being faked. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he's doing here. Back at the Lumber Baron Inn, paranormal investigator Ray is feeling similar things towards Amy the Sensitive.
I'm not sure why she's here. I'm having a hard time figuring out what value she brings to our group.
Which is kind of a funny thing for Ray to say because he doesn't contribute much either,
What are we
besides
gonna
arguing.
do? We're gonna keep doing the same shit every night?
Ray and Shane think that Amy should mirror scry, which she doesn't want to do. And you're all caught up in the fascinating proceedings over there. The hosts have, of course, the most dramatic take possible on all the team infighting.
I wonder why it's always the
Spirit
women
energy
who
in this house
do
is
like
really starting
the
to mess
spiritual
with these guys.
connection in
Dude.
these shows.
You, supposedly, stuck these guys in these haunted houses for 2 straight weeks with nothing to do but talk with each other and with ghosts. Is it any wonder that they got a little snippy with each other? But hey, I get it. It's a TV show. It's entertainment, so they exaggerate. I just wish it wasn't presented like it's a documentary. It gets so old after a while. Back with our favorites at Madison
Yeah,
Dry
but they've been
Goods.
here for
Jeremy's
like
starting to hit a
13
breaking
days.
point
If
with
I was a
Brandy
ghost
constantly
and I was minding my
upstaging
own
him.
business
When you
in
do the
my
power
old
of prayer,
house,
it gets stronger.
and this random group of
And then
people
it
come
comes
in
after
for
me
like
even
2
more.
whole
It's
weeks
not using
trying
you.
to get
It's
my
not coming to you.
attention.
It's coming to
Yeah,
you. When
I'm
you
gonna start
speak back,
throwing stuff.
I don't feel right. Like I feel like something is not wanting you to do that.
I think you don't want him to do that, Brandy. I think you would rather be the main character at this place. That's what I think. Well, Jeremy's not going to stand for it. He decides that they're going to do things his way from now on.
I want to know what kind of sick man would kill his entire family. You know what, Charlie? You deserve to rot in hell for what you've done. Brandy, get out of here. Go, please. Get out of here.
I felt it. I heard it.
This is one of my favorite sequences in the whole series. Jeremy, the demonologist, initiates combat with the dark
Drama.
spirits by basically just flaming them.
You deserve to rot in hell.
And there's all this pent-up frustration from Brandy constantly getting all the attention that he not only sends her away so he can have the spotlight all to himself, but he goes really over the top with it when the demon starts pushing back.
Get off of me!
That is not Charlie. That is a demon.
Now, I don't really know what Jeremy was taught in his Defense Against the Dark Arts class, but I
That's what
wouldn't
people
have
say
guessed
about
that
my
telling
streams.
a demon to
That's not
get
true.
off
That's
of
a
you
demon.
would be something that works. But what do I know? I'm no demonologist.
Get off of me!
Apparently, just yelling "get
Go
back"
on,
at them
get.
works too.
Get back! Get back!
I don't know, you just think there would be more to being a demonologist than yelling at the demon. But maybe there is more to it, because it seems like all the yelling may not have worked after all. As
Did
the
you
hosts
see
warn
it?
us.
During this phase of the cycle, the investigators are at the greatest risk for possession.
Get back!
You heard right. Demonic possession. And yes, it will be happening shortly to poor Jeremy the demonologist. Trust me, I can't wait to share that whole sequence with you, but first we have to touch on the most blatantly fake part of this whole show. It's night 16 at Captain Grant's Inn, and the three guys go out to the cemetery with a thermal
No way,
imaging
it's
camera.
16 days
While they're
passed.
searching the cemetery
There's
with
no
it,
way.
Nick the skeptic finds a hot spot on the ground.
You think if you
The
spend
hell's this?
16
Why is the
days
ground
in the
hot
house
right
ghost
here?
hunting, you didn't
Someone
find
come
anything,
back and see
you
what's
would
creating
just
this
leave?
hot spot. Could be an underground well. Could be an underground power box.
I wish Nick kept listing things it could be. Could be a hot spring. Could be a buried heating pad. Could be a chili pepper. Could be some Nashville hot chicken. Now, for some reason, Nick waits until 3 days later on night 19 to come back and check the hot spot again. And the fact that he waited 3 nights immediately set off a million red flags for production interference, but wait till you see what happens. So Nick digs up the hot spot where there just so happens to be no grass growing, and he pulls out a metal pentagram.
Sean's gonna freak out when he sees this.
Who made
I'm gonna
that?
say it again. He comes back 3 nights later to dig up a hot spot with fresh dirt all around it, the only spot in the area with no grass growing over it, and he finds a metal pentagram. And it definitely wasn't buried there by production, okay? Why would you think that?
There's no scientific reason for it.
Oh, of course. There's no scientific reason why recently sifted dirt would be warm from the friction, right? When you move dirt around to bury something, it doesn't create any warmth, does it, Mr. Skeptic? You know, I sort of half believed that Nick was a true skeptic they invited on the show until this sequence that he doesn't question at all. I think they orchestrated that whole charade earlier with Sean writing "see you" on the
I
mirror.
don't even see
just to make it
CU. I don't see CU. I see a square.
seem like Nick wouldn't fake something himself. Because how else do you explain this part? I'm gonna reiterate this. Captain Grant's Inn team,
Yeah, or
worst
why
team.
do you?
By the way, Sean wasn't impressed at all by the pentagram discovery. Probably because he's not the one who found it, so he's not the center of attention.
Now we need to figure out how that's connected to Adelaide.
Yeah, that's nice, Nick. Now let's get back to talking
like,
about
"Whoa,
me.
you found
Speaking
a
of wanting
pentagram? Cool,
attention,
dude."
back at the Lumber Baron Inn, Shane finally decides he wants some of that spotlight himself.
It's made me realize I need to step up. It isn't
There's
fair
so
to
many
put it all
people
on
in
Amy.
this show.
He's not psychic or even a sensitive like Amy, but frankly, someone's got to move the plot forward for this team, and it sure as hell isn't going to be Ray. He's too busy incessantly complaining about Amy still.
What have you contributed so far? What are you bringing to the table?
At first, I got a little excited about this part because Shane says he wants to use a sensory deprivation tank.
We have a sensory deprivation tank.
Whoa. Now, if you haven't seen a sensory deprivation tank, they look pretty futuristic.
Do they
They're
help
usually like
with
these
anything?
white pill-shaped tanks filled with water where you just float there with eerie fluorescent lighting,
What are these actually used for?
right? And the idea is that it blocks out all light and sound so you can have a meditative experience of some kind.
Oh.
And I was frankly impressed that they were going to have remote access to one of these things. It's about time this Netflix show had something
Relaxation?
resembling a budget. But much to my disappointment, but not to my surprise, the sensory deprivation tank Shane uses is a kiddie pool with a tank. Also, you gotta hear how Shane describes the quote tank.
A sensory deprivation.
Thank you.
Tank is a
The
tank
voices.
that is filled up with about 10 inches of water, 800 pounds of salt to allow you to float.
10 inches of water and 800 pounds of salt? Well, you're not so much going to be floating on top of the water as you will just be lying on top of a giant mound of underwater salt.
800
Am I
pounds of
wrong? This seems like a
salt?
made-up ratio. What? You never built a sensory deprivation tank in your backyard before? That's not how you do it. Anyway, Shane supposedly has a vision in the tank of the two girls
He has
being
Illuminati
murdered.
tattoo.
And he even goes so far as to say his vision in the tank indicates that the two murders weren't the only ones.
Mooney!
I think it's multiple
Hello, Mooney.
people.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Since and before. There's no doubt about it. Kara and Marianne were not the only victims, not by a long shot.
This is what I was talking about earlier when I was saying this team ends up feeling kind of
thank you
gross
so much,
because now
Mooney.
not only are they faking paranormal activity for entertainment, which is mostly harmless by itself, but now they're making bad faith claims about cold cases related to these murdered girls who still have friends and family members around.
That's what I was thinking.
Stinky behavior.
Like imagine being deceased and these random ass people that have no idea who you are. It's just be like, what if this person murdered these girls? And it's like, can you leave them alone?
Let's
Leave
check back in
people
with my favorite
alone.
team at Madison
They
Dry
wanna rest
Goods,
in
where Jeremy
peace.
reprimanding the demon was not without consequence.
He's in the oppression state to
And
me,
the family members
which
related
could
to
lead
the
definitely
person
to
are gonna
demonic
like
possession. He's in the
it's
midst
gonna
of a fight, in
affect
other words.
them.
True demonic possession
called a
takes control of the
lawsuit,
mind
yeah.
or soul. It breaks down the body, producing physical illness and sometimes even criminal behavior. Jeremy may be in the beginning stages of a demonic possession.
Yeah, that's right. The demon of Madison Dry Goods has its grip on Jeremy.
Ever since Jeremy provoked Charlie the other night, Jeremy has not been the same.
Would you like to know what the signs of possession are in Jeremy?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sitting down?
Mhm.
It's pretty intense stuff.
Okay.
Okay, here goes. Well, the demon possessing Jeremy is really lazy. Here he is, lying around in bed
That's
instead of
it?
working.
He's possessed and he just lays there.
Not only that, he's got a big stinking attitude now.
I gotta suffer because you can't sleep at night.
You slept for 3 days in a row.
What else the hell am
You
I
slept for
supposed to do?
You slept
I'm in
I guess
a
I'm
goddamn
possessed
house.
too.
You slept for 3 days in a row. Either you're sleeping or you're bitching because you gotta get up and work.
Basically, the demon has
Imagine
turned
using
Jeremy
possession as an excuse
into a
to not do anything.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
can you come up here for a minute?
As funny as the quote
And be an
symptoms
asshole.
are, what's even funnier is that Jeremy the
Drama.
demonologist doesn't even consider the fact that he could be possessed, even when a voice in his head tells him to write down cryptic phrases.
I seen in my book that you wrote troubles can cause. Like, what is this? Where is this coming from?
Voice in my head.
Sorry,
Hey,
boss,
I've
I'm
been hearing it
possessed
now for
today.
probably
Can't make it into work.
Well over a
The
week.
demon is
probably
taking
week
over
and a
me.
half, so. I don't
And
know,
I
it's
must lie
probably
down.
nothing.
It's probably nothing. On one hand, you're right, Jeremy. It is nothing. It's quite literally nothing. But on the other hand, where did you get your demonologist degree, bro? I mean, if there's a voice in your head telling you to do things that you just noticed in the past week and a half, and during the time that you've been staying in a haunted house, wouldn't that be a red flag?
I don't know. It's probably
Renee,
nothing.
thank you for giving
Brandy ends
Mooney
up
a
Skyping
sub.
with some expert, and she drops a bombshell about Jeremy's phrase, troubles can cause.
Well, actually, Charlie, when his body was brought back, they found 2 notes on him, and one of the notes
Background
said
chatter?
troubles will cause.
Oh my God.
Jeremy's response when
I
confronted
feel
with
like
this
everyone has their own
information is about
rendition
what
of
you
a voice
expect.
in their
So what are
head.
you saying, Brandy? You're saying that Charlie's affecting me?
So he has a little cry before deciding to
How else
take
would you have
action.
thought?
Introducing the God Helmet.
So I want to use the
Like
God
sometimes my
helmet.
brain will
The
just
magnets
promptly
will
say a
allow
word
you
to me, you know
open
what I
up
mean?
That part of your brain that psychic mediums use.
And what follows
But I think that's
is
just
one
how
of the
brains
most
work.
ridiculous scenes I've ever witnessed in one of these shows.
Back. You better stay back. What did you do?
What is that helmet? It looks like Thanos.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Take this off.
He has this thing on for like a minute and a half. The effects are apparently immediate. Oh, I love the God Helmet. What a fantastic name, too. But that's not where the God Helmet sequence
God
ends.
helmet.
Oh, freaking hard.
You're ice cold. You need to go to the hospital.
Jeremy's reeling from the paranormal attack
You
so
need to go
hard
to
that
the
they
hospital.
actually send him to the hospital.
What?
You okay?
Something's
No, you're
wrong.
wasting
Somebody get me to the
real
hospital.
doctors and nurses' time? What a joke!
And And cut to credits. This was
Imagine
probably...
someone's having an actual emergency and they have to wait a couple more minutes. Like, they have to spend time waiting because this asshole came in saying that he was possessed.
my favorite part of the whole show.
What?
It's such
That's
a
awful.
microcosmic example of everything that's wrong with it. The fake paranormal activity, the bad acting, the over-the-top drama with the hospital montage. And it's all topped off by a device they call a god helmet with a
He looks
straight
like
face.
Thanos.
It's just wonderful. The god helmet, everyone. Give it up for the god helmet, a completely
Yeah, he
useless
should've gone
device
to a
that actually
church or
made everything
something.
worse in about 75 seconds, which I'm guessing is not how Jeremy thought it was going to go.
Very powerful tool to use, and especially in this situation.
We're nearing the epic
I wanna know who
climax
made
of
that.
28 Days Haunted, so here's a quick update at what the other teams have been up to. The Lumber Baron Inn team has a seance on night 23.
Sorry
where
about
the
your
spirits
severed
give
leg,
them
but we have a
vital
tier 5
clue.
haunting we're dealing with.
Look below.
And the
It's
guy
the
with the
basement.
leg is
They're
just like,
talking
oh,
about the
okay,
basement.
fair
Hey,
enough.
remember when they found that on like night 2?
We got the word basement on one of our SD sessions, so we think something may be down there.
The spirits just decided to wait a full 3 weeks before mentioning it again, I guess.
Oh.
As for the team at Captain Grant's Inn, they're struggling to come up with new material.
Adelaide and Adelaide.
Hopefully, I've now set your mind at ease that you're not missing anything with the other two teams. All right, back to Mr. Demonologist goes to the hospital. It's like Mr. Smith goes to Washington, except everything's worse. It's the next day, and Jeremy triumphantly returns to Madison
American
Dry Goods.
healthcare is
And
the
we
real
finally get the
demon.
answer to the burning question.
What happened?
Don't ask me, some things are better off unspoken. He said what I had was almost unheard of.
All right, well,
Why
that
would
was
you
less
not-
than
why
helpful.
would-
I'll just tell you.
Why would you fail to mention to, like, your fellow paranormal investigators exactly the details of what happened to you? Because it could also happen to them if it was really happening. Eh?
He
You
apparently
do not, like, he gets nothing from withholding information.
had a heart attack. Although the show
Heart
skirts
attack?
around it pretty hard. They even
Pretty
show
rough.
him talking about it while he eats cheese sticks and drinks soda. Like, did he even go to the hospital? I don't know. I feel so gaslit by this show at this point. Anything goes. You know, maybe he actually did go to the hospital for a heart attack and eat junk food directly after. That would be such a Jeremy thing to do. Or maybe it's just drama for TV. Feel like both possibilities are equally likely. Anyway, now that Jeremy's
It's the ghost.
God
The
helmet
ghost is
heart
making
attack
me eat
trauma
this
is over
Coke.
with, he and Brandy finally start prepping for their final battle. Now, remember when I said the Lumber Baron Inn team were told by the spirits to check the basement? Well, they decided to wait 4 entire days to go check that place out.
We know right away we've got to get back to the tunnel.
Uh-huh, sure you did. Anyway, prepare for the laziest fakery we've seen
Oh,
yet.
no.
Because in the basement tunnel, they discover something.
You see it back there?
Looks like more brick. You okay?
Brick.
What's that?
There's a hole above them.
What is it?
It's an old...
Who is that?
They conveniently find a newspaper clipping of another murder victim in the brick. One
Why would
that's
that
in
be there?
shockingly good condition for supposedly being down here for decades and decades.
Who would put that
Holy
there?
shit. What did we just find?
The killer himself clipped this article. I can feel it.
It's amazing how hard they commit. I mean, this is another metal pentagram incident, right? It was clearly just planted there. There's no way a newspaper clipping could have survived down there for that long and look that good. They even mention when they first go into the tunnel
Like, the
on
bricks
night
look awful,
2,
too.
if you remember, that the air was damp and thick.
It's dark. It's damp in there. The air is thick.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's that much moisture in the air, but the newspaper clipping from decades ago isn't falling apart, right? On top of that, they also notice a manhole in the ceiling of the basement back on night 2.
That's definitely a manhole to somewhere outside.
And yet they never bothered to check it until almost 4 weeks later in the final episode.
Well, let's see if he can get out.
A manhole.
Damn.
Absolutely can. Holy shit.
Okay, there's just a million red flags going off right now. You ever play Minesweeper? It's like that. Just red flags everywhere. Okay, at this point in the video, can we just agree that there's a very high density of obviously fake, production planted,
They didn't even
elaborate
try
hoaxes,
to be,
if
like,
you will, in this show.
real,
I think that's
you
fair
know?
to say. Like I said earlier, if they want to fake this stuff for entertainment, I'll roast it for fun, but ultimately I'm fine with it. But this part right here is crossing the line for me. Don't pretend to uncover new evidence for these cases. They're just too recent. At worst, it's exploitative, and at best, it's irresponsible.
Kara and Marianne brought us down here to let us know that they
Wouldn't
were
you
not
bring
the
the
only ones.
police?
There was another girl.
The thing that really ties all the disappointment together is the host's reaction
murder
to this part.
investigator?
They unlocked a 50-year-old mystery by communicating directly with the spirits. We think this breakthrough could only happen as a
Imagine
result
being
of the
someone who works
28-day
in the
cycle.
murder,
Bro, literally,
murder
all that
mystery
happened was they
case
found a
field and
newspaper
watching this
clipping,
show
a
and being like,
published article
I
that
hate
was
this.
public information, and a professional journalist at the time who was talking with professional detectives noted in the article, and I quote, "The girl's death is not believed to be tied to the other slayings." So no, there was no breakthrough, okay? I probably could have gone down to the library and found this same article in their newspaper database and then gone on Google Maps like, hey, these two locations are kind of close together. Wow. They didn't do anything. Stop exploiting the deaths of these poor murdered girls for your own...
I'm gonna say something controversial, okay? I'm gonna give you a hot take, chat. Oh, that's not a good screenshot. I think these Americans in particular have a little too much freedom. There, I said it.
Ridiculous excuse of a ghost hunting show. Okay, that got a little intense there. Let's cool off by making fun of Sean some more. We haven't done that in a while.
I'll say it right now. You want to give me a lie detector test? You want to play that game? Bring it on.
What the
So
frick?
it's night 28, the final night. Ooh. And Sean's ready to finally be his beloved Adelaide's white knight and help her, quote, cross over.
Whatever souls are being trapped here, whoever it may be, Adelaide or anybody.
The way he talks about Adelaide is so
Freedom.
weird. It's like he's fixated on her. And throughout the series, he keeps talking about how she came to visit him in a dream, and it's just, I don't know, it's strange. Like, hopefully these are dry dreams, you know what I mean? Anyway, we finally get to see some action over at Captain Grant's Inn for the grand finale.
That was right in my room. Who just made that noise?
So Sean's reciting the Lord's Prayer when
just
suddenly
made
they hear a
that
crash
noise?
down the hallway.
What the hell?
As it turns out, some angry spirit in the attic threw a chair down the stairs.
Yeah, I'd be pretty angry too.
It was a whole chair that just fell down.
And then the spirit in the attic apparently pulled out a camera and recorded them removing the chair from the stairs afterwards.
Yep.
Seriously, man? Like, I know they think we're stupid, but come on, they just brazenly show us they have a cameraman up in the attic getting an angle on it from above, where it was supposedly thrown from.
Who threw the chair? Who could it have possibly been?
It's getting crazy.
So Sean decides to start rushing through the house, throwing water at all the mirrors. Look at all the water on the mirror. It's soaked. I don't know why, but it makes me laugh.
Except for the
Against
glass.
the wickedness and snares of the devil.
Why is he
All
just...
the while, Sean's reciting
Eh?
some prayer, and he sounds almost bored while reciting it.
Archangel St. Michael, defend us.
Seriously, man, he's not even selling it.
The Dark Force has
Hello,
held on to this
apricot.
massive amount of spirits for centuries. It is not going to let them go easily.
It is not gonna let these spirits go so easily. Archangel St. Michael, defend us in battle against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. Archangel St. Michael, defend us in battle against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. Wow, yeah, man, I can see what you mean. You're really sweating up a storm on this one.
Every one of these mirrors.
Also, are we sure we want to swear while praying? I feel like that might reduce the effectiveness. After the great splashing concludes, Sean asks the spirits if they crossed over to the next life, and what happens next will shock you to your very core.
Who crossed over? Someone's telling me someone crossed over. I'm home. Did we help Adelaide?
It sounded like Michael.
Yeah.
Just one problem, Sean. If they crossed over to the next life, then
Ghost
how are
Trevor!
they communicating with you right now? I mean, it's such an obvious plot hole, right? Like, if
How do
they're
I
giving
say
you
your
an
name?
answer, that means they haven't crossed over.
TS
But he just accepts it. Like, oh, okay, well, they said yes, didn't they? But throughout the entire series, Sean's been warning us about how the spirits are trying to trick them.
This is what the spirits do. They play games on a psychological level.
Ghost
Little by little,
Raven?
they plant seeds in your head, and they want you to
Is
think
it
that
Ghost
they are your
Raven?
thoughts. What games are you trying to play?
But now, all the skepticism is gone. Right. Wonder why that could be.
Good morning, my brave Oshi. Hope you're feeling well today.
Yeah, I'm feeling good today.
The conclusions for the teams
feeling
at
good
Captain
today.
Grant's Inn and the Lumber Baron Inn were all right, I guess. But of course, nothing compares to what happens to the Madison Dry
Welcome back,
Goods team.
Fruit. Wishing for a fast
What
recovery.
would be a good idea
Pre-love.
is if you do
Thank you for
your
the
work
32
as a
months.
demonologist and banish this demonic entity from the property.
That's right, it's more of Jeremy yelling at the ghost.
Did you drive Charlie to kill his family?
Excuse me, Brandy, but Jeremy will be requiring the spotlight now.
I'm done. I'm done.
My favorite part about this finale
That sounded like
sequence
the
is that
baby.
Jeremy goes from a guy who was acting like a surly teenager, you know, when he was possessed, to a guy acting like he has a surly teenager.
See, that's the Ghost Raven.
Get away from that door!
What'd I tell you, Jeremy Jr.? Don't look at me with those eyes. I told you why. It's because I said so.
Anyway, the demon finally fights back by knocking a vase off the wall, which is like such a nothing response in the grand scheme of things. But Jeremy flips out.
God damn it! No, you will not! You will not!
He's squaring
you
up!
Stay back! You stay back!
He's
It's
squaring
actually
up.
pretty
He took
funny,
his
but what I
jacket
find
off.
curious is that when they slowed down the footage, it kind of looks like they used a remote-controlled car to make the vase fall. More importantly, does it really matter? At a certain point, it's just like, yeah, it's probably fake. Everything else has been. Do we really need to go frame by frame to prove it? Anyway, Jeremy yells at the demon for what seems like forever.
You get back! You get back! You get back!
Before the
Blech.
demon finally has had enough of being verbally berated and goes out with a whimper.
He's ready to fight a whole ass demon. What are you
I'm
gonna do?
hoping what I done tonight pays off.
Wow, that was it? That's all the fight they had left in them? A vase? Some demon, if you ask me. And with
Yeah.
that, the saga of 28 Days Haunted comes to a successful end. It was successful in being very entertaining. There were a couple things that left a bad taste in my mouth, like Shane
Oi,
from the
Ghost,
Lumber
let me
Baron
at you.
Inn team
Hope you are
wanting them
having
to
a comfy
reopen
recovery,
the cold
though, Fruit.
case.
I'm hoping someone sees this and reinvestigates the case. There are families that may not know what happened to their loved ones, and they need closure.
Yeah, and they don't
No,
want you
Shane.
exploiting
the
them.
families should be left alone. There's also one last shot of Sean by the gravestone that clearly says mercy on it, and since he's such a ham, he even pretends to wipe away a tear by it.
What?
But too bad, Sean. It's your worst fear. We're done talking about you now. The hosts also spend a lot of time at the end detailing how successful the quote
Why would he have an emotional
experiment
connection
was.
to
We
a
believe
grave?
the theory of the 28-day cycle was proven in different ways at each location.
They make sure we understand that this show was definitely unscripted.
Things we didn't anticipate.
The show's not fake, guys. Seriously, okay? What, you think it's fake? But I just said there were things we couldn't anticipate. So if it was fake, then we definitely would have anticipated them.
They even pretend to shut down their little Five Nights at Freddy's surveillance room at the end. Oh my god. Before baiting us with a 28 days
Bro,
sequel.
believe me,
We
bro,
need to
I'm
do this
such an
again. I
empath.
can't wait to see what
I put
happens
flowers
on
on
the
this
next
person's
28 days.
grave. and
Oh,
had
you'd
to
like
walk
that,
away
wouldn't you?
here.
Well, it's not looking good for a second season, so that's just too bad. No, seriously, it is too bad. I haven't laughed this hard in years. This was better than most comedies. Now, if for some reason you still think there's any chance at all that this show was legit, I present to you the ending.
Oh
At
no.
least we know the demon has been banished.
What did you do?
Do I even need to say anything at this point? I mean, bro, what a cliffhanger. Jeremy's still possessed. To be fair, it would explain why his fight with the demon at the end was so uneventful. So, 28 Days Haunted. It's been quite the wild ride. This is probably the worst ghost hunting show I've ever seen. Everything from the gravestone with the wrong name on it, to the magic teleporting cross, to the clearly planted metal pentagram, to the mysteriously pristine newspaper clipping, to the ghost cameraman in the attic, all the way to the heart attack inducing god helmet. There was just so much obviously fake stuff in this show. that the fact they presented it all at face value like they did is nothing short of insulting to the collective intelligence. Even beyond all the cheap parlor tricks, I find the concept of the show fascinating. The idea that these spirits could be trapped here for decades and decades.
I think they weren't
even upwards of a
anticipating it to
century,
be funny, but
and
it
all
is
it took
funny.
to free them was for some of the world's most average men to come and play superhero for a bit.
I believe we broke the hold that this demon had on this family's souls.
The cynical side of me thinks the whole show is fake. Everything from the production interference to even the investigators themselves. But like with most things in life, I think the truth is probably a mix of things. So there's a good chance at least a few of the investigators were actually genuine. It's probably not fair to play armchair psychoanalyst with strangers, but I see a lot of the same character traits in some of these paranormal investigators and psychics that I also see in extreme conspiracy theorists like QAnon believers. And I think it helps partially explain their behavior. They cope with the horrors of the world by inserting themselves as its main character, a superhero who knows the truth of what the world is, and while most others are complacent to keep on living in the Matrix, our heroes are out here fighting the good fight against demons
It does
and
give
evil
a very
spirits.
main
Or in
character
QAnon's
syndrome.
case, Tom Hanks. It's just something I noticed throughout the show. On each team, there was this running fight for the spotlight. The investigators were constantly competing with each other to be the star of the show. Now, you can chalk that up to them knowing the show's fake and just wanting screen time, or you can credit it to 8 people with main character syndrome, each wanting to prove to themselves that they've been right all along about this stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not going to judge if that's their personal journey, and I have no problem with them being entertainers trying to make a fun paranormal show. But I do think there's some real damage that can be caused here by presenting everything on the show as unquestionably real, especially when it comes to the fairly recently deceased, like with the Lumber Baron Inn team. By the way, you can book a stay at both the Lumber Baron Inn and Captain Grant's Inn anytime you want. They're not abandoned locations at all. And Madison Dry Goods is also open to the public. Curious for locations that were supposedly so haunted the investigators were freaking out within a few minutes of setting foot there. In conclusion, 20 Days Haunted is the worst ghost hunting show I've ever seen. But admittedly, I haven't seen very many,
Time to
and
go
I'd be
ghost
lying if I said I
hunting.
didn't have fun. Can any of you recommend other ghost hunting shows like this? The worse they are, the better. Seriously.
Let's see. I wonder if YouTube will give me any more gems.
Pet.
Here's another one. Is this ghost documentary real or fake? Should we watch that one? Are you in the mood for another video? Okay.
There's an amateur.
This one is more recent than the one we just watched, so...
There's an amateur film on Amazon Prime called The Blackwell Ghost that claims to be a ghost documentary. But is it real or is it fake?
How can you use the
Well,
word documentary
it's
if
fake.
it's
Sorry
like...
for the spoilers. Please don't click off yet.
You
Okay,
can't, that's like
so
false
it's fake.
advertising.
But just
right?
how fake is it?
You can get
Is
sued.
it a mockumentary or is it a hoax? And does the difference between the two even matter? I guess you could say these are the questions I'm haunted by.
You love this? I will. You'd have to disprove
After
it.
my last video on the unintentionally hilarious ghost hunting show, 28 Days Haunted,
You stay back!
I asked you all for some suggestions on what to watch next. One of the most requested was this series called Mountain Monsters, which was about a ragtag crew of mountain men who inexplicably have encounters with Bigfoot pretty much every episode. And while I found Mountain Monsters to be very entertaining, the show didn't even try to hide the fact that it was fake.
It's Bigfoot time!
Now, they still keep up the facade that this is a real show where they chase
My
real
show.
big feet. But the things that happen in Mountain Monsters are so outlandish, so ridiculous, that they make it pretty obvious the show isn't meant to be taken seriously.
Her species here, species there, more species here.
I mean, just look at this.
We're surrounded by
Aliens getting in
feces.
motion. I like that right there.
How could someone think this was real? Now, as fun as shows like Mountain Monsters are, I find myself a lot more interested in the ones that take themselves seriously. And
What the-
after looking around a
My
bit, my
kinda
wife found
show.
one that seemed to fit the bill. The Blackwell Ghost.
You know, it's embarrassing when I have to go downstairs and tell my mom that I'm a ghost hunter.
You
The
should
Blackwell
be
Ghost
embarrassed.
starts off by introducing us to its star director,
You should
Turner
be embarrassed.
Clay.
If anyone in
And
my family
Turner
came up to me,
is a
it's like,
real
"Oh yeah, I
person.
took up
He's an indie film
ghost
director.
hunting."
He has
I'd
an
be like,
IMDb page. He's even directed a few zombie movies. And for the next page in his career, he's making a ghost documentary, as he constantly reminds us.
So as you know, I'm doing a documentary on ghosts. This documentary, because I'm making a documentary, doing a ghost documentary. This documentary is probably gonna suck.
So,
He's
what's
a
this
very
ghost documentary
deceiving
about?
face.
Well, once I heard these magic
Don't you
words,
think?
I was hooked.
I'm ready for a challenge, and that is to prove that ghosts exist.
Maybe it was just because I came right off the heels of watching
Documentary.
Mountain Monsters, but I found the air of sincerity very refreshing. I mean, here's this real person, this film director, who wants to make a documentary about ghosts. Great. Let's see it. Turner starts off by showing us a viral ghost video from a hotel where a security guard gets spooked by something
Morning,
he
fruit.
sees in a hotel room.
I know I'm late, but
Inexplicably,
welcome back,
someone was
Opry love,
apparently
Opry love.
recording the walkie-talkie audio. Now, it was pretty clear to me that this clip was fake. Surprisingly,
The only
Turner
ghosts I
agrees.
deal with
I
is
saw
the
that
mail
one.
for people who moved and left no forwarding address.
Hmm? The only ghosts I deal with is the mail for people who moved and left no forwarding address. Me too! Me too! Brian, thank you for the 520 beans! Yeah, I'm thinking about you, Nicole. Stop giving me your mail!
I think that the video is fake.
He even calls up the guy who uploaded the viral video to let him know what he thinks.
Well, it just seems like a bunch of visual effects to me, and I would appreciate it if you just told me.
I'm
Yeah,
Nicole.
that's right. He just calls up the guy who uploaded the viral ghost video and is like, hey, I think that video was fake. Can you imagine if I did that? I'm getting secondhand embarrassment just thinking about it. The hotel security guard has a stunning retort ready, though.
This is a real video, yet people still think it's fake. The public is always going to think it's fake, even if it's real.
I have a lot of thoughts about this response, but I'll save
Have
them
you ever
for
watched
later.
a ghost
I'll just
video
say for
and
now that I hear
actually thought
what
it
he's
was
saying,
real?
but I've also seen the opposite to be true. There's a good portion of the public that believes these ghost videos are real, and they get very annoyed at you if you try to prove otherwise.
Everybody tries to make it look fake. Fuckers.
Now, the first time I
Oh.
started to suspect something was up with the Blackwell Ghost was when Turner announces he found a new ghost clip that he
Ghost
found
Raven, thank you for
convincing.
1,000
You
beans.
know, when I put myself on a
Thank
forum
you.
looking for ghost footage, I was approached by a lot of people that had ghost footage, but as you would probably guess, most of it was just complete bullshit. But one actually stuck out to
A lot
me
of
enough to
Indonesian ghost
make me-
videos. Those
How
ones
do
are
you,
always the
Rocky
most
Hiker?
believable.
So how did
Says
things go with the
this.
kitty?
That's pretty much it.
Now, we're almost 10 minutes into this thing, and I'd like to think that up to this point I kept a pretty open mind. But this set off all sorts of red flags with me, and I started thinking, oh,
How do things
he's
go with the
faking it.
kitty?
You
It's
gotta
going,
remember, I'm
it's
just
going
a real
okay.
guy.
I gotta get my own
Just
kitty.
watching this.
Sure, Turner, that's why you're impressed with the
But I
exact
wanna
same
adopt a
ghost
kitty.
effect
You can definitely see whatever is crossing that thing.
that you saw in the video you thought was fake.
Well, it just seems like a bunch of visual effects to me.
I don't
He's also
wanna.
watching this video in
I don't
Adobe
wanna-
Premiere, an editing program I'm
know what the word
unfortunately
is, fake.
very familiar with.
I don't want to be
And I
one of
can't
those
help but
people that
notice
puts
that the
towards
title of the video he's watching is
overpopulation of
Greg
cats.
Ghost Video Finished. Finished? What's there
Who
to
I shall
finish?
adopt.
I thought this was raw video recorded from someone's home. Putting the word finished or even final in a video file title is a trademark move by video editors when they've gone multiple rounds on an edit. Surely this ghost video wasn't edited, perhaps by the same person who edited the viral hotel video? It's the exact same effect.
But I'm doing a ghost documentary, and this is actually pretty exciting.
Turner calls Greg, the guy who sent him the video, and Greg invites Turner and his wife to come check out the house where the video was shot. Turner ends up flying his own plane out there, and they meet up with Greg. The first thing they do is go check out the fabled security camera that shot the video Turner thought was so convincing.
I'm professional ghost hunter in video games, but that isn't an important
What
detail.
sorts of
Hope
things,
you are doing better,
Greg?
fruit.
Greg gives
Yeah,
us
in
a
video
grand tour of
games.
the house.
I'm a
So you
ghost.
claim that this
I'm a
house is
professional
haunted.
alien
Showing them
hunter.
something, really
In
strange.
video games.
What I'm about to show
Wolf,
you may
thank
make
you
you
for the
want to run
500
out of this house
beans.
screaming, so off to the basement.
He shows them an old well.
It's actually a well.
A well?
And it used to serve as
Well,
the
well,
house's main source of water.
And of course, the well has a horrific story.
The house was built in around 1930, and the gentleman who built the house had a wife who was a little on the psycho side. Children in the neighborhood started going missing, and the neighbors suspected this woman because she was so strange. Wow. So when they investigated, they found that the children had been chopped up and their bodies disposed of in this well.
Well, well, well.
That's what he stole my
I wonder if that
joke.
story's ever gonna come back up later. Now let's talk about this well. So I live in Texas and we don't have basements here because of how much clay is in our soil. So I'm no expert, but I would just think that this would be a huge flooding risk. I also can't help but notice it isn't bolted down or anything. Greg has also done something peculiar with the well.
They just placed it there.
Well, that's our only way to access this. This thing weighs about as much as a house.
Believe it or not, the pliers come up again. The pliers are actually a big deal. And if you told me that I would be saying the sentence, the pliers are actually a big deal about this ghost documentary, I probably wouldn't have watched it in the first place. But I digress.
Well, I appreciate it.
So Turner and his wife Terry say goodbye to Greg
Well,
and
I
his weird
appreciate it.
stories and go back home. Terry's daily activities of staring into nothing gets interrupted a few weeks later by Turner reading off an email from Greg.
As I told you, I'm going out of the country for a couple months and wanted to offer you the opportunity to stay in my home while I'm away.
So of course
Well, in
they go
that
back
case-
to Greg's house. But
And
we'll
it's
get
just
to
a
that
picture
later.
of a well
Turner and his
inside
wife
of a
Terry
briefcase.
explore the house and get ready for their epic
I like
ghost
that
hunt.
meme.
Well, actually, it's
I
mostly
liked
just
when
Turner
people
doing
did
the
that
setup.
meme.
Just hanging around.
Turner even envisions a scenario where he captures the ghost.
When you read about hunting ghosts, figure out ways to capture them.
Does it have to be 1 ply or 2 ply?
Just be quiet.
What?
Come on, man. Be pliant was right there. You could have said be pliant.
Be quiet.
Oh, shut up. Anyway, so he puts this ball on the table, and his
Ultimate
explanation
dad
is
joke.
that ghosts like to play with balls.
Ghosts are kind of like boys in the fact that if they see a ball, they just kind of want to move it.
All right, man, whatever you say.
Wait,
I would kick the shit.
can the so-called bars in the chat approve of this statement? Yes. Well, okay, I'll take your word for it.
Turner sets up a bunch
So
of
you
cameras.
wait, you see this ball right here, and you go. I need to move it. Is that how you feel right now?
Lurk.
Turner sets up a bunch of cameras, and they're all set for their ghostly encounter.
Like
now,
a
I'm not
cat.
going to bore you with
Exactly
all the little
that.
details of every little thing that happens, because honestly, not much does. The first night,
wanna
a
kick the
lamp
hell
turns
out of
on.
it.
Whoever this ghost is, they're not a fan of low light. On night 2, Turner uses a 16
They're all
millimeter film
dogs.
camera at one point, and here's some footsteps. But all in all, not much happens.
We didn't really see as much as we thought we would, so it's kind of disappointing.
Later on night 2, however, Turner and Terry get a knock at the door. And Turner decides to investigate a mysterious alarm sound.
Stay here, all right?
So the ghost apparently starts a fire in the house. Now, I'm going to show you some clips of
Wait,
Turner.
I'm always trying to think about what would happen if I did hear a mysterious noise in my house in the middle of the night. Like, I try and think about what I'd actually do, like realistically, compared to what these ghost investigators always do, which is like say, "Who's there?" and then just walk towards it. I feel like I would sit up and then listen for more sounds instead of investigating straight away.
Turner walking around the smoke-filled house, and I just want to see if you notice anything strange about it.
Call the fire department right now. There's a fire downstairs.
A fire?
A prefix.
Did you notice how the alarm sound never changes volume? Kind of strange, considering it's emanating from a ceiling somewhere.
Oh,
a
you
ceiling
look
that
see if
Turner
your cats have
definitely
reacted
walked
to
directly
it.
underneath
Oh.
at some point during his recording. But it doesn't sound like it. The alarm's at a
probably good.
continuous, stable volume in the background the whole time.
Your house does expand and shrink
Almost like
depending
the
on
sound
the
that's
temperature,
playing in the
though.
background is a file
always
called
makes weird noises.
smokealarm.mp3, huh? Well, we'll chalk this one up to a simple editing mistake. There have actually been some much more incriminating mistakes that we've seen up to this point, but I just haven't pointed them out yet. I'm saving them for later, don't worry. So the smoke came from the ghost turning the oven on, and it really freaks Turner out.
Dude, I am fucking freaking out. Give me the phone. We gotta call police back.
The next day, which is the final day that Turner and Terry are staying at Greg's house,
My neighbor has a really loud, creaky door, and it's so funny because when I'm in my living room, all I hear is
from 1938 to 1942.
through a wall.
That's 4,380 newspapers.
Surprisingly, he finds exactly what he's looking for in those 4,000 newspapers pretty quickly.
I've been looking through microfilmed newspapers for about 3 hours now, and I finally found it.
He finds a newspaper article written about Greg's house and the serial child murderer who lived there. We even get to see what she looked like.
Meet Ruth Blackwell, the crazy lady who killed
Is
7
she real?
kids and disposed of their bodies.
Reinvigorated with interest in the old well, Turner even goes back down to the basement and opens it up.
No, this thing stinks.
Before taking some string and attempting to measure how deep the well goes.
So I'm gonna take this string and see how far it'll go. And then when I pull it all
If
back
it was
up,
actually a murder case, wouldn't the forensic team?
And I got that string. That string must have gone down.
They wouldn't
60 feet.
leave it like that.
Finally closing it back up for good. Now, there's a lot of unusual things to notice about all the things that I just mentioned. The 4,000 microfilms, the incredibly lucky discovery of the article about the house, the magic 60-foot string. But what I want you to remember for now is that he covered up the well.
Yeah.
And according to what Greg said earlier, this is exactly why they want the pliers lodged in the side of the well cover.
That's our only way to access this. This thing weighs about as much
Why
as
would
a
you
house.
want to access
So we
it
leave
though?
those pliers stuck in there just to be able to take the lid off if ever that were necessary.
But when
Yeah, but
Turner
when
puts
is
the
it
cover back
necessary?
on, he forgets the pliers. Interesting. Anyway, now we're ready for Turner and Terry's final night at Greg's house.
To
Well,
hide
it's,
things. Oh.
Coming into night 3, we're gonna say goodnight.
Greg's trusty security camera in the living room mysteriously glitches out, and the power to the house goes out.
To be honest, if I was Ghost, I'd play with the ball. I'd probably play dodgeball with the ghost hunters. They will be unwilling participants.
The breaker box.
So
That's
Turner
true.
decides to go downstairs
Thank
to
you,
turn the
Wolf,
power
for
back on.
500
And on his
beans.
way, he discovers the ghost has turned on all the faucets.
All of them?
This ghost is so funny. You know, for a serial child murderer, the stuff she does is all pretty harmless. She just likes turning random things on. Lamps, ovens, faucets. If it's turned off, she's gonna mess with it. But Turner's not so amused by it.
If you hear me scream, will you call the police, please?
Wouldn't that be a poltergeist?
What?
Okay.
I'm serious. I'm not kidding.
Why am I calling the police?
You are kidding
Damn
me
ghost
right now,
making my
At
water
this point
bills
in the
go up. It's
documentary,
already so
Terry
expensive.
is phoning it in. I don't know if she was just like, this film's never seen the light of day.
That's her plan.
or
She's
what,
slowly
but
trying to get
she's
you
just
out of her
it.
house
And
by
it's
making
unfortunate
it
because
too
this is the
expensive to
final
live there.
night. This is the grand finale of the Blackwell Ghost.
She's playing 4D
And it's hard
chess.
to take it seriously when she's just hanging around. We're not going to do the edit again, but you get the idea. All right, we'll do it one more time.
Me? Just hanging around.
After Turner's done shutting off all the
Just
haunted
hanging around.
faucets, he decides to go down to the basement to turn the breaker box back on. And it's so dark down there, he's having trouble seeing. Look, he's even feeling for the breaker box. After he turns it on, though, he sees something truly
Hope you're having a
terrifying.
relaxing stream, and continue having a great day.
Did you see it? The pliers. The pliers were back wedged in the well cover. Now, when did that happen? Anyway, looks like Turner was right. The ghost loves to play with balls. I guess it's just another example of the ghost being interested in turning things on. Interestingly, the basement incident wasn't enough to make Turner run upstairs to his wife yet, so he continues to wander around the house until he
Pliers.
sees the most terrifying sight a ghost hunter can possibly see.
How is that terrifying?
I don't know why seeing the cabinets open is the big grand finale moment, but it's not the first time I've seen a ghost hunter overreact to some open cabinets before.
Yeah.
Look at the cabinets!
Look at the cabinets!
Oh my God.
We're at the end of the road now,
Oh
and it's
my
time for
God.
Turner's post-documentary reflections. And it's about what you might expect.
John said it best.
This is a real video. It came straight
He's
from our
deathly
machine.
afraid of running
Yet
water.
people still think it's fake. The public is always going to think it's fake, even if it's real.
No video will ever be enough to make people believe that ghosts are real. I didn't
Well,
realize at the time how right he was.
And he concludes with one last bit of video, revealing that there was a ghostly figure in the basement before he ran out. Was it real?
Was
or
it
just
real?
an elaborate hoax?
The water
It was an
was
elaborate
running
hoax.
right
Or
at
actually
him!
just a hoax. I feel like putting the word elaborate in there gives it too much credit. So, was the Blackwell ghost fake or was it real?
Oh.
Well, as you may have guessed by now, it's fake. Big whoop. Doesn't take a super sleuth to figure that one out. And yet, today with media literacy being
I like
at an
how
all-time
seriously
low,
asks himself
I
that
feel like it's still
question.
prudent to ask the question, why is it fake? Is it fake because you don't believe in ghosts no matter what evidence is presented, like Turner says at the end? Is it fake because you just had a general feeling that it wasn't
Are
real?
ghosts
It
real?
didn't seem like it was real? Or is it fake because there's tons of editing
I don't-
mistakes?
I don't
and
know.
Undeniable objective proof. Let's go through it. All right, let's start with the living room
I don't
video.
think
The
so.
one that had Turner, the so-called skeptic,
like them
so
as a concept.
inexplicably impressed.
So watch what happens right after the lamp goes off.
Take a look at the curtains on the left. You may also notice there's a little storage box on the floor. Now look at the same living room while Greg was giving them the tour. You may notice there's no curtains on that door and no storage box on the floor like there was in the ghost clip. Finally, let's take a look at the living room 3 weeks later when Turner and Terry are moving in for their 3-night stay. Oh look! Suddenly, there's a curtain up
What's the
and a
channel?
storage
This
box
is
on the
John
floor.
Wolf.
Turner recorded the living room ghost video. There's curtains up in the ghost video.
I just
They're
found
not
this
up when
guy
they tore the
today.
house, and they're back up after they visit. The timeline doesn't make any sense.
This is it. You may recognize it from the video footage I sent to you.
I do.
It's similar to the discrepancy with the pliers. The pliers are there during Greg's tour. They're not there on night 3 when
you had
Turner
any
resets
ghostly
the well cover,
experiences?
and then
No.
suddenly they reappear later that night. And we know that Turner didn't insert the pliers back in because, as Greg
I
explained,
do get scared at
That's
tiny
our only way
sounds,
to
though.
access this. This thing weighs about as much as a
I'm
house.
more scared of my imagination than I am
If it
of
were down, it would take a special tool to lift
the idea
it.
of it
Of course,
being a ghost.
I don't believe this is actually a well. Everything from Turner's little string experiment, where you can clearly see the string just floating
It's
there,
like,
to the fact that it's not.
If I hear a random noise that I've never heard before in the middle of the night, my brain starts racing about ideas of what it could be, and I'm more afraid of what I come up with than like what it actually is.
Not bolted to the floor.
You know what
means
I
it's
mean?
probably just a dish of dirty water sitting on the
I
ground.
scared
The
myself.
inconsistencies don't stop there. Remember the newspaper microfilm?
Kind of looks like this house, but I can't be certain. So I brought it into Photoshop and inverted it to make it look normal.
So at one point, they overlay the newspaper photo with a current day photo of the house. You notice anything strange? Maybe the fact that the tree in the front yard and many plants surrounding the house are exactly the same size today as they were.
It's like
in
if I see a door,
1941
like my
when this
door
photo was
open
supposedly taken.
into
Wow,
a
80
very
years
dark
have passed,
room that
and
you can
tree
barely
hasn't grown
see
an
into.
inch. Fascinating. That's not the
My
only
brain
instance where
starts
nothing
to like
changes over
imagine
time
of what
either.
could
Take
be
a look
in
at the
there, and
clothes
that just
Turner and
is
Terry are
what's
wearing when
scary
Greg gives
about
them a tour of the house.
that.
Now take a look at the clothes they're wearing when they arrive for their visit 3 weeks later. Wow, they're the same clothes. Almost like they filmed both sequences the same day or something. Hey, I'm starting to think Greg might not actually own this house. Well, speaking of, a quick look at the IMDb page for the Blackwell Ghost reveals that Greg is actually an actor named Sonny Burnett. Well, hang on.
An actor?
If this isn't Greg's house, then whose house is it? Well, I found a very interesting article on a website called The Skeptical Inquirer by a guy named Kenny Biddle, and Kenny noticed a lot of the same discrepancies with the Blackwell Ghost that I did. But Kenny took things a step further and found the actual house from the film on Google Maps. Not only is it not in Pennsylvania like they say in the film, it's in their hometown in Kentucky, so they actually didn't have to fly there. But the owner of the house is, in fact,
I believe ghosts are real, but
Turner
like
Clay
aliens, they
himself.
don't care for us and
What
leave
a
us alone.
twist.
That's
It really
fair.
makes some of the earlier comments pretty funny in retrospect.
You know, you have a nice house here.
Well, thanks very much. I've really enjoyed living here over
I
the
think
years.
I would like to believe in aliens
Doesn't
and
it sound
ghosts
like a
because
really sarcastic
that
comment to make in
inherently would
hindsight?
be cool.
The weirdest part for me is going to be sleeping
So
in
it's more
someone
like I
else's
want
bed.
to
Man,
believe.
Turner really wanted to hammer it home that this was definitely not his house, okay? Didn't you hear Greg earlier? He's really enjoyed living here over the years. All right. So it's fake. So what, you might say? Isn't it just like Blair Witch Project or Paranormal Activity? It's a found footage film just like those. Well, not exactly. Unlike those horror films, the Blackwell Ghost has leaned in very heavily on calling itself a documentary.
This documentary,
Considering how big the galaxy is,
It even lists
we
itself
can't
as a
be the only
documentary
planet
on
that
Amazon
has
Prime.
sustained
Something
life.
that neither Blair Witch nor Paranormal Activity do on their respective pages.
And
Those
there was
movies
water
market
found on
themselves as horror
Mars.
films, whereas this one goes out of its way to say that it's all real. It doesn't
Like, there
help
probably
that
will
Turner
be
Clay
another
seems to be the
planet with
filmmaker's
life
real
on it
name, and he's a real
somewhere.
person with a real film portfolio. He's not playing a character or using a fake name like those in other similar films.
My name is Lance Preston.
So my
But I
question
definitely
is,
don't think they're gonna
why?
visit Earth.
If it's fake, why can't Turner use a character name? Why label the film as a documentary instead of a horror film?
I
These
always-
are hallmarks of
I always thought that our human concept of what an alien is literally what we will become in the future to other life on other planets. Like when we make movies and stories about aliens visiting Earth and invasion and stuff like that with all the high-tech technology, I think we will become the exact thing that we would scared of to another planet. I think that's what will happen.
of the most
Like,
successful
we are the
found
aliens
footage
and we
films,
don't know it
so
yet.
why would you avoid them? Unless you don't want people to think it's a found footage film. I wish we had more information on Turner's thought process with this, and that's why I'm thankful that there's a sequel, The Blackwell Ghost 2.
There's a sequel! As if it needed one.
Now, while the first Blackwell Ghost film is free, this one costs money.
Not paying it. You have to! The guy did it for you!
I mean, I'll probably make more than $4 on this video, so sure. The Blackwell Ghost 2 is mostly more of the same, and we already know that it's not a real documentary, but I'm still going to be pointing out the inconsistencies I noticed just for fun. So we're going to be doing a speed round on this one, and that's going to be pretty easy to do because not a lot happens. The film opens up with Turner getting a little defensive.
Many of those who watched the Blackwell Ghost thought they had debunked the mystery, either simply because they noticed inconsistencies, or did their so-called research and found nothing online.
The so-called
I've got news
research.
for you. Everything has a logical explanation.
You did your
Except
so-called
for
research.
those things that happen that I can't even explain myself.
Okay.
And for those who think they have the mystery cracked, the only person you're trying to convince is yourself. So having said that, let us begin.
The intro isn't the only place in the Blackwell Ghost 2 where Turner addresses
More
the
players?
haters, and my reaction to it is just like, wow, you're really doubling down this documentary thing, huh? I also like how he's like, having said that. Having said what, dude? You basically just said, nuh-uh. Anyway, Turner gets a surprise package in the mail.
So shortly after I released the first documentary, I received this weird package on my front porch, and I wasn't expecting anything.
And it's from someone who claims they knew Ruth Blackwell.
Looks like an
So it
Amazon
turns out
package.
This woman is a 92-year-old lady named Nancy, living in Florida, who claims she knew Mrs. Blackwell personally.
Turner claims he talked to Nancy for hours, but mysteriously, there's no footage shown of it.
So I ask her, I'm talking to her on the phone. I talked
Such
to
a
her for
weird
like an hour.
package.
Talked to an old woman who claims she knew Ruth Blackwell on the phone for like an hour, and you didn't record it? Remember when you recorded your phone call with John, the guy who made the viral hotel video? Or when you recorded your phone call with Greg? Or your phone call with the police? Or your phone call with the microfilm archivist? But you're telling me that you did not document this phone call that was much more important than any of those. You, a documentarian, did not document? All right, fine. Nancy sent him some items related to Mrs. Blackwell, including photos with her.
And that's when she tells me she's the little girl sitting next to Ruth in the photograph.
And then there's my favorite item, a vinyl record. Imagine leaving such an impression on someone that they remember and keep your favorite music with them for the next 70 years. And then You just send your precious keepsake off to some
Yeah,
random
what?
filmmaker. Nancy's a weird one. As you might guess, the vinyl record is going to get used
I
a
would
lot.
never do
Despite
that.
all this, Turner's a little worried he doesn't have enough material for a second documentary.
I really tried to get material to. I even flew my plane up to the abandoned hospital where Ruth was committed, and I shot a bunch of footage and edited it together thinking it was going to be awesome.
Don't worry, we'll talk about that so-called abandoned hospital in a bit. Eventually, he gets his hands on an old drawing of Greg's house, and he notices an X in the backyard.
You can see as I zoom in here, it's an X.
This part goes on and on for quite some time, but basically Turner and Terry return to Greg's house to dig up the X. It's funny, I think Greg's actor, Sonny Burnett, didn't want to be in this one.
There's a theory that aliens are actually many generations descendants in the future traveling back in time to observe us as we were to them. Oh. I feel like that's a really tinfoil hat theory. You know, like, it's on the same level as the people who think that the pyramids are time traveling machines.
Because Turner goes out of his way to not show Greg on camera again.
Are you sure he is okay with us just digging holes in his backyard? Do you want to ask?
I think that there is a bit too self-focused, like, you know, conveniently, like the whole world revolves around you kind of theory is a bit too...
He doesn't care.
Like,
This whole sequence of digging
out-
up the
get a hold of
mystery
yourself.
object in the Blackwell house backyard goes on for about 12 minutes. There's a part where Turner's troubleshooting how to get the metal detector to work that feels like it lasts forever.
Go get the instructions.
Some of the whack theories are definitely interesting.
Finally, he digs up
Because there are
a
people
metal
who
safe.
genuinely
And for the
believe
second
them.
time, we see Turner showcase his talent for making something seem like it's much heavier than it is.
He is just digging up someone's lawn.
Turner brings the mystery box home to the set of Dexter, his basement, and mentions something about it I found
That's a
really
cool looking
strange.
box,
I actually just went to the local locksmith, and he said, based on what he can tell, it just takes a straight up, flat tipped skeleton key.
We just got done watching like 12 minutes of Turner looking at an old drawing,
Digging up his
in a
own
backyard,
lawn?
troubleshooting a metal detector. But we didn't get even 30 seconds of his conversation with the locksmith. This is a pattern you'll see plenty of in the sequel.
grandmother lived to be
Apparently, a lot of the
96. She did not dress
inconsistencies
like
that
that
were
in
pointed
any
out in
old
the first
pictures.
one left
Oh.
enough of an impression on him that for this one, he just opts not to show stuff instead. But it wasn't a foolproof plan. Take a look at the lock on this thing.
It looks like the keyhole is filled with mud.
Now, I'm no expert on this line of work, but how exactly did the locksmith inspect the lock if it was full of mud? Seems like that would be impossible. Turner finally gets the safe open and starts scooping out all the mud when he
Why
discovers
is
that
it
the
full of
box
mud?
is full of human teeth.
Okay, so this is scary. These are human teeth.
The human teeth
And then it just kind
decompose?
of cuts to black. Next thing we know,
feel like
Turner's
they
getting
do,
another
right?
phone call, and
Wouldn't
he
you,
decided
like,
to actually
preserve
document this
them?
one. Whoa!
Or take extra
What about the
steps to
human
preserve
teeth?
them
What's
instead of
crazy to
throwing
me
them into
about
mud?
this sequence is that Turner
I don't know
doesn't
anything
mention the
about that.
teeth ever again. He doesn't
It's
mention reporting human remains or cold case evidence to the authorities. He doesn't mention any further investigation. He just kind of goes,
This is the creepiest thing I've ever found in my life.
and then he just moves on. Side note, we're about half
Isn't
an
there
hour
a
into this
body
film now,
part,
and
like
really
there's
the only
somewhere in
things
your
that
body
have
that
happened
doesn't
are opening the
decompose? I
package
don't
from
remember
Nancy
what it is.
and finding human teeth in a safe in the ground. Hopefully you can understand why we're doing a speed round on this one. So about that phone call, turns out it was Greg.
Greg called to let me know that he would be selling the house.
Greg extends an invitation to Turner
Your
to spend
son.
one last weekend at the house to finish up his documentary. That's really nice of Sonny Burnett.
My teeth
Greg. To
collection.
get back up to his old tricks at the house,
And I'm going to put it right back in the middle.
and even gets up to some new ones.
So Nancy, the 92-year-old lady who sent me that care package, if you
Balls.
remember, sent me a record. So I brought one with me. So this is going to be kind of like the ball on the table. And if she wants to listen to her favorite song, all she's got to do is kind of click a button, and it'll start to play.
This record player was the most frustrating part of the film. For me. I knew as soon as they introduced the vinyl record,
Oh,
he was going
no.
to have it like suddenly turn on in the other room while he's doing something else, but I underestimated just how many times it was going to happen.
I thought it was a clown song. Honestly, that would be the song that I leave behind.
And what's really frustrating is that Turner shows himself setting up cameras looking directly at the record player and even has one inches away from it. But do we ever see the footage from these cameras of the record player just turning on by itself? No. I mean, I'm just saying, if you're gonna pose as a documentarian, but then you don't document, at least lean into the role a little more, you know? Turner finally goes to bed for the night. Not much happens early on. They do a little fishing line trick to open and close the door while he sleeps, and he watches a video of the kitchen chairs moving around. Which I notice he's once again watching the video in Adobe Premiere, just like with the living room ghost video he made in the last film. I don't know why he's watching these videos in an editing program instead of just a media player of some kind. I did notice that he covers up the file name this time. I guess he didn't want to show kitchen ghost video finished.mp4 this time.
Now I know a lot of people are gonna be like, this is
That's
fake.
what I call
and,
my video projects. I do put
right now,
finished at the end.
Pretty cool
after I finish editing
On
it.
night 2, the ball on the table rolls into the basement, and Turner finds it in the basement by the well again. And once again, the ball coming to a stop in the basement is something you'd think we would have footage of, because there's a camera rolling directly on the well at all times.
There it is. I'm just gonna leave it right here.
It wasn't bolted last time.
And it should be
Can
able
you see that?
always be filming the old well there.
Okay, so why don't we see film of the ball rolling to a stop? Night 2 is full of stuff like this. The record player goes off. But we don't see any footage of either of the two cameras Turner set up in there of it turning on. There's also a part where the ghost rings the doorbell repeatedly.
Let him in!
But Turner just walks off and goes upstairs. It's like I've been saying.
Wouldn't you
You're
open the
playing
door though?
Documentarian. So document. Another thing that stands out to me about the sequel is that Ruth has some new tricks.
He is correcting
Have you
his
noticed
past
how she's not just turning on faucets and lights anymore? I guess she knows it's a sequel and she has to come up with some new material, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of new material, what's that I see in this shot? Enhance. Well, well, well. Looks like Greg finally bolted the well cover to the floor. Yeah, Greg's really shored up some inconsistencies in this one. While Turner's pondering the ball, the record player turns on in the background. Funny enough, we get footage of the record spinning after it's already turned on, but not of it turning on by itself. And Turner even shows he has a camera directly pointing at it.
Yeah.
It's just so frustrating.
I want to see that
At
footage.
the final night in the house, and Ruth has saved her grand finale for tonight. For some reason, Turner brought the record player into the living room, which I don't get because
kinda want a
in the other
record
room it
player.
had two cameras trained on it, so why'd he move it in here? It's good though, because we finally get to see footage of the record player turning on by itself. Unfortunately, Turner forgot to set up the camera that was right next to it before, so we can't even tell if the record is spinning in the video. The camera's so far away. Now, if you're sitting there scoffing at me right now because Turner did what I supposedly wanted him to do, and I'm still not happy,
Fallout music.
it's because the way this is
I've
set
never
up,
played
it
Fallout.
can still be really easily faked. Here, watch me do it.
Oh. Wow.
Whoa, looks like my house is haunted too. Ooh. Anyway, the record turns
I don't know
on
how
a few
he did
more
that.
times. One time Turner even reacts to it before the sound starts. Until finally, the doorbell starts going crazy again, and it's time for Ruth's final act.
Wow.
I have to say, most of the effects they use in these two films are really simple. But I like that for this last part, they made the ghost move things more dramatically. See, Ruth? You could have just been doing this all along. Where was this last movie? You were just turning those faucets on over and over last time.
Figure out what you do! You had all
I want to get the
summer
Silent
thinking
Hill
of it.
OST
To
on
close
vinyl.
out the Blackwell Ghost 2, Turner has an oddly emotional
I wonder
goodbye
if the
with
Cult
Ruth.
of the Lamb
I'm
OST
not
is
one
on
who usually
vinyl.
gets choked up at goodbyes. There sure is something special about this house, and the woman who haunts it. Even though she was an evil person who did horrible things, I can't help but think of her as a friend.
Yeah.
Huh?
I know she had that little slip up, that little setback where she murdered 7 children and stuffed their bodies down a
That's
well. But,
insane!
you know, once you get to know her,
That's
she's actually pretty
insane!
cool. Sometimes she'll turn on a faucet and I'll turn it back off, you know. What can I say? We have fun. At the end of the film, there's a special section of recovered footage, which Turner says was recovered from a hard drive. There's about 20 minutes of extra content, but I want to focus on 3 pieces in particular. The first is the footage he
Guy's
mentioned
feeling a
earlier
little
where
too
he visited
parasocial.
Ruth's old abandoned hospital. He claims that she was committed here, which would mean
The
it
friends
was
we
a
make
mental
along the way are
institute.
the murderous ghosts.
So this is actually a place called Hazelwood Hospital in Maysville, Kentucky, and there's of course no record
There's
of
a
it
lot of
being
places
a
like
mental
that in
hospital.
England.
Next, there's this clip of Turner hanging out in the master bedroom, and lo and behold, there's this exact same overlay effect he used in the living room video. He just can't help himself, can he? You notice how it's always moving from left to right in all 3 clips? Like, at least make it go the other way once.
Yeah.
Finally, Turner addresses the haters once again, specifically the plier incident.
I have to clarify this. So these pliers right here, in one of the shots in the first documentary, I shut this thing and I didn't put those pliers back. And then later, when the ball was actually on top of it, the pliers reappeared and people thought they had caught me in a lie. But the truth is, I didn't film myself putting the cap back on because it's so damn heavy, I almost lost some fingers. So don't worry, guys, the pliers are there.
Don't worry, guys, the pliers are there. Yes, that's our whole point. The pliers are
I
there.
thought-
What kind of counter argument is this?
That's not
Turner's argument
documentation,
is that
though.
He just didn't film himself putting the cap back on. But the thing is that Turner
Possum?
did
He
film
kinda does
himself
remind me of
putting the cap
Possum.
back on, and the pliers aren't there. So he's saying he shut off filming right before putting the pliers back in? Why? I just watched this guy painstakingly film every moment of him troubleshooting a metal detector.
And it's not an operate. Bat test operate. What's the difference in that? Oh, set discrimination dial to midpoint. That's what I'm doing wrong.
I've always wanted to
See,
use
I
a
didn't
metal
know what that
detector.
meant.
Turner is a guy who documents
I like
everything,
loot. I
which
like
is why when he
finding
doesn't
things.
document something, it's very suspicious.
my
And what's
DNA.
interesting to me is that Turner is a guy who resents this suspicion.
I think
it's
when
one
I
of the very
become
first thing
old-
he says in the first film.
One of my hobbies will definitely be metal
there.
detecting.
And the Blackwell Ghost 2, he even dedicates entire monologues to skeptics and debunkers. Ugh.
The only person you're trying to convince is yourself.
One would think that he would have more of an understanding with those who are skeptical, considering he called up the guy who filmed that hotel video and said,
"Please don't
I
take
feel
offense
like,
by this."
is it? Can you legally like do metal detection in places like Japan where they don't allow like littering, so you're less likely to find like a piece of a can. You know what I mean?
I think that the video is fake.
Or did he? I hinted at this a few times earlier, but Turner is John, the hotel
Morticia
security
Adams
guard.
with a metal
You can find the video on
detector.
YouTube, uploaded by Jimmy Nut 22. The video has about 13 million
Why
views,
not?
which
I
is
don't
really
know.
crazy. Hey, what's this? For licensing
Yeah,
rights,
I would think you
please
need a
contact
license.
us at blackwellghost.com.
Huh?
Yep, that's right. Jimmy Nut 22 is Turner Clay. They've even got a trailer for the Blackwell Ghost 2 on there. And the Blackwell Ghost 3. That's right. There's a third one. And a fourth one. All right, so as it turns out, there's 7 Blackwell Ghost films. I know, right? Like, how are there 7?
What?
The story of Ruth Blackwell wrapped up so nicely at the end of the
Just
second
pick a
one.
different
But they've
ghost.
got her mugshot in all 7 films. So I know what you're wondering. What happens? Well, listen, okay? I can only watch so many of these films. They're not bad films, considering they're pretty much just really long YouTube videos, no offense.
True.
You know, I'm something of a long YouTube video creator myself.
But all right, we'll talk about the third one just for a little bit. Super speed round. So Turner has a dream about a missing person named Sarah Baker, who he discovers is actually a real missing person.
He becomes the
even
next
finds her
Blackwell
missing person
Ghost.
flyer.
Do know if you have an internet connection, the uncensored version of this flyer does exist online. You just have to know where to look for it. So, Moving on.
Oh, Turner's up to his old tricks again. He has a phone call with the missing
I
persons hotline.
don't know how he made
films
7
the
more
entire
movies
call, so he's already doing a better job
nothing.
documenting things than he did in the second film.
Absolutely
Although at this point, he's
nothing.
probably just talking to a friend or family member on the other line, posing as a hotline operator. The hotline operator mentions that Sarah was a victim of a serial killer. Long story short, Turner ends up tracking down the former home of the Lightfoot serial killer.
The house that sits 4 miles off the main road and was the site of
that
roughly
real?
18 separate gruesome murders still stands today, used as a vacation rental property. Upon realizing this, I immediately began planning my visit.
So you've probably figured it out by now, but the Blackwell Ghost 3 actually has nothing to do with Ruth Blackwell or Greg's house. It takes place in Florida, and the house he's describing is where all the ghost shenanigans will take place this time. Turner drives out to the house.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
He pulls up to the house and is so impressed by it that he makes an interesting comment about it.
I have the wrong profession.
I don't know why, but I just got Mandela catalog vibes from this house.
An interesting comment to make, considering he ended up being the owner of the house in the last 2 movies. Turner opens up the turquoise front door, walks through the turquoise trimmed entryway into the living room and kitchen, completely covered in turquoise, and even makes note of a turquoise toilet.
Turquoise toilet.
Turquoise toilet.
It's a turquoise toilet.
Wow, the serial killer's house is completely covered in turquoise. Come to think of it, the last house had a lot of turquoise in it too.
It did?
Didn't it? There was turquoise in the living spaces, like the dining
He's
room.
wearing
there
turquoise.
was turquoise in the bedrooms.
He's wearing turquoise
although, depending
again.
on the color grading, this could have been more of a teal, but basically the same thing. And then I remembered, hey,
and again,
Turner's family
he's always
home at the
wearing
beginning of the first
turquoise
film
or
also
teal.
plastered in turquoise? Here's Turner in his parents' living room. And look at the wall color in the background.
Is he obsessed
Here's
with this
Turner
color?
having a phone call with himself
His
about
chair
the
is
Hotel
turquoise.
Ghost video
He
he
is
made.
turquoise.
And once again, look at the color of the walls. Now, considering the Clay family owned both this house and the Blackwell house, what were the chances they also owned the vacation rental home that he's filming this 3rd film in? Well, as it turns out, it's a place called the Blue Creek Lodge in Florida.
Some
and this
elaborate
particular
ARG.
unit does happen to also be owned by the Clay family. I'm not
That's
going to show their private
crazy.
information, so you'll just have to trust me. And at this point, it shouldn't really be a shock that they own this house too, right? Anyway, Blackwell 3 goes a lot like Blackwell 2. This time, instead of the vinyl record gimmick, they have a
It
phone
really is
gimmick.
blue dabba dabba die.
Also, Turner brought some Scrabble pieces.
I like
and
how he didn't
goes
make
to
a
great
comment
lengths
on
to include
how
them
in
showing
every
something
one of those
spooky.
clips
The night
he was
activity are
also
mostly
wearing
just
that
the ghosts
color.
banging on doors in the background while Turner sits and looks at a wall. So, yeah, this was the last one I decided to watch. Okay, just from looking at the descriptions of the other films, it looks like Blackwell 3 is actually the first in the Lightfoot serial killer trilogy. Which concludes in Blackwell 5, and then a new storyline starts up again in 6. It's an interesting idea to turn it into an anthology series, but I can't help but be a little annoyed that they're branding all the films with Ruth Blackwell still. But then again, there's no such person as Ruth Blackwell. I don't know who this person is, but if I had to guess, I'd say their last name is probably Clay. In fact, I'm feeling so gaslit by this series now. I'm pretty sure they're all Clays.
It's just
the
his
old lady
ancestors.
Nancy, who sent Turner that vinyl record, is
His
probably
family?
grandmother Clay. The people he talks to on the phone are probably his Clay cousins or siblings. And this Sarah Baker person is probably a Clay aunt or something. They're all Clays. All the houses are owned by the Clays. All the actors are Clay family members. It's like the Clay Mafia over there. They're probably gonna see this video and ice me. I'm uncovering too many of their family secrets. I found myself getting irritated while watching these films as I was fact-checking them. Sitting there shaking my head like, this Sarah Baker person doesn't even exist. Just like if you Google Lightfoot serial killer, you won't find anything. And like I just said, Ruth Blackwell doesn't exist either. But then I realized, isn't that a good thing that they don't exist?
Yeah.
In my video on 28 Days Haunted, I got pretty animated about how much distaste I had for the fact that the show used real victims and real cold cases for their fake paranormal activity.
Yeah, that's awful.
I do think there's there's some real damage that can be caused here by presenting everything on the show as unquestionably real, especially when it comes to the fairly recently deceased. In the Blackwell Ghost series, Turner also fakes paranormal activity, but he doesn't use other people's real-life trauma and tragedy as a prop. These so-called serial killer houses, they're just houses his family owns. These names he throws out there, they're made up. It's honestly refreshing. This is how I wish they would all do it. So on one hand, Turner Clay has enough respect for the real-life dead to just let them rest, which is a benevolent deception. But on the other hand, he goes to great lengths to make this series appear as a legitimate documentary, which I would consider a malicious deception. It's a tough contrast to account for in my head when I return back to the question I started this video with. Is the Blackwell Ghost a true mockumentary? Just like Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity, with Turner Clay playing a fictionalized version of himself?
I think Blair Witch is good.
This is the real Turner Clay that we're seeing. A con man who desperately wants you to think that these are documentaries he's making and not found footage.
Plot twist, he's self-reporting.
And then there's the question that I'm sure a lot of people are asking right now, which is,
he comes from a family of serial
why does it
killers.
matter?
Maybe this is
It's
his
all just
coping
entertainment,
mechanism.
right? Well, it
This is him
matters
coping with
because
that
we live in an
information.
age of incredibly low media literacy. Videos and photos you see
giant
online have
depressed
just
cat!
as
Happy
good a chance to be
birthday!
real as they do to be fake.
Happy
And the general
birthday!
public is
More
terrible
like a giant
at knowing the
birthday
difference.
cat.
And it's only going to get worse. With the advancements that AI is making, deep fake videos, AI voice, there's a not so distant future where it's going to be very difficult to tell if what you're seeing and hearing is real. Keeping this impending reality in mind, I think it's irresponsible to label a fictional horror film like this as nonfiction. I mean, what's the benefit? Paranormal Activity has no problem being fictional. Blair Witch has no problem being fictional. But it seems like Turner Clay has a problem with the Blackwell Ghost being fictional. It begs the question, what does the Blackwell
It is
Ghost
just,
series
like,
gain from all the doubling down?
deceitful.
After watching the first 3 films, I'm not so sure. I wonder what
You could
Turner
still
sees that
enjoy
I
like a
don't
ghost
in
movie
framing the
and
series the
believe
way
that
that
it's
he
not
does.
real
It's
and
not
still get
unprecedented
scared
for a
by it.
filmmaker to try to deceive their audience as to their intentions with one of their films. Notorious film director Tommy Wiseau insisted for years that his film The Room,
am the new
universally considered
Joker.
among the worst dramas of all time, was actually a black comedy. Now, if you've seen The Room, you know what it's supposed to be. It might even seem obvious to you that it's a drama, but that didn't stop people I've watched the movie with,
That
who were
movie is
seeing it for the very
unironically
first
so
time,
good.
from asking me, is this guy for real? This is a parody, right? Like a joke movie? For me,
This
the
movie- that
Blackwell
movie was
Ghost
actually
toes
so
a
good.
similar line. In contrast, though, The Room is full of
I
ridiculous
did not hit her.
scenes
I
that
did
clue you
not.
in that it's
Oh,
intended
hi,
to be
Mark.
a drama. The Blackwell Ghost, on the other hand, plays it really safe. There's some ridiculous things that happen, but it never gets to mountain monsters level of outlandish.
Looking down at this pile of squash poop, it's beautiful.
Actually, I did
beautiful.
notice
I
one
wonder if he
example
made a video
of a
on that
little wink to the
on that
audience
show
in the
or
first
movie.
Blackwell film. I paused
try
on
and
the
find
fake
it.
newspaper microfilm he was looking at and noticed that the article mentions the investigation was being led by Detective Jim Hopper. You may recognize that as a reference to one of the main characters in Stranger Things. This is what ended up winning me over, the Easter egg. Combined with all the fictional victim and serial killer names are pretty much the only things in the films that I can point to and say, this is actual evidence that the Blackwell Ghost is a mockumentary. Now you might say, who needs actual evidence? I knew it was a mockumentary. What, are you gonna debunk grave encounters next? But for me, the point isn't whether or not you were right when you guessed or assumed about the true nature of the films. But what facts or evidence led you to that conclusion? Being a good little guesser and being media literate are two different things. Sure, maybe you were able to guess on first glance that the Blackwell Ghost is fake, but there's gonna come a time when it won't be that easy, like I was talking about earlier. And that's one reason why paranormal investigator content interests me so much, because it's a great way to practice those skills. So yeah, based on everything I've seen, I'd say this is a mockumentary, just like Paranormal
Don't get
Activity.
deceived.
The main difference is that the Blackwell Ghost markets itself just like those paranormal YouTubers do, and it's done so convincingly that it even had me wondering what the real story was. In conclusion, I like to revisit what John the hotel security guard, aka Turner Clay, said at the beginning of the series.
This is a real video, yet people still think it's fake. The public is always going to think it's fake, even if it's real.
I hear a similar
Him
sentiment
nodding to
echoed
that
in a lot
makes
of the
him
comments
like
of my
look
ghost
like he's
debunking
agreeing with it. He's
videos.
like, well,
People
yeah, it
saying
is.
that No matter what happened in the video, I'd never accept that it was genuine footage of a ghost, and I'd always find some reason for it to be fake. And unfortunately, The Blackwell Ghost is a series of films filled with similar
But
rhetoric.
he's right though. It's also because like technology is getting more deceitful as it advances. Like looking at AI, you can barely tell when
Maybe it's
something
because
is
I've seen
AI
this
anymore.
argument so much recently in my comments, but it strikes a nerve with me. This is a logical fallacy called the burden of proof
Like someone
fallacy.
could probably make
ready
an
for a
AI
challenge,
video about a ghost
that is
haunting and people will believe it.
That ghosts exist.
If you're wanting to prove that ghosts exist, the burden of proof is firmly on you. Denying that you bear that burden,
You won't believe me if I say yes.
or insisting that you've already provided it, even when you haven't,
The public is always going to think it's fake, even if it's real.
doesn't
I do get
absolve you
tricked
from
every
being
time I see a
responsible
really
for it.
good
Yeah, I know,
artwork
I'm taking a found
on
footage
Twitter and I'm
film
like,
too
whoa, this
seriously.
is really
But
good.
believe it
And
or
then I
not,
take a
there are
closer
plenty
look and I'm
of
like,
people who
oh,
watch these films and believe
that's
them to be
AI.
real. They're out there. And there's not an
Oh.
insignificant number of them, especially on Facebook. The line between information and entertainment is being blurred more and more. It's a line that the Blackwell Ghost toes a little too finely for my tastes. Phew, so serious. Where's Jeremy the demonologist when you need him for...
I do want to say though, I don't have a problem as AI as a tool, but like AI for theft is not good.
comedic relief.
Not good. Let's see if he has a video. I'm gonna see if I can find it. This YouTuber is called John Wolf, by the way. Bigfoot. Did he make a video on Bigfoot? I don't know what this is. This is the first video that came up.
Boo! Hey guys, it's John. And today we're going to be reacting to some more ghost videos. This time from my boy Nuke. Nuke's Top 5 has a couple new videos and I'll be
A bit
reacting
delayed.
to one of them. This one's called Top 5 Ghost Videos So Scary You'll Go Boom Boom. Now I don't know what it means to go boom boom, but I guess we'll explode. That's probably the most optimistic.
I'm so scared right
interpretation.
now.
Anyway, let's check it out. Hopefully, I'm not gonna go boom boom.
I will be right back.
Okay, now
though,
before we
chat.
get
I'll be
started,
right back super
I
fast.
normally like
Leave this
being
on.
in this corner of the video, but this is also where Nuke likes to put his watermark, which is, I feel like it grows larger every time I see it, so I'm not gonna block the watermark, so I'll move to a different corner. I feel like that's a fair compromise. Don't want anyone to think that I'm covering up the watermark, because I just like being in that corner, but I'm willing to adjust. Anyway, let's check this out.
Dirt bike rider Ethan's TikTok is dedicated to videos of his biking trips into the sand dunes and woods of Oregon.
Wait, what was this guy's name?
Dirt bike rider Ethan's TikTok is
Dirt bike rider Ethan's TikTok. I thought his last name was Sticktalk for a second, and I was like, wow, he was destined for this platform. But it says here TikTok is Motoans.
dedicated to videos of his biking trips into the sand dunes and woods of Oregon. But one day when he's 15 miles out into the woods and completely alone, he experiences something that frightens him to his core.
What's gonna happen to Ethan's Sticktalk? Literal bones. Oh wow. Not figurative bones, literal bones.
This way.
Don't worry, the bones weren't like an analogy or metaphor or anything.
This is
They're
where most people would turn around.
real bones.
You turn around and you never get to see what's on the other side. That's where all the gold is waiting over there.
The gold. My man,
Could
you were
be
not in the
missing out
19th
what's
century.
on the other side. Hello?
What happened to that adventurous spirit? Most people would turn around here, but not me. That's where the gold is. What, maybe the gold is yelling out for you, my friend.
Ethan is shocked when he hears strange human-like sounds coming from the woods. He believes it's a voice saying hey and help.
Be missing out what's on the other side.
That's my favorite one. Hey! My man needs to drink some water. But what about the help? So you hear somebody crying for help in the woods and you don't go see what's going on? Somebody could be in trouble. Why would you immediately go to Ghost with this one? Like, I mean, first of all, the audio is overlaid the video,
in the
right?
brush that seems to be quickly moving towards him.
That
He
sounds
decides
like
to just get out of there and is even so spooked that he runs right off the path and almost ends up falling right down the hill.
What? Okay, no.
Which cat was it? There's like a cat known for screaming in the middle of the night or just in the middle of a forest, and it sounds really human.
No. Wait, we gotta see that again.
He runs right off the path.
What? How did this even happen? Now, I'm not a big bike rider or anything. Don't know anything about motorcycles.
Mountain lion?
This seems like if you were gonna fake having a fall, it would be wise to slow down to like 2 miles an hour before just suddenly, oh damn, I fell because I was so freaked out.
So spooked that he runs right off the path.
Like, what even happened? You're not even off the path. You're on the path right now. Nuke's lying right now. He's saying this he ran himself off the path. He's still on the path.
And almost ends up falling right down the hill.
Whoa, almost.
When he posts the video to his TikTok page, he wonders if he might have had an encounter with a skinwalker or some kind of cryptid.
Why would you immediately go to that explanation rather than it was somebody in the woods who needed help? I'm just saying there's a lot of sus things that don't add up here for Mr. Stick Talk. Okay, first of all, the bones. Wow, the bones just so happened to be right next to the part that was blocked off. And then our adventurous guy there, he's like, hey, we should go past this to get to the gold. And I'm not really sure what he meant by that. But then all it takes is somebody going, hey, in a parched voice, and somebody yelling help, and a little bit of rustling happening, and then all of a sudden he's, oh no, careening off the path but still staying on it. and then his explanation is it was a skinwalker. I think maybe there were just some people out there and you decided to run at the first sight, which isn't necessarily an unwise move. I just don't think that this is a ghost video.
It's rumored that a strange creature wanders these woods.
Oh, of course.
But many of his viewers just shrug it off. They say that he
Do
probably
you tend
just
to
heard
believe
a bobcat
videos
or
like this?
maybe even a peacock.
Oh, that's so cute.
I mean, I think it was a person. Actually, that could have been a cat. Now that I hear it a second time, that
like
could have been a cat. Yeah. See, the problem with a lot of these videos is that they'll... Oh, I'm sorry, Nuke. I'm covering up your logo. I'm very sorry. Sir, please don't ice me. The problem with a lot of these videos is that they'll overlay the caption, and then you can't help but hear what's being said as that word. Like, if it hadn't said help...
It's like the green needle
the voice
thing.
said, ow.
Have you had the green needle brainstorm thing?
Yes, that
now,
doesn't
whether
sound like
it was
help.
just a bobcat or a peacock or not, many of Ethan's viewers want to see more. They ask Ethan over and over to return to that same spot in the woods to see what happens.
He's not gonna.
So finally, Ethan decides to return, but he makes the very bad decision to return late in the day.
Oh,
You
no.
think it's
Okay,
a
now
fox?
it's fake. Now it's fake. The second time you return to this place is at night. No.
As the sun is starting to set, as you might guess,
Why would you do that?
it did not go well.
Oh, he's
Something
still alive,
happens
isn't
that
he?
no one can explain.
No one can explain this, guys. Are you ready? There's not a single possible explanation for what you're about to see.
Bones are still here. I don't like this at all.
Bones?
Oh god, there's
I like how the bones are on the trail. Straight up.
What are they
how did you
bones
spell
of,
carcass? Straight up carcass. Yeah, I don't know. That could be a carcass, actually. All jokes aside, but I kind of can't see because you're like he's like barely giving us a chance to see it. He's just like, oh yeah, there's definitely a carcass there. Don't take too good a look, viewers. So what if it is a carcass? You're out in the woods, supposedly. Animals die out in the woods and they get eaten by other animals. It's totally normal.
I think that tree is actually gone.
I hate when my
road's
car
been
starts to
cleared.
cuss
Looks
at
like
me.
We've already passed it a while ago, but that tree is gone.
What tree?
There's a lot of trees.
Oh! Just dark as hell.
Oh.
I'm probably gonna turn around soon.
Did you pump in music of crickets to signal the setting of the sun here?
Holy crap, dude, this show going on forever.
It sounds so overlaid.
That is not a naturally captured sound.
I just
That's
played it
pumped
over
in.
the video.
Did you hear the reverb on that thing?
That's what?
That thing has crazy reverb effects on it. That's not, you didn't capture that with your phone.
It just got
What's it
really quiet.
Yeah, you ended
rebubbing off.
cricket.mp3 right as you pumped in scream.mp3. Come on, man. What? Where? Oh, God.
He's just backing up. Oh, now your bike doesn't work?
No, the bike's not starting. What will happen to our hero, Mr. Stick Talk?
Any dirt bike riders in the chat?
Where's he even going? I can't.
No.
Where is he going?
Did you darken the footage?
Yeah, that was my cue to go. That was my cue to leave.
I didn't see anything.
It's already getting dark when Ethan finds himself in a field and tries to decide which way to go.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Nuke's got us covered. He's going to zoom in and circle it in red. Let's go.
All of a sudden, it gets really quiet as even the crickets seem to stop chirping. Suddenly, an ominous-looking figure walks right out of the darkness.
What is that? That's an image.
Mr.
That's
Stick
an
Talk's friend.
image.
Maybe Mr. Stick Talk brother.
That's
There's
an
Ethan
overlaid
Stick Talk,
image.
And then there's Brian's Stick Talk.
Did
That's
you
Brian
see it?
over there.
Terrified, Ethan gets out of there as quickly as he can. What do you think is going on here?
Nothing. Big fat
Wait, it looks like something familiar. Like it looks like a skeleton with really long arms. Like those are his tiny little legs. Like from a game. That's what it looks like to me. Just like a mob.
Nothing. What do I think is going on here? The biggest evidence here for this being fake is the fact that he went back in the evening alone. That's like, if you really had a traumatic experience, I don't care how much
It's my
gold
natural
is out
habitat.
there that Mr.
What the
Stick
frick?
Talk is looking
I
for.
go out
You're not
once
gonna
every
go
year
back,
to touch
especially not
grass,
at night, especially
and some
alone.
guy on a bike
And then
disturbs me.
The second biggest piece of evidence,
And then I go check it out and
I
he
think
screams
here
at me
is
and
those
drives away. What the
audio
frick?
files that were pumped in were just really obvious. The sound had a lot of reverb. Cricket.mp3 died down immediately. I mean, that's something that you could easily do in an editing program. I just don't see that being real. I thought that the crickets sounded a little sus even before they died down, so they were just like, they were a little too rhythmic for me. A lot of times when you hear actual crickets out in nature, and this may be difficult for some of you that don't leave the house, but I'm here to tell you, they don't typically sound like that. That sounds like like a pristine audio file to me.
I don't really hear crickets
Many
here.
believe to be a skinwalker.
Well, there's so many
Or
skinwalkers
is
out
it
there.
all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
I love you, Nuke. Everything is unexplainable, and if it is, then it's an elaborate hoax. It's a conspiracy.
Local man discovers audio editing.
Andrew Smith regularly sets out to explore secluded tunnels and caves in the beautiful landscape of Arizona. On one of his trips, he finds an abandoned mining cave and decides to take a look inside.
It's really
Now, why would
dangerous.
you do
You
it?
shouldn't do that. Like, even if you find one and you don't believe in ghosts, don't ever go in a mining cave.
Why would you go inside an abandoned mine? Those things are dangerous. There's probably a sign on the front that's like, hey, don't go inside. We're not gonna come in and drag your body out after there's a cave in. Your stupid ass going around hollering
They're
in
really,
the caves causing
really
a
likely
cave-in.
to
That's
collapse.
It's not gonna happen. So don't go in there. There's probably a million of those signs that they just completely ignored here. And then surprise, when you go inside the abandoned mine, it's just kind of, you know, a deep dark tunnel. So we gotta find a way to make it more interesting.
What happens next is downright chilling.
I can't wait.
Filled with gas? Yeah.
I have literally heard that exact scream.
He might as well
That
put
is
a vine
sound
boom.
effect. I've heard that exact one before.
That's not how sound works. I think the reverb sound would work much better here than it did in the forest.
I mean, come on, guys. It's not that hard to... Just have your friend go in there and scream. Why you gotta pump in scream.mp3?
Why does that sound like feet on a kitchen?
Okay, did you
That's
hear that
so
running sound
dangerous.
effect? Did you hear how clean it sounded? It sounded like shoes on like tile or hardwood floor. Listen to the difference between the running sound effect that they're using here and this guy's actual footsteps in the abandoned mine, okay? There's so much more noise because it's like a dirtier sound, right? That's because it's not being pumped in over the video.
There might be like dangerous animals in there, dangerous insects.
My gut is telling me to leave. Oh well.
This is very dangerous to be in
deep
there.
inside now.
Like a ghost is the least of your worries.
I've heard that exact whispering sound effect before too. Whisper.mp3. I can't tell you like what the name of the licensed file is.
Reminds me of that one movie about the catacombs.
I've heard that whispering
I think
in
it's fairly
indie
new.
horror games before. I've heard that exact whispering.
It's really good.
Uh-huh.
Why?
You know I know the way back.
His feet so loud. Oh.
Was that like a car seat?
Is that a
It's like a
chair?
little car seat or something, right?
Oh, it
You
is.
can't be that deep. You can't be that deep inside the abandoned mine then. Is that what that is?
As
That
above,
looks like
so
a car
below?
seat.
Yes, that one.
Apparently he's extremely deep
It's a
inside
good
the
movie.
abandoned mine. You're right, you're probably right by the entrance. This seems sketchy. What is it doing this deep? Yeah, it's because you're not that deep, bro. I can solve that mystery for us right now. I feel like something is hiding in there. I didn't hear anything. Do you hear it whispering to me? I did read what you were saying it was saying, but
Can you imagine this
I
guy
did not hear
editing
that
his
at
own
all,
video and be
actually.
like, put the scream in? Dude, that sounds real.
I mean, this is exactly what I was saying earlier. It's another case of like they pop the text up on screen and then you hear it, right? It's a little trick.
Andrew suddenly hears a scream, followed by the chilling sound of running footsteps somewhere deep within the cave.
It wasn't that
This
deep.
isn't Andrew's first cave explorer, and he actually manages to keep calm and continue his trek through the tunnels.
The running from deep within the cave was so deep that it was back at his house in his office on the computer in the editing
Thank you for 20
But the
gifted
sounds become
subs.
increasingly
Thank you.
more disturbing.
Oh look,
Thank
he's
you
not
so
certain
much.
about
Captures what
this.
sounds like several voices whispering to him.
And
One of the voices
Mizo, thank
even
you for the
seems to
tier
say,
3 for 15
"We
months.
don't know
Thank
who
you.
this is."
Arigato. Thank you, thank you. Miss you. Ah.
I still don't hear it.
Since we
I'm
don't
back.
know the history of the
I'm back.
abandoned mine or why it was abandoned in the first place, it leaves you to wonder
Thank you for
just
the
what
gifted.
happened there and what could be the source of all these spooky noises. But as to whether
Welcome.
I mean, if he's really that deep inside the abandoned mine, then
We should have a watch
why
along
is
of
the
above
welcome
so
sign
below?
there? Wouldn't that
In
be
Discord?
towards the entrance? Something's not adding up. Oh boy, that was like really fake.
Or on Twitch.
the abandoned
I've always wanted
graveyard.
to do one of those
Paranormal
watch party
investigator Ian
things.
from the YouTube channel Midwest Ghost Hunter.
It's fake. It's my YouTuber / TikToker rule. If there's ever a YouTuber or TikToker that's like, oh, you show ghosts, it's fake.
This time at the allegedly haunted Vicksburg Cemetery in Renville County, Minnesota.
I love that little drop in there. Allegedly haunted. Nuke's trying to maintain some neutral ground here. It's allegedly haunted, but you know, we're all skeptics here, and we'll just see.
The old graveyard is abandoned, overgrown, and hidden away deep in the Minnesota woods.
I don't know why my
In the
alert
1870s,
is
the cemetery
broken.
was part of the thriving town of Vicksburg, but the village is now nothing more than a ghost town. Perhaps quite literally.
For now.
Visitors to the cemetery have reported seeing and hearing supernatural activity, and locals warn tourists to stay away from the graveyard at night. Midwest Ghost Hunter, aka Ian, soon finds out why.
I can't wait.
All right, I'm coming over to visit. I hope you don't mind.
At night? Choose.
Hope you don't mind. No, you hope they do mind. You hope they do mind. You're a ghost hunter. You hope they mind.
40,000
You don't want them to
people
just be
used
like,
to
sure,
live
bro,
here.
come
Now
on
it's a
in.
ghost
And you,
town.
you don't capture anything. You drove all the way out here. You want to get some footage. You want them to mind.
I'm sorry that your tombstone has been destroyed.
No, you're not. You're
What
provoking.
happened? Is it vandalized? Whoa.
And when he asks whether the headstone has been vandalized, a quiet little voice seems to whisper, yeah.
Wow, thank you for amplifying and enhancing the audio, because I didn't hear anything earlier. It sounded like a sound effect.
As I said, I'm just here to visit. I'm here with nothing but respect.
I'm just here to visit, not try to monetize your tragedy for my YouTube channel.
I'm getting eaten up by mosquitoes right now.
Oh, she doesn't care about
But
that.
that's okay.
She doesn't care about
worth
that.
it.
I'm getting
She's
bit
like,
by
I would love to have
mosquitoes right now.
The feeling
Yeah,
of
well, I'm
mosquitoes
freaking
eating me up. I
dead.
would love to feel something, but instead I'm just a ghost.
It's worth it. If I could just hear your voice one more time.
He's not
It's
gonna
worth it for these
care.
Sweet, sweet views.
Whoa.
I'm gonna need you to tell me
Thank
what
you.
you said.
Oh my gosh. I heard that.
Hey there,
Yeah.
demons.
I
It's
heard
me,
you once
yeah,
again.
boy.
Oh, the camera dies.
Whoa, you just drained my battery too. Dang, dude.
And this time a soft voice seems to answer, it's lonely here.
That's a stretch. She's also not responding to me. I asked your name. I said, what's your name?
Ian decides to explore
You
more
gotta
of the
get tough with these
cemetery, and when he
ghosts.
reaches another gravestone, something happens that he just can't explain.
Uh-huh, sure.
Oh, whoa, whoa.
What?
the hell was that?
I don't know. I didn't see anything. I just heard a sound effect.
Suddenly, the fence begins rattling by itself without reason.
I don't see it moving at all.
I love the voiceover.
Suddenly, the fence begins rattling by itself without reason.
I don't see
Why
it
do you sound
moving.
so bored? It sounds like he doesn't even believe it himself. Like, suddenly, the fence started rattling.
Did you just rattle this fence? What's your name?
Must have been the wind.
Here, I could try to read your grave. What does that say? Nanny?
I
Is your name Nanny?
His camera's so bad.
Whoa.
That means yes.
Okay.
Rattle once for yes, rattle twice for no.
I take that as a yes. Is there anybody else that's buried here? Whoa, I just heard your voice.
Whoa.
Could you say it once more? Dude, oh my god, I just heard you again.
What is she
I
saying?
just received an intelligent response from what sounds like a ghostly little girl.
Dude, this voiceover is sending me.
Ghostly
oh my god.
little girl.
Wait, I need to hear that again.
What sounds like a ghostly little girl.
YouTuber bot has received a ghostly message from a ghostly little girl.
And now realize that there actually may be two spirits haunting this gravesite.
Wow.
Nanny Bickle, who passed away at the age of 5.
He said
and Ida
nanny, but it says Nancy. Nancy Bickle, but he says Nanny Bickle.
Two spirits haunting this gravesite.
Wow.
Nanny Bickle, who passed away at the age of 5. And
Huh?
Ida Bickle, who passed away at age 7.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad that you're pretending to contact the girls that died at the age of 5 and 6. for your
Yeah, what
YouTube
the?
channel.
That's
Ian
kind of weird.
decides to take some pictures. What happens next is absolutely unnerving.
Pose for the photo.
Pose for the photo. Now, don't tell me you photoshopped something in.
Could you smile?
Imagine.
God,
Imagine.
this guy's taking the piss, dude.
Pre-nodders.
Nothing but respect.
All right, I'm gonna count to 3, okay? And I want you to pose for this photo.
Please.
He is
want you
disrespecting
to
these
pose
graves.
For the
If they're
frickin'
real
photo.
graves.
Let's try this again, and this time I want to see you posing for the photo.
1, 2, 3.
If you look at this photo closely, there appears to be two misty little girls staring into
that's
the camera
ridiculous.
from the gravesite.
There appear to be two misty little girls. No, there don't.
No, there don't.
There do not appear to be two misty
Tomato,
little girls.
tomato, tomato.
They both appear to be in their adolescence, have long hair, and dark beady eyes.
You're reading a lot into this image right here.
Yeah,
You're
dark long
superimposing
hair.
a lot of shit that I wouldn't think otherwise. Long hair.
Where?
Where are you getting this long hair from? It literally looks like you just took the dodge tool in Photoshop or something and just brightened a couple areas.
In the photo taken afterwards, they are completely gone.
Yeah, completely gone.
Oh, so the one that you didn't edit, they're not there. What a shock.
Apparitions that look like little girls appear in one of Ian's pictures.
I mean, that's such a okay. First of all, this is such a stretch right here. Like, I don't even see anything. Like I maybe see a face
two
here.
Faces.
Sort of. Like
Two
it
faces.
almost looks like there's an ear, eye, mouth.
That's just edited.
You know,
He took a
chin.
picture of two little
But
girls and
this
edited
is
on.
like straight up nothing, and you're like, I see two little girls. No.
Sitting right next to what he believes is their own gravestone.
So you're telling me these girls have been just sitting there for like 150 years, and they're gonna pose for
Wow,
your ass?
too spooky
That just
for me,
came
not
up with a
pre-lit.
camera. Just looking at this, it genuinely looks to me like an overlaid image.
Yeah, it
I know
does.
I said earlier, you know, oh, it looks like you just went in.
Like the fence kind of changes color. You know what I mean?
With like the dodge tool or something, but it looks like it's
And the flower, like the greenery gets really dusty where the picture is.
overlaid image, because it's an image. It's like the color. You can tell the color of the wired fence, and to a certain extent, even like the plants and stuff. It's like a little bit grayer. Like if you look at this plant right here and this plant right here, like this has a little more of the color drained out of it, and it's like a little more gray. So like, where are these girls standing? You know what I mean? Where are they supposed to be standing? Are they supposed to be standing
Behind
in
the
front of the
fence?
plant, behind the plant, like this one right here? Like, where are these? That's what I'm not really getting, and this seems more to me like just a superimposed image, because you're not only seeing the color change of like the background right here, where you can clearly see the girls' faces, but you can also see the color of the fence and the plants changed, which seems to me like
you
would
for
be
the
an effect of
anonymous
using
gift,
Photoshop
though.
here. So that's my takeaway from this. I probably took it a lot more seriously than it's meant to be taken, but this just seems like a pretty obvious Photoshop job to me.
Nanny
A bad
Bickle,
one.
who passed away at the age of 5.
No, she didn't.
Haunting this
She didn't
gravesite.
pass away at the age of
Nanny
5.
Bickle, who
It says here, birth 1862, death 1876.
What?
So she would be 14, according to you. What do you mean passed away at the age of 5? Is that why you took it off so quick? Why lie? Why lie about that? Well, hang on. If
I didn't even
Nancy's
see that.
14, then she's definitely not one of the two misty little girls that you had there. Actually, maybe this is like a typo. Maybe they meant to say 1872 instead of 1876. But then, well, even if that says 1872, then they're still not 5. They're 3.5.
and Ida Bickle, who passed away at age 7.
At age 7? Well, no, she's not 7.
She's 6.
According to what is with the dates and the ages not lining up?
Huh?
You're the one who put them on screen. No, she's not 7 here. You're the one who's putting their ages on there. First of all,
What?
Nancy is 14 according to the dates that you put up, right? Or 13, I'm not sure. And then you say that she's 5, but even if I correct it for you, it's 3.5. And then Ida's not 7. She's not even 6. She's 5. So I don't know why did they not match up? It's just such a weird little detail to get wrong. It's the sort of detail that you might get wrong if you're trying to fake stuff. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's fake, but
Yeah.
it just seems like a lot of things are lining up here for me. Anyway, the reason I wanted to go back is because I wanted to see when they died, which is 1876, because he keeps saying like smile for the camera, pose for the photo, and I'm like, do they even know what a camera is.
Yeah,
you know?
they died in the 1800s.
I'm reading up on cameras right now. Interestingly, in 1876, cameras were almost exclusively used by professionals, and they weren't brought to the consumer world until 1888 with the Kodak #1 camera. So
is that the one with the cover on it, and the guy using it has to get under the cover? I think that's the one in Red Dead.
It's an interesting detail to me, you know, and I know I'm realizing I'm taking this like way too far, but it's an interesting detail to me that these girls just they completely understand what he means by camera, and they know that the phone that he's carrying, that he's taking photos with, right, is what he means by camera.
Two misty apparitions that look like little girls appear in one of Ian's pictures, sitting right next to what he believes is their own gravestone.
There's the wrong dates again.
So is old abandoned Vicksburg Cemetery truly haunted? Let me know what you think. You can watch this entire investigation over on the YouTube channel, Midwest Ghost Hunter.
I'm on my way right now. Thanks so much, Nuke, for another banger video.
My deadly pale friend.
Now apparently the
That's
story
what they call
of this place
me.
is truly dark and disturbing, because Ricky will only mention that the house was once home to an extremely large family named Hernandez.
Wow, I'm shocked at how many of these videos, these clips and stuff that they'll show where the investigator knows the history of the house. Just like a random house that they're going into. How big is this family? Holy crap.
Apparently some tragic and unspeakable event occurred at the Hernandez home, and most of the family, including many women and children, lost their lives.
So you know that, but you don't know what it was. It's just a mysterious tragedy where a bunch of people died. But we know that they died in this house, and we know that their last name was Hernandez. We know some details about them, but we don't know the main thing that would make the whole story interesting.
Daddy. What does that mean?
Now, whatever did happen, apparently it was so horrific that many people still leave candles at the house to pay their respects to this day.
But they don't know what happens.
Ricky and Liz head up to the second floor. And that's when they begin to experience something that makes their blood run cold. Ricky is broadcasting their exploration live on YouTube. And as he reads comments from his live stream audience,
this looks like a squat house. Oh, I've seen this video! I've seen this video! I'm pretty certain this is a squatter's house, and people, like homeless people, come in here to rest, and it's like, it's best not to disturb them because they might be like psychotic on drugs, for example.
That sounded like a sneeze, dude. That sounded like a sneeze.
No.
That too. Yeah, the squatter that was trying to keep quiet while you guys are milling around there just took a sneeze, dude. I love the crucifixes here. They love to show these type of things in these
the ghost has a
clips and
cold.
everything to be like, oh look. Religious symbols, you know. This place is definitely haunted. Baby, you talk to it.
Hola.
Great job. Hola. If that doesn't get them talking, I don't know what will.
Hola.
Maybe they'll do more than sneeze at you. Sorry, what was that? Well, that's okay. Well, first of all, the sound is boosted here.
Oh yeah, it goes louder. It could be an animal.
I mean, that was just a sound. For all I know, one of y'all made that sound. You can tell that the audio was boosted up a lot there because the crickets got a lot louder, right?
It sounded like it could be someone's stomach. You know when your stomach just makes a sound?
These are really small sounds.
Meow.
Is there an animal in there with y'all?
The couple hears very strange sounds from somewhere on the top floor. Banging, moaning, and even what sounds like the voice of a young child.
Wait,
no!
That was from the top floor? Well, I didn't really get that from the camera movements. You would think if they were coming from above that they would move the camera up to show that, right?
So now, in an attempt to make contact with the dead, Ricky and Liz decide to use a Ouija board.
All right, here we go.
And as you might have guessed,
Adios.
it did not go well.
I have a cutting board that's just a Ouija board. I used it as I cut vegetables
Board
with
session, the
it.
couple continues to hear disturbing sounds coming from the house. Then something happens that absolutely scares the shit out of them.
¿Estás aquí con nosotros?
What was that?
Is the ghost stoned? Yeah.
Someone's behind there!
Okay, so you got someone back there, huh? I love how, can I just say, I love how set up this is. Like, first of all, the footage like slows down there.
Should I add carrots to this salad? Knife hovers over, yeah.
Right here. I don't know what that's about. But I love that there's only clothes in this section, just enough to cover up someone hiding in the corner. This is how many shirts? Like 6 shirts? It's so they could, it's because this shot was planned.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, if I saw something like
when he says that, it sounds like someone is going, you know what I mean?
And also, I mean, if I saw something like that, he reacts extremely slow to this. Watch this. I mean, you've already seen it, but what? Like, watch his how slow he moves here. It takes them a full like 5 seconds to get out of the room.
While using the Ouija board,
Yeah.
Liz asks, "Are you here with us?" To which a
I
terrifying
would move
little
so
voice
fast.
replies,
I would look like Forrest Gump.
Perfect reenactment, Nuke. A+.
Ricky believes that he hears the voice coming from right behind him. So he looks through a clothing rack that is nearby and sees the horrifying, deathly pale face of a woman.
It's just me, guys.
Yeah,
it's
it was
just
their
me.
friend. Is it fair to say, I'm not really even sure if it's a deathly pale face. I think it might just be a face.
And sees the horrifying, deathly pale face of a woman.
So, dude.
That's no way to talk
Thank you
about
for
your
the 2
friend.
gifted subs.
Their friend's probably watching this
So,
like, deathly
dude.
pale. Excuse you. Look how they don't look pale here. The lighting's completely different.
YouTube. So whether it's real or not.
So why is that? Why is the lighting so different? Like you got warm colors
All
here.
of this was broadcast live on YouTube.
And then it's
Live.
like they don't look pale here
It
at
was
all.
live.
Right?
Whether it's real or
But then for the clip where they need someone to look pale, all of a sudden we got the pale lighting.
whether it is real or fake, the footage is definitely very creepy. But if you want to take a look at the video for your...
The thing is, I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement. Whether it's real or fake, it's still creepy. No. If it's fake, it's not creepy. Because if it's fake, it's just people messing around. There's nothing creepy about that. I guess the only thing creepy about that is the lengths that people will go to fake stuff like this. But no, I disagree. It's only creepy if it's real.
The blinker.
This time I was emailed about a very old video without a source that's been making the rounds on social media.
Been making the rounds.
Making the
Let's
rounds.
see this. It's a viral video.
A group of friends are camping in the middle of the forest.
If it's a viral
Late
video,
into the
how come
night,
we
they
have
start to
never
hear
seen
strange
it?
sounds coming from the
chat.
dark woods.
Right.
Now,
Can't be
in what
viral,
is
then.
probably a terrible decision, they decide to grab their flashlights and go to investigate. What happens next is downright chilling.
What is this footage? What is this footage? How old is this? Can't see anything. Oh gosh.
I think I would definitely terrify people if I just stood in the dark in that kitchen with my pale complexion.
If it's just we see like a shadowy figure.
I
in the
have scared my
distance
mom a few
for like
times
a second,
when I was younger.
I'm gonna lose it. You hear those twigs snap? I'm getting bored. Oh, what?
He's just going.
The Darth Sidious over here hanging out in the woods, huh?
As they search for the source of the creepy sounds.
Oh, it just made me realize there's like a fear response that I never see in any of these videos. and I think I've actually done it before because like there's a fear response where it's like you start screaming and being like really loud and you get filled with rage and you just like run at the thing that's scaring you to like confirm whether or not it's something to be scared about. You know what I mean? Yeah, the fight or flight response where you actually choose fight. I feel like if I was in this situation, I would actually like my body would pick fight and like I would actually just run straight at the guy, screaming at him with my hands flailing. I think that would actually
The
be
group
my
spots
response.
what appears to be some kind of creature with glowing eyes hiding in the tree line.
Not even just hey,
Online
just
viewers have pointed out that even with the potato quality old video, you can still see that the strange unidentified creature actually appears to blink before it runs off into the woods, adding just a tiny bit more credibility to this very odd footage.
Why would it add more credibility that their friend, who they're getting...
Yeah, there's actually 4 responses that no one talks about. The other 2, they always say fight or flight, but it's fight, flight, fawn, or freeze. Those are all 4 responses.
Pose in a hood, out in the middle of nowhere, blinks. He's human, isn't he?
But
well, the creature blinks, so it must be real. This adds more credibility to it, huh? Am I missing the logic there?
Without a source, once again, we'll never know the full story on this old video. So is it real or just an elaborate hoax?
It's not really an elaborate hoax. I mean, that could be just somebody in a Halloween costume. The first of all, the potato quality of the video is like #1 red flag. #2 red flag, it's in black and white, so like you can't see any colors or anything. Because for all we know, like the glowing eyes are like cartoonishly red or green from some sort of party store mask, right? So then it's black and white, so you can't see stuff
It
like
does
that. So
kinda
it
look
looks,
like a
you know, more
costume.
legitimate. Like it's just, oh, they're naturally glowing eyes. Because if it, you know, if it was color footage and we saw it was just like, well, you know, the eyes are cartoonishly orange. It looks like, you know, something that you would, it might be more easily identifiable as something you would buy at like Party City. There's too many red flags here for me to be like, oh shit, it's real.
Or just an elaborate hoax.
I wouldn't say elaborate, Nuke. You always say elaborate. They don't need to work that hard. They just found a horrible camera. They got their friend to pose in some Halloween costume.
And then turn the color off.
Yeah, they made sure that you couldn't see shit.
The kicker.
Now, if you've watched this channel for any length of time, you know that I've featured a ton of Saudi door-kicking ghost hunters.
Oh, everybody tells me about the Saudi ghost hunters. This is actually my first time watching them. So people have told me like, John, you gotta watch the Saudi ghost hunters because whenever they hear something fishy, they like kick the door down, they run straight at it.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's go.
They actually do it.
They play it Rambo style, so I'm really excited to see these guys. They sound fun.
Now, if you're not familiar with the Saudi ghost hunters I've featured, then here's a quick tutorial.
Okay.
#1, they love hunting jinn.
Especially if it's in my house. Like if I'm scared of something in my house, I am going violent. I'm going violent mode.
Okay.
يا جن يا جن آخر مرة.
#2.
I like these guys
the
already.
jinns often seem to throw large objects at them.
Large objects.
لعن الله.
I too love hunting for jinns. And a tonic if you find one.
بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله.
What?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق.
And finally, #3, and most important of all, Saudi ghost hunters love kicking down spooky doors.
Yeah.
Spooky doors.
بسم الله لا إله إلا الله. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق.
That's the appropriate response.
I love that.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
That's the appropriate response.
That's awesome.
بسم الله.
You stop that right now.
أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق.
It stops right before the kick.
But now, recently I was sent a video that reveals something new and absolutely terrifying.
Okay, thank you for everybody who's been wanting me to check out the Saudi Ghost Hunters, because I was worried that maybe you guys were bigging them up too much, about like, oh, John, you would love them. No, you were right. That was so funny. I love the action heavy clips, and these are action heavy. I love their energy.
الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض.
He's fighting with it.
يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم.
I want this door closed.
ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه ما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض.
Oh, come on. You can kick better than that.
Oh my god! He kicked the door off.
لا إله إلا الله.
That's right.
Man.
Apparently these spooky doors are fighting back now.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
If you're a door-kicking Saudi ghost hunter, or you just aspire to be one.
Also, when he turns that way, I don't know if you'll say it, but when he gets in,
Oh, come on. You can kick better than that. Kick it.
when he walks in and he like purposely turns to the right, so that the person who was behind the door is running behind him right now. So when he pans over this way, you don't see anything, and you could kind of hear someone walking when the cameraman stood still, and now you can hear footsteps.
لا إله إلا الله.
That's right.
Man.
Apparently these spooky doors are fighting back now.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
If you're a door-kicking Saudi ghost hunter, or you just aspire to be one, you be careful out there.
لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله.
Come on, kick it down. Oh.
أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات لا إله إلا الله. لا إله إلا الله.
Oh, that's
He's just
great.
plagued by
I don't
doors.
even want to spend time debunking it or anything. They found a shtick that works for them, right? Like, it's really cool. It's you know, they got some kind of, I don't know if it's like fishing line or, you know, just somebody physically moving the door behind. You would think like some of these doors have like little gaps, so you would think if there was somebody behind physically moving it, like there. But I mean, I guess it's pretty thin. However they're doing it, they're getting a lot of mileage out of it. One thing I've noticed in all of these clips is that the door moves for a bit, and then there's a bit where it's still, and then the door gets kicked down. It doesn't seem to really get kicked when it's in the middle of moving, and if
because he doesn't want to kick
maybe
the
what
person
happened
by
here,
accident.
although the POV was really close, so it's hard to tell. But then, like, see, there's a long period of inactivity here before the final kick.
ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه ما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما.
Oh wait, no, sorry, they weren't done. Yeah, because it pushed back here. There's the final kick. Right now, who's in the rest of the room? Right? I don't know, man. I don't even want to spend time like being like, how could they have done it? Because there's a million different ways that you can do something like this. But it is very entertaining, so I like that. We have fun here. We have fun. You know, see, like I would love to see more stuff like that. I would love to see more action-packed clips. That's why I need. I'm so tired of
like
these
if there's
ones.
a door, if there's a ghost behind the door and it's like kicking it down or whatever, and you want to film it, it's like you kick the door down and then you pan the camera to where the hinges of the door were because it was pushing it.
Where there's so many clips I see where just like
But
nothing happens, or like there's a spooky sound, but it's just clearly overlaid on the clip or something. I need action. I need doors getting kicked down. That's
You would
exactly
scan the whole
what I
room.
need.
Yeah, it took
I
him a
love that.
while to. He didn't even scan. He didn't even film like the corner that he missed behind him. Debunking ghost stories. Ghost stories actually scare me, so I am entertained when I can debunk them. Bam, bam. Should we keep watching these? I'm fine with doing that today. It do be comfy. And this YouTuber in particular has a lot of content.
So we're gonna watch some horror
I don't mind a good watch along day.
videos.
I haven't done
and
one
I'm
of
very
those in a
excited about
while.
this.
John's been around for a while.
So here's the
I
deal.
haven't
I've
seen
never
any of his
seen
content
Nuke's
until
Top
today.
5. Everyone is always telling me about Nuke's Top 5. You gotta watch this. You gotta watch this channel. You gotta react to this stuff. They've got 4 million
Oh
subscribers.
no, it's
As
TikTok.
you can see, there's a lot going on here. A lot of red arrows. In fact, there's a red arrow in every single thumbnail. Wait, when is the last time they came up with a thumbnail that didn't have the red arrow in it? It's been over a year. Is there a video without a red thumbnail in it? I got really shrill there.
I gotta
I'm
do
just
that
amazed
for all my,
that
all my
this level of
streams,
consistency.
my Twitch
We're back
streams. I'll
3
just have this
years.
red arrow.
This one doesn't have one. This one doesn't have one. 5 mysterious creatures caught on camera. Ghosts caught on camera? love
I
the
wonder
question
which
mark there.
one of
Like,
these
it's not
videos
even
has
sure,
the most
but it
views.
has 34 million views. I don't know if these are ghosts caught on camera, but here, you may as well watch them anyway. Just to clear the air real quick though on me, so I personally don't believe in ghosts. I do believe that people see things. I do believe that there's paranormal entities out there, but I don't think that they're ghosts like as dead people.
The scariest thing of all,
So, just want to
a
get
red
that out there. So
arrow.
that's where my perspective on all this stuff is gonna come from. Top 20 scariest TikTok ghost videos of the year. Now that's what we need. Of the year. It's the best of the year.
Reacting to a reaction of a guy reacting to a ghost reacting to a guy just
150
showing
years old, the
that
Anson Call
place.
House is known for its ghost stories. A family that lived here for close to 20 years says there's no question this place was haunted.
On Halloween night, paranormal investigation team Paranosis hosts a live event.
Was that Adam Sandler? What happened?
The
Red
historic home
arrows
was built
in the back
1859
rooms.
and was the home of Mormon pioneer Anson Call and his 5 wives. It is said
5
that Anson was
wives?
a cruel man and would lock his wives in the basement if they did not obey him. He eventually passed away inside the home. 84 years later, it is said that Ted...
Wait, I don't know. That just reminded me of a movie I watched called Bob Baron, I think. What's that? My wife? Is it called Bob Baron? Bob Baron? About the creature that was locked? I don't know. Yeah, that one. I recommend that movie 100%. You should watch it. It's kind of scary, but it's just really funny.
Bundy kidnapped
It's
and
so funny.
held a woman in the Anson Call home before taking
That's
her
a good
life.
laugh.
Lead investigator
I watched it with trying to remember who I watched it with. I watched it with Camilla and IPN. And maybe Mochi? I think I watched it with Mochi as well.
Janet Rain and her team
It's so
are
funny.
broadcasting live outside the house when suddenly they all see something absolutely terrifying.
I'm really distracted. My man's got a cool Misfits hoodie on.
I'm done. I can't. Freaking, that's where it was trying to What?
Wait, did I miss something?
Oh, it is the freaking ceiling.
Huh? That looked like a
Here's what I'm talking-
Gmod
there's some
clip.
goes out in the front. Okay, that's the freaking ceiling. Freaking.
It's a freaking ceiling.
I don't know. What?
There was a thing like smashing up against the glass.
Oh, we didn't get to see that
was
one.
that in the front? Was that the front of the freaking house?
I'm trying so hard not to swear right now.
Was that the front of the freaking house?
Freaking house? I don't want this to get demonetized on YouTube. Was that the front of the freaking house? What's happening? Why don't you show the house?
Did you see it? Where did the light go?
That's been happening the whole time.
You were in there. Somebody's been banging on the window and the door. We got it on video too.
Who are these people? We got it on video too.
I'm done. I need to get. What the hell?
I just felt I just felt my missing tooth area. That was so weird. I've been trying not to like think about it.
So you got a guy in there just freaking with him, or
Ew.
what?
It feels so gross.
What the hell? What the hell?
What the hell?
It's 10 out of 10 acting.
I think I don't want to hear it again.
I don't know. So you got a guy in there just freaking with him, or what?
What the hell?
What the hell? It's 10 out of 10 acting.
I think that's the freaking I'm done.
What that I'm freaking done.
It makes me feel like a kid again when all my teeth fell out.
We gotta go in.
You can just feel the flat gum.
Let's go in. You're gonna go into the flipping freaking house?
Why would you go in when the freaking house is falling apart?
Why would you get in the freaking house?
Okay, this at least is kind of cool, honestly. Like the ladder family around here is pretty neat.
Of a bed frame fly up towards the ceiling.
Oh, it's not a ladder. That's a bed frame.
The remains of a bed frame fly up towards the ceiling. The shock.
I mean, we can't see all of it. I mean, it seems like someone could just be like standing by the window, you know, playing puppeteer. It's also like not a bed frame, right? How is that a bed frame?
Investigators quickly head inside to investigate.
Oh, they didn't. They did not quickly head inside to investigate. They hung around outside, being like, "Oh, frick! What the hell? What the frick is going on? Hey, there's a bunch of freaking what the flip?" They were doing that for like 3 minutes, enough for the guy who's fucking with the bed frame to get out on the other side of the house. I guess they were giving them time, right?
I think this is where the banging was coming from.
Oh, but there's nothing now, right?
You feel less mad
Nothing now.
every day.
While they were outside, the ghost was putting
Every
on
day
a show.
I
but as soon as
fall
we go
further
inside,
away from
nothing.
what my
I guess it's over
IQ
now.
once was.
We missed it.
This is for sure. Look.
Look at that.
That's what
That is a bed frame.
I saw that in the window.
Yeah, it's like.
It looks so tiny.
Now this terrifying event.
This just
Right.
looks so
Yeah, but
like
see, I can't help but notice
comedic.
that the ladder-like part has a long rod attached to it that isn't visible here that could be used
I thought it was a ladder
to
too.
wield it, perhaps. See, look, this long part right here, or even this. So somebody was like holding that and they were just like, you know, waving it around and shit. But again, as soon as they go in, it stops. It's such an aggressive ghost. It's like, get out.
Imagine if you and your buddies like go to a house like this and you're like, oh yeah, let's film some fake ghost content, and then it's like, okay, I'll go in there and I'll find something and I'll throw it at the ceiling or something, and it's like, oh dude, I found a bed frame. Yeah, we could totally do this, and then an actual haunting happens.
Out. But then once they go in, the ghost is just like, come in if you want. What the heck? You can come in inside the freaking house if you want to. What do I freaking care for?
What makes the footage even more compelling is that paranormal fan Ashley came along on the investigation, and she too captured chilling footage of the Anson call home.
She too captured chilling 240p footage, blurry at night, of what happened in the house.
No.
Dude, I was joking, but you can't see shit.
There's the neighbor. There's the neighbor. Oh my gosh.
I think that's probably the most compelling evidence that it's fake, is the neighbor coming out. If this was happening all the time, which you would think it was, if it's so haunted, wouldn't the neighbor just be like, power of Christ compels you, I'm staying inside, I'm not going out there. This happens every single night. I'm just going to stay in here, right? But then the fact that the neighbor comes out like, what the heck is happening in this freaking house? Like it's unusual. I think that says everything.
What's going on here?
Welcome back, Fruit. Hope your recovery is quick off rehab.
Nah.
Nah.
I live, like, my bedroom's, like, right on this side.
What? No. Hang on. What? There's no continuous footage here. Oh, we're just supposed to believe this is the neighbor. They showed someone come out, right? But then now, cut to a different a different piece of footage where they're talking to the neighbor who's suddenly not in frame, and there's no continuous footage of them like coming out of their house, walking over and talking to them. Who put those jack-o'-lanterns on the front of the haunted house, by the way?
Yeah, the neighbor came over and was like,
I know.
Are there
Those are
people in there?
cute.
They're like, someone's knocking on our, and I was like, no, like,
Are there people in there? The neighbor came over and asked, are there people in there? Because that would explain why the noises are happening.
Yeah.
Is because they probably deal with this all the time. People coming over and being like, oh, let's just make a TikTok video real quick. Okay, you get in there. Hey, Greg, you get in there and you wave the bed frame around.
the kid that came up to us, he lives next door, and he was saying that he never sees anything, but he hears stuff all the time, and his window to his bedroom was right next to the house, and he said he hears stuff all the time. That's why he came out running. But they did say the neighbors on the right.
If you hear stuff all the time, that's not like... That's why he came out running? That sounds like he would know why he's like... Why did you choose to come out running this time if you hear it all the time? You know what I mean? Like, if you hear it all the time, you're just used to it. You get on with your life.
Right-hand side, like the opposite side of him, they always see women walking around upstairs where a lot of that banging was happening.
So how come...
Where
was that?
Unless the neighbor always investigates when they hear sounds.
Footage.
But they didn't say
it's
that.
not enough to say the neighbor kid sometimes hears things. We gotta drag in the other neighbors, like, and then he said, okay, so then this neighbor kid, he also said that there's these other people that were like, oh, I see women walking
In Germany,
around.
you would call the police
We didn't see any
and that's it?
women walking
Stay
around
safe,
there.
eat enough food, drink a lot of water.
You know what is
guy,
so
thank you
funny
for the 25
is that
months.
these people, like these ghost hunters, that they'll be like, nope, no thanks, nope, not for me, and then they'll just, like, the very next video, they'll be like, so we're here at one of the most haunted places in North America, and it's like they're just doing it again, right? It's interesting the lack of like trauma that happens from these paranormal investigators. They get to the point where they're just like, nope, I ain't doing that. And then the next day they wake up and they're just like, here I am at the notorious Outlook Hotel. Well, if you're clearly not that traumatized by it if you're just like, let's go and do it again.
It makes you wonder whether the Anson Call home might be truly haunted.
It does not make me wonder.
There is that like, I don't know if it's like a human phenomenon, but like, there is that situation where if you're really terrified of something, you will like pursue it.
9 months being with you,
like
and
if someone
hoping
is
for more
terrified of the
rape-ray,
ocean, they are more likely gonna pursue something involving the ocean because they're terrified of it. I don't know what it is. Merciless! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know.
Supernatural investigator Cody Aaron says in his YouTube and TikTok videos that he doesn't...
Dude, anytime they're like, our YouTuber, I'm like, okay, so they made it up. People will do anything for clout. I much rather watch the ones that are just like completely amateur. But like if they're like a YouTuber or like a TikToker with like a big following, then they're gonna do or say anything.
He
Adrenaline
doesn't
rush?
that ghosts are real.
Maybe.
Or at least that they aren't the lingering spirits of humans.
That's what I said.
I literally did that with all my fears.
Are actually demonic in nature.
Okay, this is where
Did that
we
do anything
disagree.
for you?
Cody says that he has successfully helped troubled families struggling with demonic presences.
No, he's a demonologist. No. Oh, cringe.
So when a family member
In that case, I'm terrified of beautiful women. What? What happens now? I don't...
reaches out to
I think you're supposed to be scared of the thing first.
Cody about the
In order to
terrifying
pursue
activity
it.
occurring in their office building, the concerned investigator doesn't hesitate to offer a helping hand. But what he encounters in this office building even takes him by surprise. Cody records as he explores the creepy empty office space at night. What happens
People who
next
feel that they
is
experience
downright
something
chilling.
talk as
I
if
promise
they...
it's not.
Okay, you guys, so
They're a little traumatized.
this is the door
Yeah.
that moves on its own, and
That
that's
makes
the chair
sense.
that moves on its own.
I can't help but notice that we're in an incredibly tight angle where it's impossible to see anything except his own face. Also, this guy looks a lot like Dak Prescott, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And I'm just tired, you know. There's
Sorry, what was I supposed to see?
What was behind him?
I heard the creepy sound.
Something's behind him. That's the girl from The Exorcist.
Look how he tilts the camera so that he makes sure that you see it. He's looking at himself. He's using the front camera. He's clearly looking at himself in the camera, and he tilts it to make sure he has no reaction to it. Look.
I'm just
right here.
Tired, you know.
And then he immediately he's like, okay, you see it, and then we're gonna quickly, because you don't want them to get too good a look.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing.
They forgot that you can pause videos.
I've not seen anything. It's 9:46, and usually everything happens by this time, but nothing's going on. There was way more people than what's usually here today, so I kind of guess maybe that's what it is, and I'm just gonna call it a day. I'll start again tomorrow maybe, and we'll see what.
What?
Wait a second. What was that?
Okay, so
Okay.
I'm the only one here right now.
No, but what about the girl with the demon makeup?
And the door just closed on its own.
On its own.
Giving the person that closed it time to get out of harm's way, get into a
It
hiding
is really
spot
bad
or
acting.
something. I wouldn't even be surprised if the room was completely empty and they shut it from the outside.
Is anyone an actor in chat? Do we have any actors in chat?
I like the map of West Virginia.
Did you see it?
It was impossible not to see it, bro. Sorry, what was I supposed to see?
Cody is completely unaware of what appears to be a small girl standing right behind him.
Thank you for the red circle to
Yeah,
help enhance my
acting
viewing
like a fool.
experience.
No,
I
I'm
didn't see
kidding.
it prior to now.
When he walks into the room the figure appeared in.
Now, maybe there's nobody in the room, but you can close a door. Let's say whoever that girl actress was, here's what she does. She gets down.
I wanted to know if so as an artist, how do I explain this? As someone who doesn't pursue like drawing or painting or anything like that, they're like more blind to bad techniques from other people, but when you're an artist you can recognize it instantly, you know? I wonder if that's like a thing with acting too, like people who don't or can't act can't see bad acting as much as people who do act. I just wanted to know if that's a thing.
So she's out of frame, right? And she reaches under the door and then closes it from the outside. And then while he's sitting there being like for like 5 full seconds, she moves out of the way.
Okay, so I'm here by myself. All of these green lights means that there's no motion, right? Look in this room.
I think that's
Wow,
true for any
a paid
skill. I've
actor.
developed that for welding. Oh.
What in the world is that?
I guess if you pick up a
That's-
skill, you pick up the
That's some
eyefall
blurry ass footage is what that is. But let's
Errors.
review it.
and critiques.
What in the world is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like anything.
I'm an actor of being a normal human.
That is
Ah!
insane.
I'm jealous.
I have never seen something.
I have never seen something like this.
Okay.
This is directly beside me in the next room.
So it's not directly beside you.
Did you see that? It just.
Oh,
What in
this logo scared me.
the world?
Yeah, it disappeared because it's really dark over there. It looks like some sort of reflection happening. Some sort of reflective material. Something that can be obscured in the darkness when it's not being held up to reflect light. Yeah.
I'm going over.
I'm going
I have
over.
To see what this is.
I have to see
You're not
what
gonna
this
find
is.
anything. Although
and
it would be
look.
hilarious if you did. It would be
Here
so
is
funny.
The only
motion
scary thing in this
detection
video.
For me in this room, there I am on the screen. There's no motion detect. Look,
There's
look,
no
it's
motion
moving.
detected.
And there's
Go
no
in there
motion
now.
detection right
Go in there now,
That
right
is
now.
Nuts. Look at that.
Go in there now, right now. You say it's one room over. Go.
Let's do it.
Now that I've given him enough time to get out of the room so that when we get there, there's nothing. Now I'll slowly trudge over.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need Eric's help. I'm not gonna do this by myself.
Cody is shocked when suddenly a loud voice yells, "Leave."
Leave.
Unexplained voice. I can think of a couple explanations. It's somebody to the right just screaming like that.
So could it be that the office building is haunted by a demonic presence? Or could it all just be an elaborate hoax? You decide.
An elaborate hoax. His
You can
favorite
check out
2
more
words.
paranormal moments over on Cody Aaron's TikTok page.
I'm sure I can. For all our fans who enjoy my shooting videos, here's what drives me nuts about the so-called demon videos. Why would the demon want you to leave? If it's a ghost, it makes sense for them to want you to leave because they want to be left alone in it's their territory, and how dare you?
They want to rest in
intrude
peace
on them, right? If it's a demon, why do they want you to leave? Wouldn't they be like, come over here? Come over here! So that they can like possess you and fuck with you and shit. And anyway, don't demons supposedly like attach themselves to you and stuff like that? So like, couldn't the demon just like, I attach myself to this camera, and then it comes home with him or something? Why would they? Maybe that's why they want him to leave. The demon wants content, okay? The demon has a TikTok. The demon wants to get content for their TikTok, and you're not giving it to them. If you just leave, okay, they want you to stay. They want you to stick around. Wait, I want to hear it again. I want to
Goblins
hear
are
it.
real. They tried to tickle my ankles while I slept.
Okay.
That is a pretty good noise. That's a pretty good one. I like that one.
The looking glass.
So this is an old mirror that I upcycled, and I swear that sometimes you can see stuff in the background of the mirror that isn't actually there in real life. So I'm just gonna do a couple backup.
I like when people refer to the reflection. It's like either the reflection or real life. Like, what you see in the mirror is also real life. What do you mean real life?
Fourths, but I'm curious to see if anyone sees anything that maybe I didn't catch.
So we're gonna see something. Let's get ready.
Here's the mirror.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's...
The thing is, I don't have to be too attentive because there's gonna be a moment where they're like, "Did you see it?" And we're
Yeah,
gonna
that's what
it'll
I'm
like zoom in on it all blurry
I'm not really
and stuff.
paying too much attention either.
Once again.
This is just gonna be like a monster in the doorway.
Alright, comment if you see anything that's out of place.
Did you see it? As Kaylin's looking in the mirror, something can be seen sitting on the couch right behind her.
Right. Yeah.
What? That looks like... I don't want to say exactly what it looks like, but I'll just say it looks like a doll, and someone is just laying on the couch, just sticking it up and putting it down, you know?
But when she turns around, it's gone. Whatever it is, it seems to only be visible in the mirror. Now, whether it's real
some
or
kind of
just
doll.
another elaborate
Or a
TikTok
skeleton.
hoax,
It's not elaborate. An elaborate hoax. How elaborate is it to have your friend stand behind the fridge, behind the bag on top that's about human height, and then all they have to do, they just put something creepy on the couch, and then as she's spinning, they just reach out, take it, pull it behind the fridge with them. Let me check something real quick. So I've done video for a long time. I want to see something.
You can see stuff in the background of the mirror that isn't actually there in real life. So I'm just
So there it is. So you see it right there, and of course she's talking the whole time and doesn't notice it. Interesting. Let's see if we can spot a cut of some kind.
Oh, I saw
No,
it!
hang on. There's like a
I saw it!
Keurig or something right there, right?
Does this
Let me see
panel?
this.
Is there another one? And it's the panel
Look at
again.
that. See that? It's smooth motion. The video's cut. See right here, it's smooth up until now. And then all of a sudden, there's the cut. It's not even hidden well. So yeah, it's fake. That was easy. That was give me a challenge. I wonder if hang on. Is this one any better? Because they cut twice. Let's see if the second cut is any better. No, it's the same thing.
They could.
Okay, here it is. Right here, and then you can at least cut it on the same frame. It's really not difficult to do. They probably don't think anyone's gonna go through all this trouble though for their little video.
All right, comment if you see anything that's out of place.
That's the little smile of nailed it right there. Let me know if you see anything out of place.
Now, whether it's real or just another elaborate TikTok hoax.
It's not an elaborate hoax. He says that every time. Elaborate. Hoax. They're not industrial light and magic, bro. They just did a cut while she was moving the camera fast. That's all that happened.
The phone.
Monique Chacon is spending a fun day with her son in a park in California when suddenly the little boy begins to act very bizarre.
There's no audio here, so he could be being directed by somebody off screen to do something. I mean, how we know?
I remember being a kid and I remember having imaginary friends and playing with my imagination, so yeah. I mean, I remember as a kid, I would just stand in my back garden, look into the sky, and like pretend that I see like a spaceship.
Daddy's not here, just being like, why don't you go dig up a phone
This
right
is
there?
how
Just take
kids
2
are,
steps
though.
forward and dig up the phone right there. Go ahead and dig it up. Like,
But
why
yeah,
were you
this
recording?
kid is definitely
Nowhere, the boy just suddenly
told
seems
what
to
to
stop
do.
and stare at someone or something that we can't see.
His father, standing just out of frame.
And finds a random phone from underneath the heavy pile of leaves. After watching the footage back later, Monique believes that something supernatural might have instructed her son to find that phone.
Thanks. Hi guys, I'm just giving an update on what happened to the phone.
We're getting an update on that clip?
I threw it away.
You kept it?
After watching the video, it didn't sit right with me. It kind of, gave me the creeps.
Whoa, her eye
Actually,
color is super bright.
Not that it's any of your business, but it actually kind of gave me the creeps.
There really is no story time. The phone was broken. The face was...
The phone was broken, so you kept it, and then the update, you're like, I just threw it away.
So, unfortunately, Monique threw the phone away, leaving us all to wonder just what was on that broken phone. Now, I have to say that this is one of the strangest...
When my younger brother was growing up, and my like Nokia brick was broken, but I kept it, you would just like hand down a broken phone, just so that the kid can pretend to have a phone. Right? Have you ever done that? Just given like a child a
How are you doing?
broken item, or an item that doesn't work, so they can pretend that they have one because they like that. Pro Dragon, thank you for the 500 beans. Like he's
Videos.
probably just playing. No way, it broke your Nokia. I mean, not that it's broken, but like the battery died and like there's no use for it, so you just give it to your younger brother, you know.
I've ever seen.
This is one of the strangest videos you've ever seen? You have hundreds. You have hundreds of these videos. This?
Did a spirit tell the little boy to find the phone? Or just what is going on here?
Red flag number 1. There's
Kids
no
just like
audio on the
pretending
clip,
that they have
so
the
you can't
thing
hear
that
if the
you
kid's getting
have.
any audio directions. Red flag number 2. She keeps the phone even though it's broken.
It's like when you have a cookie and you break it in half, even though it's the same one cookie, and you give both pieces to a toddler, they now believe that they have 2 cookies instead of 1.
And then only throws away when she reviews the footage that she already took. Also, it's just a nothing clip. It's just nothing. I have to say, though, applause for the creativity of somehow recording your kid doing that and then being like, I know, I'll make a scary ghost video out of this on TikTok and go
Ghost
viral.
Duckle. The washing machines. Oh
Early
no,
one
someone's
afternoon,
gonna
a
get
security camera
stuck.
in one of the hospital's hallways captures something very creepy during Jim's shift.
It's always an object that's like not all of it is on screen. It's always something that's like slightly off screen to leave just enough room for someone completely out of frame to fuck with it. Wow, somebody pushed a cart. Fascinating.
A supply cart can be seen rolling down the hallway on its own, freaking out the hospital staff nearby.
They look so freaked out.
Things are about to get even stranger. Another
It looks
CCTV
like the
camera
person's
in
like,
the
what are you
hospital's
doing?
laundry room
You know, you
records
lift your hand.
something absolutely unnerving.
They didn't look shocked at all. They looked like they're probably like, why did you just push that
Omni's
cart
stuck
out
in
into
the
the
washing
middle of
machine.
the hallway where we need to move stuff?
Step epic.
Oh, Andrew.
You got your new custom built PC.
No way.
Pog.
No way.
Nice.
Jim.
Send me the video.
Step it.
I'm gonna.
The best
Okay.
is when another one comes over.
They did look irritated.
It's like it didn't
I've
wanna see
seen
the front
this
of it.
video.
So they funded so that he didn't have to look at it no more. Whoever's in that room. Oh my God.
Jim.
Okay, that's
I'm pretty sure the explanation for this is that washing machines, when they're on like max power, they do move by themselves. Like my washing machine, even though it's like basically in a box, like it's surrounded by counters, but it does move. Like it moves out, it comes out, you know, and it like turns around sometimes.
In that room.
Yeah, too much loaded in.
okay. That's kind of interesting, actually.
Here comes the second one. No, the second one's moving now.
No way.
Watch the second one. Then the second one falls off. And the lady comes in from Dude Died Nice. You don't know what to say.
Especially if it's
Dude,
two on
don't
top of each
spoil it.
other.
You're spoiling it.
It happens.
Look, here goes.
It happens.
Look.
This does not happen.
Look. The ghost. Look.
Look at
I don't know
it.
if they're on though.
It's spinning.
It's spinning the cycle. It's got to be spinning.
There's no way
Isn't
that
that
they spin.
both
There's no. I don't care if it's bolted or not. They don't spin like that. Mine.
Can I ask a question? That middle one's turned almost completely around. How come it's not plugged into anything?
Yeah.
It's not hooked up or plugged into anything. It's spun almost completely around. This is a washer dryer, right? Like one's washer, one's dryer. So the washer should at the very least be hooked up to water, and the dryer.
I know the answer. So someone got stuck in a washing machine, and they also didn't have a stepbrother, so they died, and now they haunt the washing machines.
needs to have a fairly conspicuous dryer tube.
That's true. Look, that's true.
Look how that one just came out. How'd it come out like that?
It might be an earthquake.
That was pushed out. I don't care what nobody says. You can tell me whatever you want.
Me too. I can't wait to show everybody.
Look, here, wait.
Where's Keith?
Aliens.
Look, here, look at this. Look.
That one's plugged in.
Okay, see, this one's hooked up to something. So at least this one is interesting. This one's like more of a challenge than like oh, they made a cut during the blurry part, or like, oh, that's just their friend, right?
Jim and his fellow hospital workers can't believe their eyes as they watch the CCTV monitor. Now, even I'm not sure just what's going on here.
Even I? Bro, don't act like you've been cracking the case on all of these. There was that ridiculously easy one we had where all it was she was like, look at the mirror, then look at there, then look at the mirror, then look at there, and they just cut in between, and you were like, is it an elaborate TikTok hoax? Don't act like you're out here with your magnifying glass solving the cases, all right? Even I'm not sure.
Could it be that the hospital is indeed haunted, like Jim says?
I'm sure
Machines
you'd like
look
that,
brand new,
wouldn't you? You'd like
transportation
that.
bolts?
Or just what could
Where
be
are
spinning
those?
around multiple heavy washers all at the same time? Let me know what you think.
I think what's most interesting to me about this, well, first of all, other than this one on bottom, they don't appear to be hooked up to anything. Like, they turn completely around, and it's like, well, what's the reason for that? And one of the employees even asks, like, are they on? Are they on? And he goes, yeah. And then he completely
Put into wash machines
like dismisses
when
it
being
and
transported to
talks
avoid
about
the
it.
germ
It's like,
getting
yeah, well, it's a
picked
ghost.
up.
It's a ghost. Go, 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 ghost. I'm checking the timestamp here, which I
You
think this is
saying
what
that's
this
still
is.
there?
It says laundry room or whatever right here. Like, that's the room that the CCTV's in. And then here is like metadata for the footage, right? It skips right there. So it looks like it's 4:51 now.
Oh!
And now it's 6:40 something. Right there. There was a cut. Right here. I think. It might have happened before that, actually. Now, another thing about the timestamps, besides that cut right there, which is kind of weird, if that is a cut, it looks like this is over several hours, I would imagine. Like, this timestamp is like the minutes are counting up. Which could, like when you watch it fast forwarded like this, it seems like it's one fluid motion. Like it looks like it's happening in real time, but really this is happening over hours, which means that it could just be vibrations from the machines being on. Like, are they running? Because, like, I mean, anybody who owns a washer and dryer knows, especially a dryer, that shit moves.
Or just what could be spinning around multiple heavy washers all at the same time. Let me know what you think.
They spun themselves is kind of a boring explanation, but that's the best I got.
Me too. The bench in the red dress. Well, you didn't have to be so rude.
That user Alexander Henderson says that throughout his life he's always been prone to sleepwalk during the night. One morning he wakes up to find his front door wide open. When he checks his security camera,
They've always got security camera.
Imagine living a life, you had a great life, and then you passed away, and then you're a ghost, and you're living a great, restful, peaceful eternity. And then people on the internet label you as the bench in the red dress.
First, I love it.
What? Like, what did I do?
The water chugs down here. What's going on? Oh, sorry. We're supposed to be looking over here. Sorry.
Yeah, if I was referred to as that by someone, yeah, I would freak the whole day up by moving... What is that? A jug?
Can't explain it.
Can't explain it.
The reef isn't in the right place anymore, so let's move on quick then. That way people don't see the ones outside.
He's not saying that. I swear he said, I'm gonna... Like, the camera's not moving anymore, so I'm just gonna walk right past it. I think that's what I heard him say.
What's with the water chugs down here? What's going on? Oh, sorry. We're supposed to be looking over here. Sorry. Can't explain it.
The reef isn't in the right place anymore, so let's move on quick then.
It just sounds like the end he's saying it's not something anymore, so I'm just gonna walk right past it.
Can't explain it.
The reef isn't in the right place anymore, so let's move on quick then. That way people don't see the ones outside.
And he says something about, I didn't want to go outside, and then he like undoes the blinds, but it's not this. Want to go outside.
I'm
And then
sorry,
he said
but this
staircase.
man is wide awake right now.
And then he said something
This man
staircase.
is wide awake right now. I'm speaking gibberish. No, I think you're saying things that you thought would appear in the recording, maybe.
Oh, the camera isn't in the right place anymore. Oh, that would make sense.
Alexander seems to be sleepwalking and speaking gibberish when something hanging next to...
He wasn't speaking gibberish. I heard him say something outside at one point, and I was like barely listening.
Starts swinging around on its own. And an
Why
empty
did
water
he
jug...
moan? He opened the door, walked through, and went, ah!
slides right across the floor. Alexander
Conveniently out of
So-
sight of the camera.
There's someone here behind this area. Behind this, there's a wall right here. You guys can't see it. Here, I'll show it. There's somebody standing right here with a little fishing line. And then somebody's just out of frame back here with another fishing line.
walks outside and suddenly screams.
Your poor neighbors.
He says he has no recollection of what happened to him and has no idea why he screamed.
So let's say that he actually was asleep then. That's some pretty intense sleepwalking. And, you know, there's possibly something to be said about, you know, he's got some
I just got a video.
This guy moaned at least this loud.
That's what it sounded like.
unresolved issues, maybe. Working out when you sleep. Sometimes, I mean, that's what... Most of us have nightmares for that, but he gets it out in a different way, maybe.
Alexander says he's experienced supernatural activity before, so he begins to suspect that he might have seen something paranormal while sleepwalking. Then, only a day later, this happens.
I love how these ghosts, they just want to knock shit over.
A chair moves on its own, the fridge door opens, and what appears to be a
Who made this up? Like, who invented, like, ghosts randomly moving chairs and opening doors and knocking things over? Like,
plastic spoons is
that's
launched
the stupidest cliche that has ever been created.
off the kitchen counter.
So what was the pack of plastic spoons doing sitting that close
The
to
ghost
the edge?
did.
So,
Oh yeah, that makes
again,
sense.
We're in perfect position, right?
Sleepwalking, fully
There's
clothed with a
somebody
backwards
here,
cap.
maybe even
Oh
him,
yeah, what the frick? Did he
fishing
get
line
dressed in his sleep?
on the chair, pull it.
Can you do
Somebody
that?
just out
Can
of
you
frame
get
on the
dressed
bottom.
in your sleep?
Pulls it on the fridge.
Yeah, he has so many dishes. I can't tell if they're clean dishes or dirty dishes.
And then
I
somebody's
think
also
they're clean,
got
but they haven't been
the
put
pack
away.
of plastic spoons staying right next
Pack
to
of plastic
the
spoons.
counter.
Yeah, nothing's ever lifted. It's
A
just
chair
dragged.
moves on its own. The fridge
I love the idea of him standing off screen and like jerking the chair over with some string and then being like, hey, what's going on in here?
and what appears to be a pack of plastic spoons is launched off
the pack of plastic spoons.
Over the next few
People
months,
driving cars while
nothing much
sleepwalking. Oh my
happens.
god.
But then late one
That's
night,
so
Alexander
dangerous.
is hanging out at his friend Adam's house when he sees something truly chilling.
Yeah. I recorded this creepy lady. Neighbors heard someone screaming bad words and threats. She doesn't live there.
That's what my neighbors say about me.
A strange-looking woman wearing a red dress appears to be watching Alexander from the building across the street. Alexander claims that when his friend Adam finally came over to see what was going on, the creepy woman had disappeared.
Yeah, she went to the 7-Eleven to get a taquito. Maybe she had places to be.
There, Adam asks Alexander to take a look at a speaker that's been acting up and might be broken. Alexander is still recording and captures something terrifying.
Okay.
Hmm.
Why is the audio so bad, bro?
It's just
the audio's
me.
terrible.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if I scared my neighbors. They're all old people.
Okay, so that lady's your friend then. No, come on.
What?
Okay, so
What am I
so that
supposed to
lady's your
see?
friend then.
What am I supposed to see? Oh, the clip! I saw the clip! Do you see that? It went... The cut.
Then.
The cut was so bad. The TikToker did a better job with the cut.
No, come on.
Did you see that?
Come on. Oh, I don't see anything, bro. Come on. How stupid do you think we are? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this cut. You didn't say the magic word. Bad cut. Bad cut in the middle of the video. Nope, nope, nope.
Yeah.
I just love how these guys they act like nothing happened. It's really funny.
Like this guy doesn't
see that. So you had your friend stand across the street, which that could have been anything. I was about to say, like, she could have been waiting for DoorDash or...
That's exactly what I look like. I look like a weirdo when I'm waiting for something.
Delivery.
Like, sometimes I just walk into my garden and stare at the sky because I'm like, you know what? I need a tiny bit of vitamin D for my days. And I bet my neighbors think I'm a weirdo.
She could have been waiting for somebody to pick her up. She could have just been hanging out there. Who knows?
Did you see it?
It was impossible not to, my man.
In the reflection of the window,
Or
the
just
same
breathing
woman in red
fresh air.
can suddenly be seen standing behind Alexander in the doorway.
What the frick is that
That's
yellow
so
ball
weird
in the sky?
that the person that he randomly recorded across the street is somehow in his apartment. It's almost like they know her. It's almost like she's their friend.
When he pans around, the woman has moved in an instant and is now standing right next to him.
Right next
Who
to him.
or what could this eerie-looking figure be?
Or is it an elaborate TikTok hoax?
Could it be a spirit that attached itself to the sleepwalking TikTok user? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Oh, it's really fun. It's really fun.
Yeah, I don't
will
think
say
that's a real person.
They're fun. Like, these people are creating entertainment,
like a
which I think
mannequin.
is great. You know, I'll lower the veneer, but I think it's great that they're creating like
elaborate
scary
hoax.
entertainment. I wish they would. I mean, I know that, like, if you want to pass off some horror entertainment, you got to act like it's real, but you know. Top 5 scary ghost feels to make yellow pants. Gross. Top 5 scary ghost feels to give you brown pants. Who are these people that are pissing and shitting
Yo, chat. Anyone wants some brown pants? You get to have them
themselves
with a
watching
video
these
for
YouTube
free.
videos?
Free
They
brown
need to
pants.
seek professional help.
Paranormal investigation team Gangua P, which translates to Fear of Ghost Gang, sets out to explore
Fear
an
of
extremely
Ghost Gang.
Doesn't quite roll off the tongue like Gucci Gang. Fear Ghost Gang, Fear Ghost Gang, Fear Ghost Gang, Fear Ghost Gang, Fear Ghost Gang.
Physical scan, physical
Can't do
scan,
it.
physical scan, physical scan.
I get tongue-tied.
Cemetery grounds holds over 200 bodies that to this day have not been claimed or identified by any friends or family members. No one knows who the
I'll
unfortunate
take
souls
my yellow
are,
pants, thank you.
and they rest in temporary mass tombs without a name. The paranormal investigators don't explain why there are so many anonymous people buried in the graveyard, but one can only imagine the number of restless spirits that might be stalking those graves. One brave Ganguapi investigator decides to take their investigation to another level by getting down into one of the cemetery tombs.
I feel like it's this person called Nuke. I feel like his accent like fluctuates a lot. So,
and laying there all alone in the dark.
he just pronounces
Well, that looks
the
empty.
same word differently.
It did not
each
go
time.
well. A static camera records all of the action as the experiment suddenly takes a terrifying turn.
Yeah,
That looked really cool though.
แม่งเหมือนมีคนมาดึงโอออกอ่ะตั้งสติก่อนโอใจเย็นๆเมื่อกี้เจออะไรเมื่อกี้ทีโอกำลังแบบได้ยินเสียงใช่ไหมได้ยินเสียงเหมือนคนทางบ้านมาเคาะผมเลยทำเสียง
Was he lying on a grave?
Okay, come on. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
That's what I was waiting for. My first thought is some kind of fishing line trick. Obviously, someone just like they're just like standing off
Why does
to the
his
side
hips
and they just
move?
yank it, right? Well, maybe they don't yank it. Maybe they just pull it like about that speed. Like,
The jerk was in
hang
my
on.
bed.
See this?
He deserved worse.
What do you? What's the red?
What?
Okay, so like there's some
What
sort
is
of
that?
like warping thing that happens here. So something grabs his shirt, right? Again, it might be a
There's
thing of
decent editing.
They do two things with the shirt, which is interesting. They do two different things with his
thank
shirt.
you for 500 beans.
Because his shirt gets pulled
The
in the
Jack was
first
in
one.
my bed, he
his shirt
deserves
gets pulled
what's
in the second one. I was
true.
trying to figure out what happened, but as you can see, like with the neckline here, like it gets pulled back. So something, and of course we can't see because he's blocking, but something's pulling him.
Mm.
Although he gets pulled this way, but that could also be him just. Look at this leg. Him putting the stanky leg out there like that. I mean, yeah, my first thought is just like, you know, string, fishing line type of thing. But I don't know what it's pulling on right here.
So the question remains: is it real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
An elaborate
See, now
hoax.
this, I might say elaborate hoax for this one. This one's a little more elaborate.
Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, it looks good. Like especially pulling up on the shirt.
Yeah, it looks good.
When he's lying down, it genuinely looks like someone's like pulling up like that with their ghost hand. I mean, I obviously think it's fake still, but it's a good fake at least. His pants do
You
something
think it's a
weird.
green screen?
Do they? You know, his pants do something weird actually. Do. Yeah, because look, before it
didn't see it
happens,
before?
like they move. More than that, like the whole, if you just go back and forth between these.
That's just video editing. I can do that in Paint Tool Sai.
Frames.
They just manipulated the frames and then like erased the frame they didn't want anymore, so they have like 2 frames on top of each other.
It's weird, right?
You can see. Wait, you can see. You can see this. Where they forgot to erase this line when it goes back.
Go back and forth between these frames.
This shadow.
It's weird, right? His arm. Look at his arm here. His arm like shrinks. Oh, what is this? Oh, whoa. This is an effect. Look at this. Okay, here's what happened, I think. Okay, I think I figured it out. I think it is a simple like fishing line thing. I think it is just like a fishing line trick, but they hid how they did it with like they did I don't know, Photoshop or something.
Yeah, it's like they photoshopped like 2 frames together.
Because look like the fact like this is so strange. Like look at the arm here, his right arm. It just suddenly grows. It's like they added in another layer of like a fake shirt or something here. Oh, sorry, I keep doing that. Like just this.
I think that this frame in particularly is after the ship falls, because his body he starts moving when the ship falls. So I think they put like one of the last frames at the beginning, so it looks less like a fishing line pull and more natural because of the way the ship fell. So when you reverse it, like when you reverse only a couple of the frames and put it in at the beginning, it looks a bit more natural.
That looks fucking weird. Like this changes, the arm suddenly grows bigger and then it shrinks. It grows bigger.
Because this frame does look like that the shirt just fell back down, but it hasn't fallen yet.
This arm right here, I think, is the real tell, because it gets bigger and then it shrinks. So they're like cloning something here. It's like they're cloning him on top of himself, and like it just looks off. And it's like they're doing it to hide something, because I would say from like maybe here, it looks real. Like it's like when the shirt snaps, it looks real, but it's like this right here, this frame through this looks wrong. And like a bit of the wall too. Look at, okay, here we go. This is interesting. See this?
Oh, you can see it behind my head. He doesn't see it because he went close up. Wait. Watch this.
Go. This is interesting. See this? The edge of the wall right here. There's like a little bit of light reflection there or something.
Did you see the
and like a bit of the wall too.
image? The image. You can see where it cuts off.
Okay, here we go. This is interesting. See this? The edge of the wall right here. There's like a little bit of light reflection there or something. Watch it disappear right there. It's gone.
Or is it all
Editing
just
on
an
his wrist?
elaborate hoax?
Yeah, see, this one I would
decide.
say is pretty elaborate. It's pretty good special effects, but it's definitely fake. Yeah, it's like it's very good though. I'm like actually pretty impressed by that one.
Me too.
Italian ghost hunter Inquieto TV, which translates to Restless TV, gathers his close friends to go on his very first paranormal investigation to an abandoned children's asylum in Campania, Italy. The tall building holds a gruesome past and was closed down after a young child fell from the top floor, tragically losing his life. Since then, the facility...
Yeah, that is what made the facility shut down. A freaking children's asylum. It took a kid to fall off the building. The whole building is a red flag. What do you mean? Like, that's not the reason the facility shut down. It shut down because it's a children's asylum.
The facility has been completely abandoned. As the Inquieto TV team heads inside and make their way up a staircase, they experience something truly bizarre.
My old home.
Oh. Did you hear what Nuke did for us? They said, my Italian translator. They've got an Italian translator on hire for this one. I mean, to me, it sounds like an animal, but okay.
Pure io, sì, posso così. Davvero? Sì, penso di averlo ripreso, ragazzi. Penso di averlo ripreso.
The soft voice of a young child can be heard and
the soft voice of a young child? That's not what I heard at all.
They continue their exploration and make another strange discovery.
Okay, so you saw Blair Witch Project. We get it. Oh my god, that movie's so old. The movie's 25 years old now.
Oh.
Siete tronchi grandi. Tipo in cerchio.
Loggers!
Qualcuno stesse facendo un rituale.
Log champ!
Sono stati messi da qualcuno sicuramente. Però non capisco il motivo perché non c'è nulla al centro, non c'è un segno, non c'è niente.
Ma mi sembra come se stavo facendo qualcosa sta vicino.
Ma che cos'è? Fammi dire che no. Avete sentito? Fammi dire. Ma che cos'è?
I like how they're immediately just like, it's children, to put in your head that it's children laughing.
Avete sentito? Fammi dire. Vabbè, ma non penso sia normale con tutte queste macerie. Credo. Non penso sia altro genere. Già ve lo sentito questo punto, sono altri 2 piani. Comunque un sacco di orlo ci sono qui.
Inside one of the abandoned asylum's rooms, the Inquieto TV team finds a few tree trunks placed in a circle. And then things take an even more terrifying turn.
Looks like you put a fire
because the
pit there.
explorers hear the laughter of a small child, followed by the sound of something heavy being thrown somewhere nearby. But did you see it? A small childlike shadow figure can be seen right in front of them.
Huh.
Dude, what?
You know about this?
I didn't see that shit at all. Hang on, let me go back and see the unbrightened version
viral
of that.
in Italy?
There's literally nothing there. Okay, now I see something. But this is just such, it's so nothing. It's so nothing that it's even disappeared here. Look, there's nothing there now. Absolutely nothing. I mean, this could be anything. It could be anything.
Your laugh
and
sounds like a witch from Minecraft. That's what it
they
sounds
put,
like.
a little dark shadow there in post. I don't know. It could be anything. It's just like, it's so nothing.
Even creepier, whatever it
Oh,
is,
your dad
it
loves
seems to be
conspiracy theories.
following them.
How do you figure? This is the only time they show anything in the whole video, I assume.
Non capisco se lo vogliono riprendere questo posto.
Allora, lì hanno barrato la...
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet.
Ci sono un sacco di disegni.
And again, did
There's
you
a
see
new
it?
Blair Witch film being
In
made.
the corner of the room, the same childlike figure appears again. But
How are
only
they gonna do that?
for a split second before.
How are they gonna do that? Because like one of the unique aspects of Blair Witch is the fact that it's like it was filmed using a really old camera because that was the latest technology at the time. How are you going to like get the same effect? Because no one's gonna believe you if you use an old camera again for a brand new movie when we have really good technology now. That won't work.
For quickly disappearing.
The thing is that stuff like this can be explained by like anything. We've got multiple light sources in a room like this. You can make some interesting, you know, phasing in and out shadows and shit. Like that shadow was there for like an instant and it was like tiny. So it could be anything.
So could this be the
All
ghost
about
of the
the
child
money.
that tragically passed away inside the abandoned children's asylum? As always, I leave it to you to decide.
I decide no.
I wouldn't mind seeing like a Blair Witch kind of movie filmed through like the lens of TikTok, for example. Let me see. The Conjuring House conspiracy? Did this YouTuber prove ghosts exist? Baby. Here's these videos and then baby. Congratulations! On baby!
And Satori
maybe
turns
this
into kind of
one?
a pair of YouTubers recently spent 1 week at the Conjuring House and documented the whole thing. Sam Goldback and Colby Brock were so astounded by what they saw at the house that they offered a very public challenge to anyone who could explain it.
Tried every single way that we could in our minds to debunk it and absolutely couldn't. So if
They
you guys
look
have
like
any other
TikTokers.
ideas, let us know.
Sure thing, guys. Happy to help. Let's dive right in and discuss Sam and Colby's Conjuring House series.
Uh-oh.
About a month ago, YouTubers Sam and Colby
They look
posted
like
a
I'd hate them.
4-part series on their week-long visit to the Conjuring House. I wasn't
They
familiar
do
with
look
them
like
at the time,
TikTokers.
but I got a lot of comments asking me to look into it, and what can I say? I'm a man of the people. Now, at first I wasn't interested, because if you've seen my Ghost React videos, you know that I have a hard and fast rule when it comes to ghost videos. If it's posted by a YouTuber, it's fake. I don't know if you can tell by looking at me, but I'm kind of a hater.
And what appears to be a pack of plastic spoons is launched off the kitchen counter.
So
We
what
just
was the
watched
pack of
that one.
plastic spoons doing sitting that close to the edge? Listen, I've been on this platform a long time. Long
Pack of
enough
plastic
to
spoons.
blanketly distrust any YouTube influencer out there. I just know better at this point. But despite all these
Pack of plastic
reservations,
spoons.
I decided to give Sam and Colby a shot. And I'm glad I did, because something happens in this series that's genuinely worth talking about. The first video starts off about how I expected.
Something about the basement is following us.
What is this house?
Whoa!
YouTubers.
He's actually
Sam and Colby
crying.
just hit 10 million subscribers, a fact that quickly proves to be inescapable.
10 million subscribers!
10 million subscribers! Come on! 10 million? It's unreal. 10 million subscribers!
Congrats, guys. Anyway, to celebrate, they're spending a week at the real Conjuring House. Now, if
The
you're not familiar with
real.
the Conjuring House, it's the house from the Conjuring movies. Glad I could help clear that up. What's that? You need more detail? Oh, okay, fine then. Well, with The Conjuring House, once again,
God.
we're faced with Ed and
That's the
Lorraine
scariest
Warren
part of this
lore,
video.
who are the most notorious, quote, demonologists in history. I won't be doing a deep dive on the Warrens, but let's just say I'm skeptical of any paranormal story that involves them. The one thing I will mention about the Warrens is that one of their most famous encounters was with the supposedly possessed doll Annabelle. This Annabelle doll that you may have seen in the Conjuring movies. In reality though, Annabelle was just a regular old Raggedy Ann doll that the Warrens kept locked up in a glass case, which I think is creepier than the over-the-top movie version. It's important to note that the Annabelle doll has nothing to do with the Conjuring House.
creepier.
The only thing that they have in common is that the Warrens were involved with both of them. Remember that. The story of the Conjuring...
I think the nicer and the more, like, the friendlier a doll looks, the scarier it can... I think it's scarier if it has, like, a ghost story around it, because it looks so friendly.
House is that after the
That's why I
Perron
think the
family...
doll, like the Annabelle doll from the movies, is kind of garbage, because it's, like, it's made to look scary. Which makes it not scary, because you anticipate it being scary, as opposed to a cute little doll that
family moved into
you would give to a child.
the house in the early 1970s, they experienced a flurry of paranormal activity, which culminated in a visit from...
That's why Chucky did so well, because the doll that Chucky was created from is actually really cute, and definitely looks like a doll that would be sold at that time.
Ed and Lorraine Warren, who said that it was cursed by a witch centuries earlier. Honestly, the finer details of the Conjuring House aren't even that important, because the main point of discussion in Sam and Colby's videos isn't even related to the
Yes,
Conjuring
have you seen the Chucky doll that isn't possessed? Because they are really cute. Not the possessed one that the movies are about, the actual, like, product.
In fact, considering the series is branded as a Conjuring House series, it is going to shock you how little we actually talk about the Conjuring House. But I digress.
No, they're
Sam
not
and
all
Colby
possessed.
spend a bit of time reverently explaining the lore of the house to get us into the mood before asking the big question on everyone's mind about the spirits who dwell there.
What do they want with us?
Exactly. What do the ghosts have planned for Sam and Colby's 10 million sub milestone? Am I right? It's called a diamond play button, people. Even the dead gotta respect that hustle. Sam and Colby have actually made a previous video here at the Conjuring House, so they spend some time going down memory lane.
Why are we doing this?
Because we hit 10 million subscribers, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we get to the main event of their first video, and arguably the 4-part series overall, Cody and Satori.
Yeah, the My Buddy dolls.
We first meet Cody and Satori outside the Conjuring House when Sam and Colby first arrive, and the new owner...
I think that's why Five Nights at Freddy's did really well too, because, like, the original designs weren't inherently scary, as opposed to, like, the Nightmare game that they have, where they're all just made to look scary, and it just defeats the point of the type of horror it is.
Owner of the house introduces them.
uncanny.
They set things up by telling Sam and Colby that one of the ghosts there wants to talk to them. A ghost named Abigail. Right away, Cody mentions that he and Satori have a cool trick
Like, when
they can
something
do
is
to
made
speak
to
with
look
ghosts.
scary, it's just not scary anymore.
When we first met each other, everyone in the room can hear what's going on. Okay. We're not mediums per se, like we can't sense anything, but just something strange happens.
And on the first night, Cody and Satori officially showcase their trick, not just to Sam and Colby, but to the more than 15 million people watching.
So the first day we met, we were paired up with each other to investigate a private residence. We thought the place was really active, and then the next investigation we went on, the same activity, a lot of footsteps and banging sounds, and then the other team members were like, maybe it's something with you guys, you should go experiment. We found out that eventually, over time, that when we
Is
hold
Abigail
hands or hold
like
wrists, it's almost
Adelaide?
like flipping on a light
Who's also
switch, and
Mercy?
it kind of draws them in a little closer. So we're not mediums or anything, we can't sense anything. Whatever happens, everyone is here to witness. We can't control it, and we only do this for people who cross our paths naturally and don't do it for money or anything like that. So
I actually almost believe that they don't do this for money, because the elevator pitch for this thing sounds like a complete nothing burger. In fact, we're about 20 minutes into this thing now, and I was starting to get, I don't want to say bored, but I was just kind of like, you know, can Can we move it along, please? But if anyone is sensitive to how your attention span is holding up, it's YouTubers. And Sam and Colby come to the rescue, letting us know that we're not gonna wanna miss this.
1 month
The following
later.
footage you're about
Welcome to
see, we
Shoujo
left completely
Unsolved.
unedited
This
and completely
gremlin leech
uncut
has
so
been
that you guys
spotted
can
wreaking
experience
havoc in
it
the
the way
quiet
that we did.
neighborhood of
This
Iron
affected
Mouse
us so much,
Plains.
so we even flew back to the Conjuring house a month later to try to debunk what we saw, and we couldn't. We'll include that footage
Hi
here at the
fruit,
end.
We
hope
want you to
are
watch
feeling
and give your
better.
honest opinion
Rest
about
up,
what
little
you
gremlin,
think,
Opry
because
hot dog
after
below.
Sam and I experienced this, we've been thinking about it every single day since.
Wow. Now that's an
They
elevator.
do look like
Are you paying
e-boys.
attention, Cody? This is how you sell it. Anyway, I'll just let the clip play. I'll see you in a couple minutes.
Imagine being.
Can you come in here, please?
Like, imagine resting in peace for decades, and then you suddenly get called to the living realm, and then you find out it's a couple of freaking e-boys filming a TikTok.
If anybody's here, I'm gonna ask you. Okay, if anybody's here, I'm gonna ask
Wedgie
you to
them.
make that same noise you just made, maybe let's say 4 times, to let me know you can hear me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Might be a bit exciting, so I know.
Is that
Okay,
paracynical?
hold on a second. So I'm going to play a little game. If you'd like
Which one? This one?
to tell me your first name, I'm going to go through the alphabet. When I get to the first letter of your name, you're gonna knock. I'll restart. When I get to the second letter, you're gonna knock, and I'll keep restarting until I spell out things, okay? All right. So I'm gonna get your first name. A, B, Abigail Arnold. Perfect. It's great to talk to you this evening.
Hey, wait. Is this normal?
So basically, when Cody and Satori hold each other, they're saying that it.
He slipped up his words. I wonder what he was gonna say. You know,
My
like
name is Jeff.
My name's Jeff. I thought it was Leon James Demetrius. Thank you for the 500 beans.
Is this normal?
So
What he was gonna say is this not?
basically, when Cody and
Did he
Satori
slip up?
hold each other, they're saying that it creates a
natural?
connection
Yeah,
with the
that makes
spiritual
sense.
plane, and they're able to communicate with spirits like Abigail. The ghosts interact with them through a series of knocks that everyone in the room can hear. They captured it on camera. You heard it yourself. And Satori turns into kind of a human Ouija board where she starts reciting the alphabet until the knocks line up with the letters that she's reciting, and the ghost can spell out a word that they want to communicate. The first way they show this is by having Abigail identify Colby and spell his name.
Can you tell us his name?
A, B, C, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, A, B, C, D.
She slowed down. She's like, when she went to C, she was like A, B, C, D. And then when she knows that O is coming out, she's like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, and it's like O.
D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, A, B, C, D.
She's a human Luigi
board. Colby. Perfect.
Okay.
Abigail spells out Sam's name too, before telling him that there are, quote, people here who also want to talk to Sam and Colby. One of those other spirits comes forward and identifies themselves as Libby Golback, which Sam has a big reaction to.
Libby Golback.
Your grandma?
It's my grandma.
Now, Sam's understandably really caught off guard by this. I mean, if I heard a stranger spell out my late father's name without ever mentioning him to them or telling them anything about him, I would be reacting just like he is. Sam even clarifies that he's shocked they said the name Libby.
There's no way in fucking hell they know anything.
No.
No.
That's not her real name. That's her nickname. No one in my family, no one besides my family would ever tell anybody like that. What the fuck?
I hate to tell you, but we only have access to toilet paper.
You guys are gonna pull a stunt like this?
No one in my family would tell anyone about that. I hate to tell you, but we only have access to toilet paper.
And then not even have tissues available? Sam's just like, I'm good. Don't want to be wiping my nose with toilet paper in front of 15 million people.
There's no fucking way.
There's no way they knew her.
There's no fucking way.
It's funny to me that they repeat, there's no way, over and over, to the point where...
If that happened to me and I'm with my friend who makes YouTube with me, I would be like, did you tell them that? Did you tell them that? I would like interrogate them. I wouldn't be like, there's no way. Like, I would be going through every option in my brain to figure out why that came to be.
Colby pauses to try to think of a different way to phrase it, and he comes up with,
there's zero way.
There is a severe lack of a way. There is a complete and total absence of a way. No, but in all seriousness, you know, even though I'm skeptical when it comes to YouTubers like this, I found myself really buying their reaction here. It seemed sincere. And maybe I'm a sucker, you know, but even though I'm not familiar with them outside this series, I decided to give them the benefit of the doubt. With that said, they end up freaking themselves out in the parking lot, and when they come in, they tell the Conjuring House staff that something was, quote, running at them outside.
Because like someone...
Or an animal or something.
So that's a little more of that YouTuber energy I was expecting, rearing its ugly head. They end up coming back inside though, and Cody and Satori resume their spirit communication act to relay more messages from family members. Sam's grandmother says she's watching over him, as well as his brother and sister, Allison and Ben.
Allison and Ben are my brother and sister.
They even pull Sam and Colby's producer, Zach, into the mix, although Zach chooses to not have his session filmed. Even though we don't get to see it, Zach appears to get emotionally moved by the information they gave him.
I'm not a public figure. There's no way that anybody in this room would have known anything about any of these people.
I think it's the guy with the camera telling the stuff, like information about them, so that maybe when something shocking like that happens, he captures their real reactions. That's my guess.
Up until this very moment, you've always been a skeptic. Does this help at all?
I don't even know what to believe at this
Welcome
point.
back, Fruit
Cody and Satori end up relaying messages from Frank Brock, who wants to tell Lane that Elizabeth and I are okay, which Colby identifies as his family members.
I think Elizabeth and Frank are my great-grandparents. Lane is my dad, and nobody spells Lane like L-A-Y-N-E.
They go on to give more messages to Colby, things like, tell Lisa Janelle is with her, with Lisa being Colby's mom. Needless to say, Sam and Colby continue to have big reactions to all this news.
What is happening?
Good, that makes me happy. Anything else?
Satori then tells the guys that their family members just walked away.
They just walked away.
Oh my god, wait, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. And then they're done for the night.
So, let's review.
I am running up to that woman. I am reaching up because she's probably really tall and grabbing her shirt on her shoulders and being like, make them come back! Make them come back!
When Cody and Satori join hands together, sorry for all the clapping, they say they're able to connect with spirits. What immediately follows is a mysterious knocking sound, and Satori recites the alphabet to coincide with that knocking sound for the spirit to spell out a message. Now, if you're a skeptic, if you're the type of person that's always looking for the rational explanation, you probably are already starting to form theories about how they're doing this little magic trick. And thankfully, the guys have some theories too. Sam and Colby can get a little caught up in the moment sometimes.
That is blinking!
That just blinked!
That just flickered. Something's moved. Something's out here.
But I was both relieved and surprised to see them immediately start attempting to debunk Cody and Satori's act, even when they were still reeling from it in the parking lot.
Full honesty, I was looking at their feet like, who's tapping?
And immediately after Satori says the spirits walked away, they start asking if they can change location.
Can we follow you upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and just do it upstairs.
And then do it again upstairs.
Okay.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Wait, where is this? Can we do it in this room right above us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So guys, just take a peek at. This is what it looks like. There's just wood.
Nothing.
There's nothing.
Wood.
There's absolutely nothing on all of that. Just take that in. Okay, now we're gonna go up to this same room. Here we go. You ready?
Cody and Satori do the same routine upstairs, and the same knocking sounds are heard. The spirit Abigail spells out the words woods, cautious, and good intentions. So nothing like the personalized information they were getting downstairs, but they're still getting communication. Cody and Satori's spirit revelations are the show stealer of Sam and Colby's Conjuring House series. And like I said earlier, for me, it was really unexpected that the most controversial part of this series had nothing to do with the Conjuring House at all. I mean, I came into this series expecting to see like fishing line tricks, moving furniture around, maybe somebody getting like cartoonishly possessed by a demon or something. But yeah, the main attraction of this whole thing is Cody and Satori's seemingly unexplainable connection to the beyond. Now, you may be thinking to yourself right now, it's fake. They're trying to fool us. And I agree. I think we're being fooled. But how are they doing it? We need more information. Luckily, Sam and Colby are already on the case.
While we were editing, we realized that there were some possible non-paranormal explanations for Cody and Satori's knocking method, so we went back to Rhode Island to figure it out for ourselves.
They wanted to answer a few questions. 1, is the knocking trick part of the house?
There's just wood.
Nothing.
Wood.
2, is there anything in their shoes?
And just for reference, nothing built into our sneakers.
And 3, where is the sound coming from?
Do you mind if I try to see like where the noise is coming from?
Can you keep stomping your feet as much as possible?
Sometimes you'll hear it move around the room. Can you walk?
Yeah, now it's over here.
Is someone below them then?
Now it's over here.
Someone's below them?
Dude, I can't even follow it.
So first, Sam and Colby take them outside to test it. And as it turns out, yes, they can do it outside.
All right, Abigail or anybody, if you're here, can you come up to the front for me?
Here it is. It's outside.
Come over here.
Next, they take Cody and Satori to a random park nearby that one of their team members blindly chose, and they even made them change into surprise shoes they had just bought.
We got shoes at Walmart.
There's nothing in their shoes, everybody.
Turns out they were able to do it at this random park too. And this really impressed Sam and Colby.
From what we were experiencing, there's
something
no
in the
way we could
clothes?
explain how they could possibly be faking this.
Now, what impressed them so much about this was that Cody and Satori started talking to a random spirit at the park named
Terry Fossey.
And Terry starts giving them very location-specific information. For example, they spell out that they were a teacher and then say the word globe.
Globe Park School is 800 feet that way.
No.
Terry?
While we were leaving the park, we had a team member look up all the information that we got from Terry, that the spirit that came through, and it was all true. September 27th, which is today.
It was all true.
2007, so 16 years ago, today, Terry Fika died at Globe Park School.
Whoa! And that's why I was walking around today.
Oh my god.
Wow, there's no way. As Colby put it, there's zero way. Now,
There's
you may not have
zero way.
noticed this, but according to the footage,
Whoa!
Terry got her own name wrong.
Terry Fossey.
Terry says her last name is Facci, but the screenshots they show spell her name as Fika, which is an interesting inconsistency. Now, how would this ghost get their own name wrong? It's a mystery. A mystery we'll revisit later in the video, but just bookmark it for now. Sam and Colby conclude their investigation by asking Cody and Satori to do the trick again in a random
this is a
parking
long
lot,
video.
and
What the
again
frick?
inside a dance studio they had rented.
Holy.
Is this a female?
Male. Okay. Are they with this building?
It's like we're watching a movie. It's so long.
Are they with somebody in this building?
Outside the building?
They're from outside. Okay.
And these tests lead Sam and Colby to proclaim a stunning revelation.
Based on our experiences with Cody and Satori, we 100% wholeheartedly believe that this is true.
All right, not so fast. Let me stop you right there, buddy. If you guys have seen my other ghost videos, like my 28 Days Haunted video or my Blackwell ghost video, you know that media literacy and critical thinking are things that I take very seriously. So while I'm happy that Sam and Colby at least attempted to do some basic debunking and testing, frankly, it wasn't enough.
True.
Now, like I said, I came into this series expecting
I'm kind of bored of this video.
to see some classic, obviously fake,
I'm also tired of seeing those guys' faces.
ghost caught on camera type of stuff, fronted by a couple of YouTubers who didn't question anything and didn't
Like,
care
I don't want to lose brain cells watching those two e-boys.
whether
You know
what
what I
they were
mean?
portraying was real or not. But instead, at the end of episode 1 at least, I came away actually kind of liking these guys. Now, don't get me wrong.
What's up, guys? It's Sam and Colby.
It's clear that these guys' priority is to make entertaining YouTube
This one is way too long. It's like, I didn't even see. It's 2 hours long, and I don't think I can... Ugh. 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 Maybe I play a game now. Maybe I'm... Yippee! What's that guy's YouTube channel? John Wolf. Mr. Doctor, huh? Time to debunk some aliens. What was that sound? Why did it sound like... Why did it sound like someone's here? Well... Only 2 signals? Can you die in this game? I don't see the signal. Yes? No, it didn't work. There you are. What is it? This is a game about trying to find aliens. And I think something's wrong with my server because I can't... What is... I have to go fix them. What is that? Mike? Romeo? Whiskey? And Foxtrot? Oh, Mike, Whiskey, Romeo, Foxtrot, Mike Wazowski. Okay. There's so much trash in here. We have to go. What time is it? It's 10 a.m. Okay, we got all day. We can go fix. Ah! Oh, that scared me. What is that? Oh, it's nothing. What's that sound? Oh, were you always in here? This place is a dump. I know! I didn't do this! The person who worked here before me did! This is a scary place. I need to go find out. I don't know where I'm facing. Like, where is the river? There's the river, so... Oh, okay, so the map is like... The way you look at the map... So S is like literally that way. So Mike is right there. Diagonal from me. So Mike is like that one. I think. Or that one. Where's my truck? Where did I leave my car? I think I left it here, yeah. How do I look at the... Oh, okay. So one of these is Mike. Not you. Ah! What happened to me? Did I trip on a rock? What the frick happened to me? I didn't trip on anything. Did something push me off? What was that? Which one are you? Yay! I'm so smart. I'm so smart. Eh? So you just switch them around. 9 minus 2. Why is it echoing? Oh, I can see it. So we did Mike. You fixed Mike. Ow! Oh, I just... What? Was it you? What's going on? Ah! What's keep... Something keeps pushing me over! What is happening? Have you eaten? No. Oh, do I have to eat? I don't want to eat this anymore! Huh? Uh-oh. I don't have any more food. Oh no. I'm hungry. I gotta eat. Is there any food anywhere? I'll eat trash. I think I need to order like I need to order food. Wee. A lot of food. A lot of pizza. A lot of cookie. Hungry. Are they burgers? What is that? Are they the burgers? Ah! Please come with the freaking food. What was that sound? I gotta eat. What is that sound? Something's coming. What is that sound? Do you hear that? Is that my car? Is that the sound of my car? What are you doing up there? What is that sound? Ah! Why are you up there? How do you know the aliens cut the power? Oh. Oh. I can still order food though. I still need more food. What's making that sound? Oh, it's a bucket. Oops. How do I throw it again? Wait, did they pour water on it? Okay, my pizza is here. Where?
Hello my dear sweet Frogan
Oh,
chat
no!
Opry hee I'm sorry I'm late, was asleep when you started Opry cry, but hope you all are having fun. Much love Opry hug.
Thank you, I gotta manually close the doors because the power is out. I'm so hungry. Oh, not enough space? Where's the pizza then? What do you mean not enough space? Oh. Woo! Now I'm at max. So I forgot what to do when the power goes out. Like completely? It's like over there or something. Like over here. Okay, yeah, I see it. It's the same one as last time! Unless it didn't save? What do you mean it's the same one as last time? I gotta go turn it back on! They were messing with the same one! Ah! The aliens are watching me in style right now. Okay, now you turn back on. Yippee! We have power again! I can't do any signal finding until all of the things are fixed. Ow! Where's that? Did you hear that?
Comfy time with the voices Opry comf.
Yeah! I don't know about comfy though. This game is scary. Okay, we got power back, luckily. Can I collect this? Yeah. But now we have to go back out there. And it's like 2 p.m. We have to figure out where the next one is. We have to go all the way to Whiskey, I think. We fixed Mike. I think it was Mike. We have to go to Romeo, Foxtrot, or Whiskey. We go to Foxtrot. Romeo is all the way up there and Whiskey's all the way down there! Let's fix Foxtrot. Foxtrot's this one. You can craft a jetpack? I can? Jetpack! I'm pretty sure you're Foxtrot. No! I'm wrong! Where is it then? Is it you? to you. Yippee! That pizza was really good. It made me like max out my hunger. 9 plus 9 is 18. Yippee! We fixed it. Okay. I guess we can't do much today other than fix these. We'll have to find signals tomorrow. Okay, Foxtrot is here. I can get back to my base. My base is here. That means... Using my brain! That means Whiskey's this way! I don't want it to get dark because Whiskey's really far away. And I'm scared of the night! And I'm gonna die from not sleeping, so. Whiskey should be over here somewhere. Is that you? There's a different one, I think. I'm
Still
scared of going
visiting
really
with
far
family.
away from the
Just
base.
stopping by to wish feel better to the frog. Opry pet.
This one is Whiskey? Alex, thank you for the 500 beans! You have to be Whiskey, right? Ah! I thought I died. Ugh. Can I at least check what this is? Yippee! The sun is gonna set soon, Monka. Sick tricks! I broke my ankle.
Hey Fruit, hope you feel better soon. Have a good stream, Opry love.
Thank you! I'm scared of my life. Scared for my life. Oh, frick. Oh, I thought I couldn't move then. Alright, we go back to the base. We got one left to fix, but I think I want to try and get... Where is the base? Over there? Okay, we made it back alive. Oh, I have to go in the other way. Oops. Oops. I gotta sleep though. I think I'll sleep when the sun sets. Yay! I should be able to find one now. Thank you for liking my music! Arigato. I'm working on some more stuff right now. I really wanted to sing today, but I can't sing with yeah. Game seems fun. I think it's fun. I think it's like just enough horror, atmosphere, and alien for it to be a game that you can put a lot of time into. I don't see any signals though. There's one. Please work, please work. Yay! They're all moving. Come on, grab it. Let's see if I remember how to do this. They're all moving so much. Beep, 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 beep. You have to move a lot, oh my god. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for one that's so... Ah! What was that sound? What does that mean? Why was there a creepy sound upstairs? Outside? Wait, he turned on my power off! Oh, something turned my power off! I don't know where my hammer is! Do you remember me picking up a hammer? Where is it now? What's that? A plushie? Where did my hammer go? Ah!
Good day, fruit. I hope you are feeling better today.
I got a hammer. I mean, I got a brush. I'm not afraid to use it. What's that sound? What's that? Is this me? Oh, it is me. Eh. Wait! It's you again! Something's over there doing that! Something's over there doing that! It's the same one that I just turned on. It's the same one! I can't even get a signal. Do you think I'll be able to... Ow! Do you think I'll be able to do it before the sun sets? It's 5 p.m. I don't know what those blips are. I don't know what that is. Seems like a short walk. No! You turn transformer on several times. Okay, what's the worst that can happen if I just go out there? and turn it off before the sun sets. Yeah. I'm so scared. This game is so scary. Try and be quick. Ah! I need to sleep really soon. Imagine if I lost power. Is it on now? Is it working? Ah! Ah! I was about to drive it the wrong way. Ugh. Ah, please don't set yet. I'm so scared of the dark. I'm so scared ever since that green man came over to me. I didn't think stuff could just spawn. What's that sound? It's not on! I need to go to bed. What's making that sound? I don't want to sleep. I can sense something? What do you mean you can sense something? What do you mean you can sense something? I just ate something. What do you mean you can sense something? Oh. It won't let me sleep!
Welcome back from the break. Missed your
I can
streams.
sense something? I want to sleep! Too cold? Oh. Oh, I have to microwave it. Why can't I activate it? What do you mean you can sense something? Oh, no power, that's right. I wanna sleep! Is something here? The fridge? The fridge lights up fine. make him slip. He left? Huh? Eh? There was a black figure near the boxes? There was? Ah! I think the banana saved the day. I think he slipped on it. That was really creepy. And now it's nighttime and the power doesn't work still. Oh, that scared me. Oh my god. So many noises at night. It saved again. It saved twice. It's now 2 a.m. Why is the night so scary in this game? What boxes? Wait, there's no boxes. There's nothing in there. This box. There we go. Do we have to? I can't play the game until I fix the power. And my flashlight's about to run out. What was that sound? I think it was this can. Yeah. Gulp. Most people refuse to sleep in this room. You think so? Yeah. But it's not content if I'm not playing the game. I can't be too scared to play a game. But I am! I am too scared to play a game. Wait. It isn't showing the... It isn't showing the thing though. Do I have to go fix it downstairs? I have to go turn it on, I think. Right? Ah. Okay, I think I did it. Okay, we have a signal. We need to... We need to get... Okay, it's that way. Yippee! Nice! I didn't see what? What didn't I see? You need to find out where it is. Okay, it's around
Good
600.
morning.
It's around 600. Yippee! Don't worry about it. Okay. Luckily, it goes up faster the closer it gets to 100. Oops. That's as close as I'll get it. Okay. I've never been down there. I don't know what down there is. It looked like the green man came from down there. Pizza. Oh. I have to put it on the floor to eat it? Oh.
Hope you recover well, Brute. Come back more Gemolin than ever.
More gremlin than ever? Yippee! This is gonna take years. Maybe I don't think I have enough money for an upgrade, right? So I want download speed. Is this it? Download speed? I want download speed. I can pay for 2 of those. It doesn't feel like it's going any faster. There it was again? Where? What are you talking about? What do you see? Oh. What? It's the same answer, isn't it? I hate maths. I hate maths. Maths in my video game. We fixed Mike. Okay, so Romeo, it's Romeo. And Golf is down? Oh, frick. Oh, this is gonna take forever to download. What do I do until then? Does the game want me to explore? Because, that's way too scary. I don't want to do that. In the night? In the night? Ooh, there's 3 of them. Did I always have 3? Drive pod? Ooh, what does this do? Oh, you can clear the drives. Ah, there's something up there! What does that mean? That's new. Check it out. I don't know where that is though. Like that way? Is it like... As I'm looking at it, is the way I'm facing, I think. Because that's how this map works. Wait, it is Romeo! Wait, that is Romeo! Do I go check it out? What happens if you die in this game? Do you lose all your progress? I wish I could see. I think I can, maybe. Is it disabled? Oh. How do I turn the... Oh, I turn the light on. Turn a big light on. Oh, wait. I can see the tower from here. Okay, so Romeo is like that way. Is like here. That's, I think. Or is it over there? It's somewhere over there. It's so hard to see. What was that sound? Wait, there's something. It's coming closer! What do I do? There's another one! I don't have a gun. I dropped my hammer somewhere. I'm so scared. I can't play this game. This game's so scary. I don't like aliens anymore. I don't like aliens anymore. Why would I want to investigate? I would investigate if it's not nighttime. Oh, the sun is rising. Do I go check it out? I'm too scared. Gotta go look. It's on N now. Wait. Oops. November. November's still up. Hotel is broken! This is what happens when I'm too scared to do anything. I still don't know what this CD is in my server protection kit. I don't know what that is. Can I put it in this? I don't know. I need Curfus.
Hello everyone, Opry Peak.
Hello. Mooney! Thank you for the raid! Uh-oh, I don't think pausing does anything. Thank you for the raid! How was your stream? Mooney's short raid? What were you up to? What did you do today? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Get raided? What the? What? Thank you for the raid! I hope you're having a nice day. Nice Sunday. I'm playing Voices of the Void right now, and this game is unironically really scary for me. I'm just scared of like atmospheric horror. Do you see that? Oh, it's my camera. What is that? What is that? Is it coming over here? A lamplight? I'm so scared of the dark. Oh my god, it's so scary. We have to go to Romeo. And something's over there and I'm scared. I don't know what it could be. Do I even have enough? I don't even know if I have 7 fuel! And I'm stuck! Move! Ah! Ah! Gar! I'm just gonna close that just in case something comes over here. Ugh. I'm lucky that didn't explode. Ooh, food! I wish I had... Can you get something that, like, can you automate stuff? Like, am I able to automate stuff? Well, I need to go find Romeo. None of these are Romeo. Is this even the right way? I don't remember. I don't remember where it is. I think it's somewhere that way. Yeah, I checked the base. Like, what are you? I'm going up a big hill. Is that Romeo? Over there?
I hope you
If
get
this is
better soon.
November. I hate that it's on this giant hill. Wasn't there something over here? I'm so scared. Yeah, this is November, which means that one all the way over there is Romeo. Ah! Ah! Save error? What do you mean save error? What does that mean? Does that mean something's gonna happen to me? Ow. Yeah. We made it. Hmm. What's that sound? Do you hear that? I don't think my character breathes. Right? Eh? Gulp. How do I make the ping? Ooh. Okay. They're all fixed now apart from golf. But no! Hotel! Golf and hotel. Ah. How do I get a curfus? How do I get a curfus? Money? I don't have any money. I'm poor. How far out does this go? Okay, the base is back this way. And I can just follow the power grid. Power lines. Woo! What the? What is that? Hang on. 500 I have to save up? Which one are you? Do I need to fix you? Whoa! Ah. Beep, 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 beep. It's 100! Nice, we got a signal. No text again. Way too dang! Are you still alive? I am still alive! I am still alive! Alright. frick. Get in there. Oh, I left the camera on. I need 2 signals of level 1. India Tango Lima. Level 1. Oh. Level 1. Well, now what? How much is that? Store. Machines. You can get a plasma TV! Wait, so I can't die that easily if I can get stuff like TVs. A cell gun? A nail gun? Ball of red string? Oh, I can get a backpack! And a mini fridge. A pet rock. I can sell garbage for money? How do I do that? How do I sell garbage? Cool Foonie glass cat. Real, no fake. What do you mean Foonie? Miscellaneous. Oh. Buy garbage bags? But I have to spend money for garbage bags. Fishing? He's real Foonie, no fake. Oh, there's one in here. I guess I already have a level 1 one. Oh. You have failed the report. Yeah, we get it. Oh, I get less reward. Who's Dr. Anna? Eh? They didn't say anything. And they have a wolf as the profile picture. Who's Dr. Anna? They didn't say anything. I want this to be done so I can sell it. I get 25 points for this, but 42 just for this, so I can also look for something. You could clean the windows? Dr. Anna got me this job? What does that sound mean when it goes beep, beep, beep? No! Invalid object. Successful ping.
Good morning, Fruit. Missed the chibi model a lot. What did you think of the Nikkei collab yesterday?
It's awesome! It's so cool when Rishoto gets to do really big things like that. Okay, we're gonna sell this. I wish I could be a part of it, but I wasn't available. coming? Okay, it is. I'm gonna finish my pizza. I need to put the pizza away. Listen to the sounds once they've been processed? Oh, I should. That's right. I forgot to. Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. Why did my lights flash? Beep, boop, beep. Let's see if it's on. Okay, it's not. Oh my god. That went down a lot. Holy. Okay, it's close to 400. Maybe. Oh, it's gotta go backwards. I got an email! Thank you for streaming? No problem. We're just playing a cozy, spooky game. Which I didn't think could exist, but here I am. Oh, it is near 600. Okay, we're getting closer. Bidoop, 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 bidoop. What was the sound? Gulp. It indicated Transformer would fail soon? Ah. Damn, that sucks. I don't want to go out there. It's scary. That'll do. There's nothing here anymore, though. Now we download this one. I got money! It's very noisy and low quality, but still, I think I can catch something out of this. What are you talking about, noise? Oh, the one I sent them? The hash codes are not complete. Please complete the task. India Tango Lima. I have to go out there. Where is India? Where is Tango? Where is Lima? India's directly south from here. Tango's all the way up there? Oh, Lima's there. Tango's so far away! Maybe I should do that one first because it's so far away. It's like that way. Almost out of fuel? Oh my god, what the frick? How am I almost out of fuel? What the frick? Do I have to go buy some? Because these don't work anymore. It's empty. Oh. How do I check? Oh, I have 31 fuel now. Should be a bunch lying around. You think there's more? There's more gas somewhere? Maybe there's some in the storage room? Oh. There's none in here. Are the supply boxes empty? I don't know. I can't open them. They're all closed. I'm gonna be honest, chat, I'm getting really tired and my gum is starting to hurt. Ugh, I should probably take a break for today. I don't wanna push it. Yosh. Do you think Mochi is still streaming? Oh, do you think she's staying online? Oh, we'll raid Mochi. Ugh. Air saving. I'll play more of this next time. Whoa. Oh, that's loud. Wow, thank you for hanging out with me. We're speedrunning the recovery process. It's not like... It doesn't feel like 5 hours just passed. Yippee! But my jaw and my gum is starting to hurt, so I should get offline and... yeah. Take care, have a good day. Thank you! Thank you for hanging out with me today! I'll see you again, don't worry. Don't worry. Me and Mouse are trying to plan a date to play Roblox, so this is gonna be a lot of fun. Let's raid Mochi. Chester! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Thank you! Thank you! I just got here. Ooh, I'll stream for longer next time. I just can't stream for too long today. I just feel the pain like coming back, so I should get offline. Michi. Thank you for coming to my stream today, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me and watching stuff and playing games with me. Yeah. Thank you for all the gifted subs, all the subs, all the follows and stuff, all that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the stream. Thank you. See you next time, champ. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It feels nice to stream again. Even though I shouldn't have today, but I still wanted to. Yeah! Let's raid Mochi! Mochi. Glad. Yeah. I'm gonna go take some ibuprofen and lay down. Michi's ending? What? Ain't no way. We're gonna raid her before she can end. Oh no you don't. Oh no you don't. Okay, chat 5, let's speed it. Let's speed. What's it called? The speed run streaming Mochi. On raiding Mochi. Bye bye. I can't think. Oh frick. Ah.